Hello and welcome everybody to the Giantslayer TV Teamfight Tactics, Fates, and a Regional Qualifiers. I am Doe. With me are Khroen and mean Mr. Kien. And we are done with one day so far of the tournament. We had a round of 24. We shed 8 players. Today is a round of 16. I am hyped. How about you guys?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. We saw a lot of interesting stuff yesterday, a lot of variation of different meta compositions, some that I didn't really expect to see come out, and I think today will be no different in that regard. There's still, the ninja assassin main, Asian gamer is still in the tournament, and I'm sure people are going to be coming out with a lot of different stuff, and I'm excited to get into it.
He's doing it, yeah. Let's take a look at our players here today who will have participating out of the 24. We've got 16 remaining. And here's our format actually instead. Oh, I see. I had day 1 on the run of show click, not day 2. There we go. Well, there's our format anyway. Day 2, of course, we've got round of 16. Everybody's going to get to play 6 games. We're going to mix things up every 2 games to make sure everybody plays against everybody. This will all be done based on seeding. But basically, at the end of the day, we're going to have 8 players that move on to the finals. Let's take a look at how yesterday shook out. And as we look at this, I'm going to throw it over to you, Kien, and ask, what were you most surprised about yesterday with the results?
I think the most surprising thing for me was probably Asian Gamer 5 with the Zed play. It was something that, I think it's a really strong comp when you hit it, but my thing was always, I'm not going to play this comp unless I get the chosen Zed early with the items, but he forced it. I saw him force it without bows early in one game, which seems kind of crazy, and then I'm doing well still, so I'm excited to see if that playstyle can continue to be effective as lobbies, because they've shrunken, are going to be higher in skill today. And if that's still successful, maybe the Zed Force is the way.
Yeah, possibly. We'll find out. Khroen, how about you? Any surprises when you look at this list?
I mean, these are all great players, but if you look on the right side of this list, Marcus 35, Robin Songs, St. Vicious, aka Live for the Day, not making through is a bit of a surprise. They're all really strong players, but I guess, hey, after day 1, 8 have to go home, and we're down to our 16. We'll see who's able to make it to the top 8.
I mean, that's the thing, is that you can't really look at the 24 players or the 16 players, rather, that are left and be like, one of these people doesn't deserve to be here. Like, we had such a good group of players to begin with anyway, that somebody had to be bottom 8, right? And it doesn't make them a bad player. It just means that for this particular qualifier, they didn't quite make the cut. But let's take a look at the prize pool for what these players are playing for this weekend. And of course, there is some cash on the line. But the most exciting part, perhaps, is that the top 4 in the tournament are invited to the next set 4 NA qualifiers. So a chance to earn more points, earn a little bit more cash, and cement yourself more as a legend of Teamfight Tactics, at least in set 4 anyway.
Yeah. The qualification straight to the quote-unquote worlds, if you will, is the thing that's gonna be big for all of them. That's the real bragging rights.
Let's take a look at the points that go along with all of these results as we get closer to getting into our first game of the day. And you can see there's a pretty huge range, actually. 50 points for number 1, but it goes all the way down to 11 for 24. So when it comes to gaining those points to move on to the big tournaments at the end of the set, there's a big difference. You really especially want that first place spot if you can get it at the end of the day, because that's where, the biggest point drop off is. But there's a lot between first and 24th there, isn't it, Khroen?
Yeah, no, there is a lot, and it's interesting to think about like the big picture things. 12 people will receive invites to the end of the set, NA regional qualifier for that Worlds from all these qualifiers. So you kind of, if you're advancing to day number 2 today in the top 16, you're feeling pretty good. That's like around on par, but you definitely need to like consistently be top 8 to be able to advance through that. Of course, there's other ways. Anybody can really have a chance to compete in these tournaments and get to that end of set Worlds qualifier. This through ladder, through these qualification tournaments. There's a lot going on here, but players are going to be looking for it all.
Absolutely. And we want to take a moment too to shout out our sponsor, Juke.gg. As you're watching today, make sure you register and watch on Juked as well. For your chance to win up to $300 for free, type !GSTV in chat to go to Juked, where you can watch the event and answer questions to earn points towards the leaderboard. Prizes are going to be awarded for the most points earned per day throughout the weekend, and it's a good place to go and find all the player perspectives as well. We like it when you listen to us, but if there's a particular player you want to watch, you want to study their play style, we can't blame you. If I'm trying to get better, I'm probably going to do that too. So feel free to go over and do that. Juke has them all available for you on the landing page that you can find. You can also type !scores to keep track of where all the lobbies are at in terms of finishes as the day goes on. So again, shout out to Juke for setting all that up for us and giving us kind of some great tools to enjoy TFT Esports better. But Kien, we're loading into the game. I believe we're going to take a look at lobby A first, and that lobby is going to be Cottontail, Mismatch Socks, Non-Tom, Asian Gamers, KCI, Aegon, I Like Hobos, and Giggles. And all these lobbies are stacked, but I'm looking forward to watching this one especially. We had an interview with Cottontail at the end of the day yesterday. But out of these players here, who do you kind of like right at the top? I know you're going to say Socks, but you know what? I'm going to not allow you to say Socks. Outside of Mismatch Socks, who are you looking at?
Outside of Socks, I'm looking at Aegon in this one. He was kind of a late add to this tournament, and he's kind of performed quite well. I think the meta suits him well. He plays similarly to Socks, and he's very good at being able to flex random units in. He got really unlucky at the big tournament at the end of set 3.5 with the power outage, and I feel like he's got a lot on his shoulders to kind of prove and kind of redeem himself. So I'm really excited to see how he performs. I think that's kind of the name I'd be curious to follow, and that's the name that could make a really big splash here.
We want to see Aegon win more than just the Mort Dog Madness tournaments. He's got it in him. He's like 2-0 in Mort Dog Madness tournaments, but he wants to win something outside of that at some point. We're loading into the game right now. Khroen, what are your thoughts on this lobby here?
I love this lobby. I think watching it's going to be really, really exciting. I was concerned a little bit for I Like Hobos yesterday. They had a really slow start to the day, but did pick it up to reach the top 16 here. And I want to see more improvement out of I Like Hobos. Having watched this play recently in tournament play because of Fight Night Risings, kind of get a grasp of how well they're able to do at their peak. And this is, the culmination of that. And it gets to fighting all of these good players here. So I'm looking at I Like Hobos to have a strong start to be able to advance to the top 8 tomorrow.
Well, we are going to start things off keeping an eye on Cottontail's early board as we check out the opening carousel. Interesting carousel. All right, bows, gloves, and tears. And here we go. Now, the question is, did Asian Gamers get the bow? That's what I'm wondering about. He's going to go for that Zed comp.
Yeah, I mean,
he did. All right. I think there's just one bow, and I think he got it.
You got to have the good APM to get the carousel win at the beginning, yeah?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, especially if there's only one of the item. But like how, in a glove tier carousel with one bow, like how desirable really is that bow? I feel like not as much right now.
I think it is desirable if your name is Asian Gamer 5, but if you're everybody else, it's maybe not going to be as desirable because glove and tier build into a lot of good items. We're talking about tier yesterday, building into a lot of good stuff initially. You can Hodge, blue buff, even Shiv. Things such as that, and you can have a really good start there. Looking at Cottontail here, our top point earner from yesterday, reach that 5-0, 50 points. Didn't have a game in the bot 4. Picks up the Vanguard Chosen Wukong. We were talking about that yesterday and saying that, at least like Kien and I believe, I'm sure, I don't remember if you were saying it too, Duh, but like the fact that we didn't really like this that much. I wonder if it's still going to be good enough to carry Cottontail in the early game here, though.
I don't think anybody's like a huge fan of like Chosen Wukong anymore at this point in the meta, but I think you'd probably agree with me on this, Keen, where it's like you pick it up, it's gonna at least do well in the early rounds, and it's one of those chosen you probably look at selling around Krugs, right?
Yeah, some people sell it honestly right before the carousel as well on
Yeah, too.
2-3. So there's a lot of different times you can kind of sell this Wukong. It's definitely not one you're looking to keep for too long, but maybe you can hit a few Vanguards, some Divines. I've seen it carry a few times in my games, and every time it does, I'm always surprised. But I do know that it has some more potential than I'm willing to give it credit for. I just personally, like Khroen said, do not like the chosen Wukong.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at what he's doing here, I think if you do hit like an early Jax, that makes it suddenly a lot better because you have that Divine added in there, which, makes a big difference. Divine got a little bit of a rework a patch or two ago. And early on, I think it benefits champions like Wukong. And so that's like a tight little set of synergies right there. I mean, Divine, Vanguard, Duelist. Can't complain.
Yeah, it's a decent opener here. I wonder if Cottontail will slam some items. There is IE there, and I think Cottontail might be looking at that, but just puts the sword on the Fiora for now, doesn't want to commit too much. KCI, on the other hand, did commit already to Last Whisper and has another glove, so that's probably going to be a Last Whisper IE pairing soon.
Yeah, that's a pretty aggressive slam. I know somebody like Sax, for example, with that exact start, will slam the Thieves' Gloves and leave the hanging bow instead. I think a lot of other players looking at Cottontail's board would also slam the IE or the Jeweled Gauntlet immediately. So he might just be looking for a carry before he decides to slam it, because it's kind of awkward to slam. Like, I probably would have slammed the IE onto the Wukong. Maybe that's why I don't like Wukong, because I'm building weird items on it. So
Maybe.
they might be looking for a carry at the moment.
Yeah, I actually agree. I probably would have slammed the IE in the Wukong as well. I mean, maybe it's like that little, like, early set 4, like Bonky Kong, still in my head, like, okay, Wukong early, he can do work with, AD items, but it actually isn't quite as effective as you might expect there. So I think it is some good patience from Cottontail here, wanting to find a carry. If you find a Kindred or something, you can, commit to going Jeweled Gauntlet, put it on, say, like an Ari later on. And we went into yesterday saying, oh, probably won't see too much Ari, but the Aris that we did see, and we saw quite a few of them, they kind of popped off, honestly.
That might be one of the biggest things he's thinking about, because if you're going to go with the RE2, sometimes you want to turn that sword into a Guardian Angel later. Yeah. And so that's a good reason to kind of keep those items separate for the moment.
Just a rough start though. It's a pretty low gold start. He has a pretty weak. Like, I don't think he would say this is a strong chosen. He might like it more than us. I think very few people say, "Oh, this is a great chosen." So definitely awkward spot. He doesn't like his items in terms of what can or can't be slammed at the moment. So for him, this probably feels like a bit of a low roll opener. But as you said, if you are an RE player, this feels like a pretty solid start.
Yeah. If you're, I think the only people that would be saying chosen Wukong is a great start right now are the people that like teleported from the past about like 2 months ago, maybe back in that meta where Bonky Kong was a thing. But yeah, right now, not as great. How do you feel about early Kennen? I mean, you do get the keeper here as well, but now Kennen, I believe, did get like a little buff in the last patch or two, but it still feels like a Kennen one with no items at this stage is really hit and miss. Like, sometimes he's just like the MVP of rounds, and other times he just does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually no middle ground. He either kills the whole team because they're super weak, or it's like two baby Dianas jump into him and he ults both of them, or he runs into like a big backline comp and just never touches anything. So definitely a feast or famine early game unit, but I think this is the strongest board right now. It's mostly in for the keepers, helps out with that, and he's just trying to mitigate some damage here, and he actually ends up winning the round, probably because he has the cannon in.
Very Katarina-esque in that, like, either she ults and it's great, or she doesn't and it's a loss.
Yeah, actually, high rolls here in the carousel pick order. There's 3 people at 92 HP, but gets to pick first along with Asian Gamer there. Maybe it's actually bad for Cottontail to win that round, because I don't think Cottontail is actually that strong to carry this win streak forward, depending on the strength of the rest of the lobby. Asian Gamer is just very weak right now. Is still, fortunately above 80 HP on carousel. We saw a bit yesterday, some people being below 80, and that's really worrying at this portion of the game. But no chosen here yet for Asian Gamer. We know they do gravitate towards the Zed and those ninjas, and I believe even they typed in chat when this game loaded in Zed, and so we know that that's the route that they're going.
Of course, like he's oh my gosh, he finds the shade. What? It's meant to be.
Oh my god,
the Zed chose him. What can you say?
The game's rigged. That is this is pre-recorded. We have
blessed by Mort.
Just hit.
Exactly.
I mean, you see his eyes light up too. I'm kind of curious why he took that sword though. He has Zeke's Herald already, and if he knows he wants to play Zed, Then what is he? I mean, another Zeke's Herald is always good, but I'm a little surprised that he took the sword.
Yeah, I think there was the option to take a
To
bow on
pay
that
some.
carousel if I
I
saw
think
that
so
carousel
too.
correctly. So I'm
I think you're
curious,
right.
maybe. And I did notice, but when that like shop loaded into this round, there was an Akali that an Asian gamer did pass up on. So I wonder if Asian gamers is just trying to like deceive everybody, being like, "Oh, okay, I'm not gonna play, or I'm gonna play Zed," and then just like pivot out and play something else random. But then once you find the shade Zed chosen, it's like, okay, maybe I have to go back to it. It's too good to pass up on.
I mean, he's like a ninja master in that he's mastered the art of subtlety when it comes to
Yeah.
playing this comp too. He knows that like Bo is not really going to get more contested. He's got a good chance to find one later. Same with the Akalis. Nobody's going to be buying those out of the shop. So he can play it coy, you know. He can avoid that stuff early on and still do okay, I think.
Yeah, skipping the Akali, I think, is the right move. It's just too much gold
Yeah.
to hold at the moment.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that too.
With this comp is you need to get up to 50 quickly so you can start building an economy. And I think skipping the Akali is fine. The thing I'm kind of curious about right now is like again taking that sword. I'm wondering, like, was he actually trying to play something else and then Zed just ended up choosing him? Like, is this one of those things where you're like, oh, I don't actually want you, just to get them to actually come to you, you know?
Oh.
I think the sword's always going to be good, and he can find another bow later probably.
Yeah,
That's my guess anyway.
Aegon on the other side does have a shade chosen Zed as well. So
Yeah.
Aegon was chosen by the Zed too. Some
Aegon's
contention there will be.
Yeah, that's an item holder Zed for sure with the Zeke's going on it. But you know, I think the rest of the lobby is happy to see Aegon hold the Zed because it kind of delays Asian gamer a little bit in terms of hitting that Z3.
I think he had 4 Zeds total. He had another one on his bench too. So that does make it a little bit more annoying, even though there are like what 31 costs or something like that. There's a lot.
There's a lot. I think it's 28.
Yeah, I knew it was up there around that number.
That range. There's quite a lot of them though.
Yeah, it's probably fine. Either way, Asian gamers, man, no scout, no pivot. Well, maybe a little bit of scouting, but certainly no pivoting off of these Zed in 90% of his games. It feels like
it's a little scary.
Right.
This is one of the reasons I don't like playing this comp is you end up lose streaking a lot early. You saw him hit the Zed and he still lost a couple rounds, but I think it was good to lose those rounds. He probably could have won if he leveled, but he's trying to maintain the lose streak to keep the gold going well. Like you really need to keep a streak going into this neutral round here. So his econ is great. He's a Shen away from being really strong in the mid game right now.
That's the thing. Yeah, he's got 4 brawlers, so he's got a pretty decent front line. So he'll theoretically be able to kill a few people each round and not take that bad of losses. It does hurt a little bit, maybe, to not get any items out of
opponents. So
that neutral round. Yeah,
that is a very low amount of items to have at this point in the game.
It's a good amount of items to continue your loss streak, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and to get the gold, I mean, talking about this composition, it wants to reach 50 econ as fast as possible. If these losses are only by like 1 or 2 units, it'll be really good for Asian Gamer, I think, because Asian Gamer is comfortable with dropping to pretty low HP. You know, we see them spike on like 20 or 30 HP before actually going on that massive win streak, and might even win this round as well.
No.
So cannot go on that full loss streak. But it's kind of worrying, actually, seeing that win streak, because if Asian Gamer is not able to keep it, that econ is, you know,
is
a little bit shafted.
I think this is the better sell.
Yeah, I don't know how you keep that win streak now at this point. It's just going to be so random without, you know, the 4 ninjas in at least.
He did not want to win that there.
Yeah.
His board is pretty strong. It was kind of hard to avoid the win.
He's picking up some of these brawlers, which is a small investment. Only goes up to 6. All right, so he's not that concerned. He may be just going Ashe, huh?
His board is very strong. Potentially he could pivot to Ashe. I think it's very unlikely to go Ashe, considering we know his style and what his preferences are. This is such a good opener for Zed that a full pivot, like it would have to be a triple Ashe shop, I feel like, for him to really consider making the pivot.
It's going to be tougher for him to find that Zed, but I guess he just wants that higher chance of finding the Shen earlier.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where I'm kind of curious on this carousel. Like, if there is a Zed on this, there's a world in which you might actually take the Zed, or not the Zed, the Shen,
yeah,
the 4 ninja in right now. Because one of the problems with this comp that I've had when I've played is sometimes you just roll at 7, you don't ever find the Shen, and end up bleeding a lot of health. So
yeah. I remember at a game recently where I literally found Kien 2, like a Kali, or a Kennen 3, Z3, didn't find one single Shen. I mean, that's like kind of an outlier game, of course, but Shen is a sneaky ninjas sometimes. You definitely want to be able to find them to get this comp really online. There is the option to pivot, but I don't think Asian Gamer will sell the chosen Zed, and I think that's the only way that would be, looking towards that pivot angle. I think that leveling there was wanting to preserve the win streak. You put in 3 Elderwood, which is actually pretty good in this, mid game with the 4 Brawler, but it wasn't enough to keep that win streak. So now Asian Gamer is in kind of a rough spot here, not even at 40 gold right now. This next carousel could either be a Shen pickup or another bow for that Zed item.
Yeah, gold's awkward. I think he's still fine. I think just having the chosen Zed is crazy. As soon as he finds the Shen, his power spike, he should win most of his fights on stage 4, unless he gets really bad RNG when the items, like if he gets a bunch of rods and tears off of the wolves, I think that's going to be really unfortunate. But all he really needs is like one more bow and maybe get a QSS or something. If he can get one of those items to kind of go his way, and he has a lot of items still coming, then I think he should feel pretty confident.
All right, where's the Shen?
Not there.
No Shen. Okay.
Is it bow, or is he to take the health belt to finish the second Z? It's got to be bow, right?
Yeah, I think you got the bow here.
He's thinking about it. But,
it's 4 gold too, so
yeah, you can't turn down a 4 cost bow.
Yeah. He's actually lucky that he was able to pick early, because that probably would have gone pretty fast aside from that, because it'd be so easy to just like drop a belt on it and then have the ZZ Rot on the Sejuani.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty appealing for most other players in that lobby. So losing HP early kind of going to Asian Gamer's benefit here.
Yep. So finds the RFC for the Zed. That'll be pretty helpful. I think we're going to move over to Aegon's view to see what he is up to. Aegon, remember, had grabbed that Zed earlier. And he's still doing a bit of scouting now. Meanwhile, number 1 the lobby, and he's still riding that Zed. He's got he found a Evelyn 2 already. Like, so strong. Look at that cultist as well.
He hit the 2 Eve just naturally sitting here. Yeah. He's got a good Jarvan's great ribbon item holder, so he's sitting here feeling really good about this board right now. This is a board that you can sit and go. Yeah, he just leveled up to preserve the win streak. You can go 8 really easily with this.
Yeah, it is interesting. I know a lot of players don't like going to 7 on round 3 or 5 unless they have at least 30 gold. Aegon's doing it with 20 gold. But to preserve a win streak, it's going to be good because he's going to be able to reach that 30 and 40 econ breakpoint. So I don't dislike it personally. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, exactly.
You saw him scout. I'm kind of curious which board he thought was a threat to him, because I actually don't feel like there was a board in this lobby that I saw that could actually beat him. Like the whole point of leveling to 7 is to preserve the win streak, and you level to 7, it's like, oh, this will make me stronger. But I'm not really sure if he needed to do that, because I felt like he could win against the rest of the lobby anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Aegon is one of those players who puts, you were talking about yesterday, he seems like sometimes he has a weak board, but then somehow it just like beats you. Maybe Aegon is able to identify, board strength just that much better, that much better than everybody else in the lobby. So did see one as a threat. It's like, oh, if I lose to someone, it could be that if the fight ends up going wrong. So wanted to do it. I don't dislike it though. I think because specifically because he's able to reach 30 and then 40 econ breakpoints like almost exactly with each subsequent round. I think it's still a good call just to be on the safe side. It does give you also better chance to roll a 4 cost, and maybe you high roll that 1% legendary, find a Kien or something, and that sets you up really nicely because Aegon does have a Nico on the bench as well.
This must have been the point.
Look at that Nami.
Yeah, this Nami is scary.
That is a very, very scary. Low health, but untouched at the moment. Maybe the TF can finish. Oh, they did get the kill actually with the sharpshooter bounces. I think that was.
I think
this is going to be a very close round though.
I think that actually was the difference, was having that Timo in. That's what ended up killing the Nami off. I think without the level up, he would have lost his fight.
Well, he was thinking about keeping in the Kindred, and he decided to stay with the Vayne and keep the sharpshooter buff. And I think that was a very good decision, as we can see.
Yeah. Intelligent play here from Aegon. Thoroughly impressed actually by that decision. Scouting everyone in the lobby and knowing that was the one matchup that he could run into to break the win streak. But like that's the difference between like going maybe like 3rd place, but ended up maybe going 1st place. It's really like it seems like a small thing, but it's actually huge.
That win's huge. Like the thing you have to consider is because it's a neutral round, you get 3 extra gold from the interest tier. So if he had lost that, it would have not just been the 3 from the previous round. It's a 3 after this round. It's a loss of 6 gold over neutrals that he now has, and that's a huge advantage. Like,
wow, another Nico's as well.
This is such a high roll game.
Yeah.
Seriously, like he can, get a free 2-star 4 cost or 2-star 5 cost if he high rolls like an early one.
He will definitely play for the 5 cost here because he can go 8.
I think so. Yeah.
And
Rolling right now, actually. This is interesting.
so
Oh.
yeah, I don't expect him to roll past 50, but that
Yeah.
is definitely an interesting play.
Stone
Even
plate.
then,
So
Stone plate.
it seems like he's thinking dusk here.
Yeah, I think those are some perhaps Riven and then Jin items.
Yeah.
There's not really too much for a Kane right now, though. If Aegon does find a Kane, I think though having a Jinx 2 rolling down to 50 is still solid here. It does not only preserve the win streak to get more gold, but it preserves HP, and preserving HP is really, really important in this meta, I think.
It's
great.
4-1, so you know everyone else is going to be doing their big roll downs, or a lot of people are going to be doing their big roll downs anyway. So you need to find a way to get like incrementally stronger somehow this round, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I wouldn't have rolled. I would have been fine losing at this point, but it looks like he wants to maintain his win streak, and I don't think it's a bad play what he just made. So he's feeling pretty good about it. He also has great sharpshooter transition on the bench if he decides to pivot that way instead.
Yeah, it depends on what he finds when that Zed is sold. Like if you find a sharpshooter chosen Jin, you could just
that's huge.
snap go into sharps at that point.
Yeah.
Also, sharpshooter Jinx as well would put him one
Yeah.
away from Jinx 3 would be a
true.
huge find. So there's definitely a lot of options.
Yeah.
That's why Aegon is so good. This is like we're seeing kind of Aegon 2.0, because Aegon 1.0 was like amazing at managing insane loss streaks and then just like spending a lot of gold at once. And Aegon 2.0 is the opposite. He's just like the win streak master now.
Oh yeah, and it's done really, really well, but it might find some trouble into this Ahri, perhaps. There is a chosen Ahri on the side of Mismatch Sucks. It has blue buff Hodge.
Wow.
So maybe not going to be there forever, but it does beat Aegon here. It is enough, and looking at Sox' board, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, as a very as we always say this, but it's a very Sox board. So
Yeah.
you look at it, it's like, well, you're not gonna find this board on any guide.
Just good stuff, man. Jarvan 2 is a nice pickup there. All right, finds the Teemo 2. That's definitely an upgrade over the Vayne, but he keeps it for the Dusk option.
I mentioned yesterday at the end of the broadcast that I thought sharpshooters might start hitting a few more games. I'm kind of hoping he leans that way. Like, I don't feel sharpshooters are super strong, but I feel like it is a comp you can flex in if the situation is right.
Oh yeah. No, definitely agreed. I think it should be something that's on some of these players' minds, and it's going to be on Aegon's mind. That's why he was keeping the Teemos on the bench. That's why he's keeping the Vayne there. If he does roll into that either sharpshooter chosen Jinx or Jin, then I think that would be the correct option to go at that point.
Yep, has to sell that Zed to start to do that. I wonder when that's going to happen. Maybe like level 8. You do that.
I'm kind of the question I think is really, is he doing it next turn or does he wait till 5-1? I think with the going, like he might go 8 on after the carousel, but I would be surprised to see him roll much. So it might be one of these situations where he goes 8 and sits for a couple turns and then rolls again at 5-1.
Yeah.
But he might just sit at 7. He's got a couple losses anyway, and he has the health to kind of afford the loss streak if he needs to. So
yeah. We saw some of that play yesterday of leveling up to level 8 or level 9, but then waiting until rolling down. And I think that oftentimes it is correct. And I think in this scenario from Aegon, it seems to be the most appealing option right now. Yeah. He has one loose item, so let's see if he wants to commit anything here. Probably just going to go for that Kien. He's clicking towards, and he does end up getting it.
Interesting. Is there a world where you Nico this Kien?
So his items are really bad for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But Kien is still Kien, so
yeah, that's also what I'm thinking. It's hard. Like I would find this to be a really tough choice. We'll have to see what he decided later as we jump on board with Mismatch Sox board. But just to talk about what we saw on Aegon's board a little bit more, like that's tough because we know Kien 2 is so good, but those items weren't the best. What do you think? I want to get both of your opinions on this. Would you have gone for it?
I don't think so, just because there is actually, if there was like maybe one Kien item, I would have considered it, but there's actually 0 Kien items that are really good at that point. I think we saw Aegon level up to level 8 there, probably just play the Kien.
Triple Nika or triple that. Oh my gosh.
Triple Ludens. Yeah.
I always forget the name of that item. Triple Ludens. That's amazing.
Oh,
barely lived. Look at that.
There it goes.
Now dead. Yeah.
Alright, roll damage. If she rolled healing, I wonder if she could have won that fight actually, but
maybe. He talks laughing. He's like, yeah, that's he'll give that triple Nico, the triple Ludens Nico a little bit of credit there.
Is he thinking about playing mages? No way, right? He's got mages on his bench, and
Mage Ahri.
Actually, in the one of the discords I'm in with a bunch of the high elo players, they were literally just talking about 9 mage being OP. So I'm wondering, did Sox like read that chat and kind of get influenced by the conversation?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, okay, so Sox committed to buying the Vigar and has a couple mages still on the bench as well. It's so like I think from this point it would be high roll for Sox to actually achieve 9 mage. So I think if he goes to that, it might be a little bit of a bait there. Because Sox is starting to lose a couple rounds. You saw him be stronger than Aegon, but the rest of the lobby has spiked as well at this point. Might lose this round as well if the Kindred is able to survive from Yeagles, but it actually does go down.
Oh, dude.
Sox wins. Yeah.
Wow, that was so close. But he got the full channel on the Ari ultimate. That was a lot of damage.
The lobby health's quite close, actually. You see Cottontail down at 20, but the next cluster of people are all very, very close.
Yeah.
Typical meta right now. Usually we see a lot of these close games.
I mean, he's showing mage. Like it's got to be a bait. He's got 10 items. He's gonna get 2, maybe 3 off of this. I feel like unless he naturals a mage spat, then we're probably gonna see the mages get sold off here.
Yeah, I think so. Just looking at the board, going back to the point that it's a very mismatched Sox-esque board, I think there is options for different things. Like there's the Cassiopeia 2 in there randomly. There is the 3 cultists. It's just a mismatch of different things. Okay, this is really interesting. You have GA and Jewel Gauntlet.
He doesn't like building defensive items on Yari, actually.
Yeah, that is interesting. And didn't have the space to do so anyway, but does level up, is putting the Vigar in. Could go to 6 mage here, but what do you cut? It seems like the front line at that point would just be a little bit too weak.
Yeah, I don't think you can cut the cultist. I think you have to keep the cultist keeper in here right now. I'm kind of curious. So he'll keep rolling, but I don't know how he's gonna flex this comp entirely.
Finds a Riven in the shop, so and he's got the Cassiopeia, so maybe you think about that a little bit. GA, I like the GA on Cannon. I just like the GA on somebody in general right now.
Yeah,
GA definitely right at play. Definitely leave the hanging glove.
Yeah, if you're playing AP, you don't need the IE if you can't pair it with the Jewel Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, so the more standard variant of Ari is the Vanguard Mystic frontline, but like if you really think about what that means, it just means Ari plus strong frontline, and so that's kind of what Sax is still abiding by. And he's always been a vocal person when it comes to saying, "Hey, you just need to have good backline and good frontline." And right now, his frontline, it's not Vanguard, but it's not bad, not ideal, but you can make this work.
Yeah, has the 2 Dusk in, and 2 Dusk is something to scoff at in this comp because it does give that 20% extra spell power to everyone on board here, so that Ari is going to be hitting a bit harder guaranteed. Now the GA has been sold from the Kennen, but he finds the Riven too, so that is pretty solid.
Dusk is definitely one of the best side synergies for him to fit in right now, like you said, because it kind of mitigates some of the damage you lose from having the 3 mage buff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the GA on Riven. It's not like a top tier Riven item, but it's definitely solid.
Yeah, it's okay. It's playable for sure.
Yeah.
He's looking to cut the Pike at some point. I'm guessing he's looking for a Sejuani. If you cut the Pike and play Sej, this looks like a pretty solid board.
Right. And you got the 2 Vanguard. You can go up to well, does he still want to maybe think about? No, I guess you don't need to think about 6 mage at this point.
Yeah, you definitely do not go 6 mage. Maybe he's holding that unit until the carousel, because if he wasn't thinking about it, he would have sold the Vagar to hit the econ. So I think he's looking and seeing, hey, if I hit a mage spat randomly on this carousel, maybe I pivot to 9 mage and start looking that way.
Sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Sej, yeah, there it is.
Take the Sej.
I like this.
Over the Elise, so
he likes the Pike over the Keeper. I think
that's surprising to me, actually.
I get it in a sense, because you can really reposition that Zephyr aggressively with the Pike, and he just provides such good crowd control, keeps the Ari safe for casting in a lot of cases. It's a bit odd, but it's a very mismatched Sox thing to do, but I see the logic at least.
He's a big fan of the Pike spike. He was watching us yesterday.
That's right. Get that Pike spike going, man.
Was actually, I actually think it was really good. If he needed to kill the Zed, because I don't think the units can kill the rhythm time for Ari cast. Yeah.
I just thought it hit 1 unit. I didn't actually register what unit it was, but no, you're totally right.
Really lucky, actually. By just so there's a clump there, but like it doesn't really matter because he's against the ghost anyway. It just saves him health.
See, Khroen's still thinking in that MOBA mentality, man. He just wants a big wombo combo action. He's not thinking about sniping people right now. It's
actually, I totally didn't register that was the Zed unit there, but no, you're totally right there. Didn't go over the fact that Cottontail actually did drop 8th in game number 1 here. So our top point earner from day 1, not having a good start to day 2 here. Bit
fast 8th.
Yeah. Actually, super fast 8th. We see sometimes everyone in the lobby still survive until stage 6, but just wasn't Cottontail's game here.
Mm-hmm. Got time to come back, but only half of the players today are going to make it through to day 3, and it'd be after the day Cottontail had yesterday. It'd be wild for Cottontail to not make it. It's only 1 game out of 6, but that's a rough start.
No, definitely. Still time to catch up. And moving on over to Nantom here. Nantom has a 6 cultist board with a Yone too, actually in the front line there.
Wow.
That is a good unit to hit.
Yep. Oh, and Jin 2 now. Okay, Nantom's feeling pretty good about that pickup there. One off of Zillion 2 and Aatrox 2 as well.
This is becoming a lot more common. We saw this yesterday that actually won a lobby. It was the 6 cultist variant, and I think you're going to continue seeing cultists be played. That just feels like one of the best synergies in the game right now. Just so flexible.
Yeah. I like that you have that spot too where you can put in something like a Yone 2 or like a Kien 2, and you can utilize some of those legendaries that you're going to hit late game.
Yeah. He switches position here, but actually the Zed does jump into the Jin, so a bit concerning there. The Jin does go down. Gao is not going to be able to clean this one up.
Wrecked. Ouch.
We've seen somebody fight against Asian Gamer's Ghost, and looks like he pulled a Runans off of the carousel. So that is a big high roll for somebody. So he's definitely feeling good about this game. Now, I couldn't tell how many Zeds he was off. I saw 2 on the bench. I don't know if that he had another one somewhere, but at least 5 Zeds, so it could still be far off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looked like for just that brief scout there, looked like still 5 Zeds. Could be more though.
So did I see that right? I Like Hobos is running a 6 Elderwood with the Nami and the triple Ludens.
I guess he's keeping the.
I mean, hey, it's a lot of damage. Like I get it. It's very unorthodox. That's interesting.
I mean, there aren't that many units that use the Luden's Echo better than Nami, and I don't know if any period. It feels quite good with it, but
you don't get as many casts though.
Yeah, not nearly as good there.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, if he gets top 4 with that, big fan. But he's sitting at 10 health. That's one Nami Zephyr, one random like Aatrox pulls the Nami in and you're done.
Yeah, it's like the triple Ludens. And he's down now, but like he's out at 6. But the triple Ludens does seem a little bit excessive. It's like fun, but then you're like, oh, my Nami has no defensive items now.
I respect it. I feel like that's one of those plays where you're streaming and chat says go triple Ludens, and you say, you know what, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's a tournament, and maybe there were a lot more reasons to not do it, but hey. Sometimes the game just gives you the Ludens, and just try it.
Yeah,
take chances.
Getting 6th with it, of course, isn't the best, but also not the worst there if you're sticking with a tier 2 Nami until this point in the game. But moving into stage 6 now, the base damage in these stages are going to be higher. Nantom is on the bottom side here, and the HP is kind of close with everyone right now. Nantom being a little bit of an outlier on the bottom, but Aegon at 43, then Asian Gamer in 4th, right now at 31. Things are really, really tense right now.
Yeah, he's one fight. A lot of people don't know how to count the health, and it doesn't really matter if you know, because it doesn't, like, if you're dead, you're dead. But for us looking, at least, I think it's useful to realize that he needs to win a fight and kill enough so that less than 4 units are alive. At 4 units, it's 2 health per unit, and then 10 base damage at stage 6. That's 18 damage worth of health, and he'd be eliminated. So he does need to have some strong fights. So he could technically afford another loss here, but he's sitting real tight. Definitely 2 health territory at best.
This board looks stronger than it is, which is a little bit interesting. It's just like because 6 cultists kind of does start to fall off a little bit. He's really relying on this Yone 2 to carry, and this round maybe it is doing exactly that. Yeah.
So Sax was on a big win streak right before this too. So I mean, it's just the trap claw on the front line just blocked the Ari pretty hard. I don't know if it was the Ari or the Riven that propped it, but either way, the trap claw is really good into that team. So now Sax is also sitting on 1 health. You got 3 people in this lobby who are potentially going to be knocked out here.
Asian Gamers as well at 15. We should mention too, Yiggles dropping out at 7th. She barely made the cut for day number 2, but a rough first game for her.
Yeah,
we'll see who survives the top 4 now, though.
Oh, scouting Aegon. Aegon still has 2 Nikos on the bench, but has a Kien 2 as well. So I don't think he actually Nikoed it, but maybe just naturaled it there.
That's so greedy. I love it.
I hope he is close to 9, because if he could go 9, Asian Gamer didn't roll for the Z3, so that's really interesting, because you see a lot of people always commit at level 7 to Z3 or bust, and we've seen him go 9 quite a bit, so he might just be somebody that says, hey, Z2 is fine, I don't need Z3, I can just go 9 and have a similar spike.
I kind of like it. It wasn't strong enough to beat that board, but it was strong enough to live with 1 HP there. And I think that valuing level 9 to fit in a bunch of extra synergies does help that comp out a lot. If you're far away from Zed, which Asian Gamer was, I think it is the correct play to just abandon that at that point.
Dang,
we talked about that too. Like there was an article I mentioned yesterday that he did an interview with Juked, where he talked about a lot of his mentality playing this Zed comp every single game. And he said, yeah, a lot of games he doesn't go for Z3. He can fast 9 with it consistently, he feels, and then, get all the benefits from that.
Kind of reminds me of the Battlecast comps in the last set, where I think a lot of people were tunneled on the Kog'Maw 3, and you can just fast 9 if you played 6 Battlecast. And I think that's it's the less taken route, similar with the Nami, where people go for Nami 3 instead of fast 9ing with it. It's definitely always a consideration. It's interesting to see him play that style.
It's an interesting comparison. Yeah, I could see that though.
Yeah, it's looking rough.
Looks like this is it for our friend Nantam, though.
Certainly does. He will get eliminated. The question is, where will he go? Oh, 5th, 1 behind Socks, who gets that sneaky 3rd, actually.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, he does get a 4th in the end.
So we're going to Ash comp against Aegon. So Aegon's got 2 Nikos left, though. So I'm kind of curious. Well, what is he playing towards? What is he?
1, I think.
KCI Ash.
This is such an Aegon thing. I've seen Aegon multiple times just win games with Nico still on the bench. Just doesn't use them. Keeps on greeting them out. Now he hits a Yone too as well, and still has the Nikos there. Like this is so Aegon right now. I absolutely love it. And it's
he wants that 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah,
that's the goal. He's going for the Yone 3, maybe. I don't know.
No.
Wait, does he have 2 Canes on his board? No, he still has a Cane 1. Oh, but we're looking at KCI.
KCI is the Kane one.
Yeah, you're
Aegon, right. Aegon. What if Aegon just Nikos the Kane to make it that much harder for KCI to get the Kane too? That's an interesting play, but
that's high level, man. That is the play. Yeah, take one out of the shop.
So strong. He actually doesn't even have any. His board is all upgraded, so he actually has nothing to Nikos.
It's such a swag move to win a game with Nikos on your bench, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty one-sided game unless he can't handle this Ash for some reason. The Warwick is a little bit annoying, but yeah, there goes the Ash.
Damage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. 20
Yep. 4 HP remains for KCI.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Actually, going back to that point, I actually think that might have been the correct play for Aegon to Nico and Kane to make it that much harder to find, because KCI does randomly now. I mean, it's so many worlds of what if, but KCI does not hit the Kane too. Which if he's going to win the fight somehow, it might be off the back of that Kane.
I mean, you got nothing else, right? Like, look at this. It's literally. Oh, I guess he has the Zillion 1, so he's holding it.
Okay, true.
Okay, yeah.
So there's still, he just ended up maintaining 6 cultists. So this board is so strong. This Kane is just going to be untouchable. This Ash does not have enough to cut through it.
We'll see if the Kane 2 on KCI's side helps, but it definitely does not have as good of items as the Kane for Aegon. Let's see. That was a good Yone ult.
Where's the Ash?
You know what?
In the middle of the board. Ash just had GA popped, and she's chilling. She got the healing. She rolled healing on high.
Ash. Doesn't matter. I don't think.
Enough. Yeah, Aegon's board is just too strong, and Aegon looks like it's confirmed. Aegon's going to be our game number 1 winner here.
Nikos, who needs it? Not Aegon, as he wins game number 1. That's just I'm telling you, man, that is just a swag play right there to just win a game with a Nikos on your bench. That's a statement win for Aegon in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him high roll the early game. We caught a little bit of that win streak when he was aggressively. He leveled aggressively to 7 on the 3-5 right after the carousel. We saw him roll a little bit on 4-1 to hit the Jinx 2, and then he just kind of rode that a little bit. It allowed him to get up to 9 with really good health. So we did see him bleed through stage 5. I think a lot of times when you see somebody win streaking early, if they start bleeding on stage 5, it usually means that they're hoarding gold to go up to 9, which is it costs an arm and a leg to go 9 right now. So it makes sense that he would lose a lot of health there.
Right. Looking at some of these other results, it's really interesting to me to see Asian gamers continue to play this Zed comp. And, even if he doesn't top 4, he makes it look competitive pretty much every game. I wonder, I feel like it's not going to be enough to get him to like day 2, though. I feel like he's got to make some sort of change, or he has to just like high roll a lot of his games too.
Yeah, I'm not so sure because I mean it was a rough round there where 3 people eliminated at once. Like Asian Gamer, if he'd lasted one more round, could have gotten like a top 3 with it, and that's kind of the
Maybe.
I think usually where we see Asian Gamer, lose a bunch early, and then power spike, and then barely get into that kind of top 4, top 3, maybe even second place sort of margin there.
Right. Let's take a look at the winning composition. Check out what Aegon had as we were looking at it. We noticed it had 6 cultists. He decided to stick with that. But it really was a win on the back of all of these 2-star 5-cost chosens. The only one that he didn't 2-star out of the 5-cost was the Zillion, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
And it was strong. I mean, look at those Kane items. Anytime you can get a defensive item and a hex tech on Kane, you're in really good shape. Yeah. Let's take a look at the scores after one game done between our 2 lobbies. Again, we moved from 24 players yesterday to 16 today. These are the scores so far. We can see Aegon and Kien, number 10 points for them. Kien looks like he was the winner in Lobby B. New Bowel or No Bowl, possibly. Second place in the other one as well. Soju Socks as at third. But point breakdowns, a lot of notable players on that list because all of our notable players are pretty much here.
Perhaps a better day for Soju today. He barely made the cut yesterday as well. I didn't see him streaming before this, so perhaps he realized 15 games before the tournament started. Maybe not the best optimal strategy for his mental well-being. So I'm glad to see a little reset today. Hopefully, we get a stronger showing from him.
He did stream a little bit beforehand. I've actually have his stream for the monitor. He's been going for 7 hours now. So did not quite as long as yesterday, but still a long day for him. But it's really good start for the third as opposed to a fast 8th to start things off with Soju, and he did still make it, albeit barely yesterday. But he's still like a really good player. Just needs to the tournament. Soju needs to flip flop and kind of pop off instead of go 8th like it usually does do. But no, a good start for him right now.
Yeah, I think the big shocker for our first game was seeing Cottontail end in 8th after the insane day yesterday, where I don't think he had a result below 4th in his 6 games yesterday. So to go 8th right away, I mean, there's 6 games. You've got a lot of time to come back, but you definitely don't want to take any 8s.
Yeah, just definitely a rough start. So it's all about keeping that mental going. For him, it's got to be like, okay, this was just rough game. I got 5 games left. So it's all about how you're able to reset going into the second game here.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say Setsuko as well. One of the top 3-point earners from yesterday did get 7th in the last game. So multiple players who came out on top yesterday not doing well to start off things today.
Yeah, maybe tilt Setsuko off the face of the earth. I had a game with him before.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. You were talking about this before the broadcast started, where you were talking about dominating Setsuko in one of your games. So if he loses today, it's because of you. But here we go in Lobby B this time around, and that's going to be Setsuko himself, Boomerang Zapper, Kiting Is Hard, Kien, Noob Owl, Spencer, Bertosaurus, and Soju. Going to start things off with Kien as we see how Game 2 shakes out.
Yeah, Kien starting off really strong with that first place there. Kien, a very first or 8th gamer. And gets the higher end of that spectrum there. Starting things off with a glove as well. Pretty solid. We talked a bit about last game, about the different approach people would take for glove. Like, say, we saw someone slam a last whisper instead of, maybe a socks would go something like a thieves gloves or something. But we know Kien is going to be a player that greeds a lot of items, so maybe we'll even see that not slammed at all, depending on what the third item component he gets. If he gets a third item component at all, it could just be all gold as well.
Definitely a greeter. You see this, and him being a big Talon fan. These are 2 good components to have on Talon. Kien's actually, I'm kind of curious if he actually wanted this glove. I didn't get a chance to kind of identify what he was shooting for, but when I think of people that at the beginning of the carousel, I hate going against them for an item, Kien is one of the people that is so good at the carousel. And so I'm kind of curious if, was it intentional or did he actually lose a carousel fight for once?
I feel like a glove is never going to be an item you're super disappointed to have early on. It's just not.
It's solid.
It's like A tier instead of S tier, I feel like right now, as far as carousel items go.
So he might actually sell this TF, just that the glove's not on it.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
There was a consideration to make the TF and then Hand of Justice, but then again, we're talking about Kien, so probably won't do it and we'll tend to greed items instead. But I think other players might have actually made that decision.
He'll get gold here for sure, so I think he's still thinking about it. but I would be surprised. Like we said, he's a very greedy player, and hand adjusted TF just isn't that good. TF just doesn't cast enough in the early game.
Wow, lots of gold.
6 gold there. That's pretty good.
Taking it then.
I mean, you can.
Oh, pre-levels.
You can just. I mean, you don't even need to finish anything too. You can just like sit on that TF and just have the glove be quote unquote trapped there for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Hodge is really good, and it's pretty good on a lot of the comps I see him like to play. So we'll see if he ends up slamming it. I feel like he would slam it if he felt like he could win streak, but looking at his board, it's very difficult to force anything in that is strong at the moment.
Well, speaking of champions that can use Hand of Justice pretty well, you've got a Katarina in there who can do pretty well with it. But again, like without a Katarina 2 or a defensive item, it's such a like hit and miss whether or not she actually ends up casting.
Yeah, so we saw Hover. He's thinking about it. He's still thinking about it.
I wonder. Okay, actually does it. This is surprising, honestly, from Kien to commit to that Hand of Justice. It won't even make the difference. Maybe he'll kill the Yasuo, save 2 HP. Okay, yeah, it does do it.
It made the difference. It saved 2 health. 3 health?
Yeah.
Not just 2 health. But, it's an interesting play for sure. He's holding the cat because he has Tom Kench as well for the potential fortune. Like, you can get fortune in it at 2-1, 2-2. It is so good. He's somebody that I actually watched. I think he lost like 300 LP playing fortune on one day. So I know he's willing to do it. Whether he's willing to do it in tournament or not is a curious question.
There's a Pike. I mean, he could go for the Pike spike like you love and pair that with the Katarina. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Buzz, it has the 3 cultists right now because of the TF already on board, has 2 assassin as well. There's no front line, so Kien actually okay, puts the Tom Catch down. The front line doesn't play the Katarina after all. And this might be a bit better of a board. No front line means that TF would just get targeted too fast and not get enough value there. Kien passes up on the Fiora Chosen. He did actually pre-level on 1-4 to perhaps get a 2-cost Chosen on 2-1. Didn't end up finding one, but you're guaranteed to see a Chosen by 2-2. It's just not one that he was looking for.
Yeah. I'm looking at this, and like right before this round, you saw him kind of spaz out with moving his units. Like that's always an interesting. When I ever watch him play, he's very fast with how he moves his units. I know it's all deliberate, but it's funny just watching him kind of zip zap zoom around with his all these units here.
Yeah,
I agree with not picking up this Fiora. I feel like it's just not the items. It's just not the board that you can make use of that. Warlord Garen though, he's got the Katarina.
Yeah, this is definitely playable.
Yeah, intriguing.
He has a win as well. So I mean, the thing here is, I think he wants to pre-level, and if he picks up this Garen, he's not going to be able to pre-level.
Right.
Can if he sells everything on the right side of the bench there.
Maybe you sell the TF in this case too.
Yeah, he's taking it. I mean, it's definitely playable.
Okay, sells the Katarina actually there.
That was kind of surprising. I thought he would play the cat for the Warlord hit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad he swapped the Callista back in because I was like, is he really not going to go with either Warlord or Cultist here? You got to have one, and he's going to do it.
That is
the Garen Chosen just really good early. I think most of us end up liking it. It's just a very strong frontline unit.
Yeah,
you definitely pick it up if you have backline damage already.
I think Kien was probably considering not picking it up and pre-leveling to say get a chance at rolling an early 3-cost Chosen. I think that's kind of a Kien-esque play, but he's not going to be greeting that hard. So maybe there is a bit of a difference from the approach of tournament Kien to solo Kien, ladder Kien, as he will kind of just try a bunch of things like, lose 300 LP, go fortune, and things of the like there.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences for why he chose not to do it there is so you're guaranteed 3 Chosens per stage, and we've already seen 2 in the Fiora before that, and now the Garen, which means if he pre-levels, he's really only guaranteed 1 more shot at getting a 3-cost Chosen. And I think that odd was just a little too low for him to take.
Sure. That's reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still in a strong position. At the end of the day, 96 HP going into 2-4.
He's so fast.
Yeah, the carousel.
He barely got that. That's a Silas by like my pixel. I feel like I would have definitely accidentally hit that Silas.
Hey,
what really scares me is the players that go like between the champions on the carousel to go.
Oh yeah,
like,
sure. I'm
not brave enough to do that.
Yeah, I've never even tried it. It's just way too much. That's crazy to see when I see people do that.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you say that because I'm like, I bet better players do that, but I'm too afraid. But and you're actually like way up there on the ladder, and you still don't do it. That makes me feel better.
I think I have one of the best APM like on the ladder. Like when I watch people play, like I think my mechanics are higher than most other even high level players, and I'm still not willing to try that. Like I don't know if it's actually a difficulty thing so much as it is like a mental, like you just gotta have the guts to do it kind of thing. And I just do not have the guts to do that.
I feel that. I literally think that if you were to commit to like learning that, it would just be like, make a Smurf account, go normals, and just practice going in and out of units on carousel, like, and then you'll doing like that for maybe an hour, and you'll probably be confident in it. But no, I myself don't really do it either. But some people are able to do it with such consistency, like every single time, and they don't mess it up. So very impressive.
My background in StarCraft, maybe I've got a better chance of being able to than most people, but I don't have the bravery. That's the thing. I lack the confidence.
It feels like wave dashing in Super Smash Brothers Melee, where you kind of wave dash back and forth. And it's like, yeah, that looks real cool, but I'm not gonna be able to fit that into my own gameplay. It's just a little.
You're like, I guess my controller must be broken because I can't do it. Clearly, just my GameCube controller is just too old. I guess it's not me.
The RFC slam really. I actually hate slamming RFC. It's definitely great on Vayne, but the not RFC, Rage Blade. Sorry. The Rage Blade is an item that I don't feel like transitions super well into endgame. There just aren't that many units that I like having it on, and it feels almost like Ashe is one of the few that runs it pretty well. And it feels like the rest of the carries in endgame just really don't like Rage Blade. So it's just always awkward for me to see that one.
It's a zillion item, that's why.
It could be, I suppose, but no, I definitely agree there. I think that Rage Blade, I'm always unwilling to slam it in the early game. It seems like way too inflexible if you're thinking about slamming early flexible items. Setsuko does preserve the 5 win streak here, but Boomer and Zapper on the other side of the board had the chosen Pike with Ludens, but on the bench, so wanting to make sure that they full lose streak going into Krugs. And I think that's actually an intelligent play if you're scouting out the boards and you think that you could actually accidentally win with that Pike in being too strong.
And so I'm kind of curious how long his loss streak has been. So like if you can get Fortune in at 2-1 and you can lose streak the whole stage 2, you're sitting at 70 health at worst, and you lose the next 3 fights as well. It's an 8-loss Fortune streak going into 3-5. And you can just that's where people spike. You get 2 turns to really win, and if you don't win either of those turns, your game's probably screwed. But if you can win and pop an 8+ Fortune streak right around there, I've seen people pivot into first really easily from that angle. It's just so strong if you're able to pop it there.
My favorite pivot. Ooh, pivot first, man. Wow, finds a couple kindreds. All right.
Yeah, and it's also 30 there. Okay, a little bit of hesitation there, but still the pair of Kindred I think is really strong right now. Kindred is maybe one of the units that I wouldn't hate having an early Rage Blade on.
Oh, actually, okay.
Kindred there. Move the items.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, you lose Dusk, but you gain a Kindred too with all those items, which I think is going to be better.
Is he not leveling? Why did he this?
Has to level here.
Right? Why do you level to 6?
You level and you just put the cannon back in. You just have 3 keeper, and you swap the Kindred in, right? Oh, okay. Kindred, no items? All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fun. I think this board is still strong. I think, though, I would have definitely considered selling that Vayne, but going up against Spencer here, was trying to go for some Moonlight stuff, it looks like, is not going to be strong enough to beat Setsuko's Calm.
I think that was actually interesting. I was thinking about why he did that, and I think the reason he did that was to bait the other 100 health person into not going to 6. So you look at Soju, and Soju's scouting around and saying, well, maybe I don't need to go to 6 because this guy's in 6. So I think it was... Yeah, so you see Soju calling him out for being a sweat. So it's the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Is faking it out and saying, oh, I'm not going to go to level 6, so you don't go to level 6. They're trying to avoid each other. So the really smart play from him right there.
100% correct, actually. It's kind of a habit that I've personally fallen out of doing, but that is really, really good to do when you sweat, because even if you're not scouting, you'll look at the right side and see, oh, that person leveled up to 6, but you're not giving the information, denying it until the last second is a huge play there, and I think is good to bring out in tournament especially.
Definitely very sweaty play from him, though.
Yeah. I like it. This is where you need to. I mean, this is, we're playing for...
if you don't sweat here, when do you sweat,
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, like when I've been playing lately, I got like Minesweeper open on my second screen, so it's good to give some focus on this.
I mean, I'm not as appalled by you having something on your other monitor as it being Minesweeper specifically. Who does that?
I don't
Like,
know. I don't know. I just got randomly caught on Minesweeper. I've been playing it so much lately.
At least like bring up like the Windows XP pinball thing or something, you know?
Oh my! I remember
Get with the
that.
times, man.
Right?
Get with the 20 years ago instead of 25 years ago.
Is that a little dated for me for sure?
The tech is there, kid. You can make the swap.
We have the technology. Finding the Sejuani is really nice, actually. It's just such a
Such is
upgrade
great.
from what he had in there before. Yeah.
I mean, with the keeper. So the thing with the Szechuan is Szechuan's not that tanky, so it ends up dying before it ults. But when you have keeper in, that'll give it an extra, I believe, at level 1, about 500 health. And that 500 health is usually enough to let the Sedge cast once. And the difference between Sedge 1 and Sedge 2 casting isn't a super big deal. It's just you get, as long as you get the cast off, it always feels good to have the Sedge in there. So this is, I mean, Setsuko is really, really strong right now. You already saw Soju lost as well. So he's the only 100 health player left in the lobby. So definitely going to try and maintain this win streak. It's a feel very good start for him after the rough last game he had.
If Nidalee, actually puts the cloak on the Vayne, so Vayne didn't die to Nidalee's spear.
Sweating. Oh, and it works out.
Full sweat.
Yeah.
Like this is actually like what separates. You were talking about it a bit like before the cast. What separates like good from great players, and it's things like that that separate the good from the great players. Because we talk about preserving win streaks last game and making a huge deal. It's the same thing here. Setsuko maintaining 100 HP, maintaining that win streak gold is just going to propel him so far ahead into this late game.
Yeah, that's the kind of play. If somebody does that on me on ladder, I definitely question mark ping it. It's like, this is solo queue. Like we're trying to just chill here.
There's no chill here for Setsuko right now.
No. I respect that, though. I respect that. Ooh, wins the race over to the tier even. He's going to have the chalice now.
I don't think he'll slam the chalice on the main, but maybe.
I've seen people do that, actually. I think. It's not great.
I mean, it's not good on the Vayne, but he can always move it.
Yeah, it's good for Kindred, so maybe.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
I mean, he could be looking for like a, I don't know, like a blue buff or something like that too.
If you want to preserve the win streak, I think you actually do it. Setsuko is making the decision to do so now. Could actually level up right now to put the kid in just for some extra keeper's shields. Nothing else I don't think is too good to place in, but I'd definitely consider leveling if I was Setsuko.
I was worried when you said that, Kien. I was like, oh man, did I misread that like a lot? But okay, I feel validated now. I'm just wondering when you sell the Vayne, because like the damage that the Vayne is doing is starting to drop off pretty hard, I think.
Yeah.
I'm curious at this point too. It's a really interesting question because the econ's a little awkward. I think if he keeps winning, he might just sit with it through stage 4 until 4-5.
Yeah, looks like this might be a loss.
Go big here, but if he loses this fight here, I think you might see him sell the Vayne.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a chosen kindred, right?
You rolled healing on the Hand of Justice, but it wasn't even enough to kill the Elise 2. So yeah, I think now you make the swap.
Way too strong in this point of the game.
Yeah, I don't even think leveling would have made the difference there. Unless the cannon got like a really good ulti off, then
the chosen kindred is so powerful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here you might sell the Vayne here because you lost your lost streak, and you can move the items over to kindred and play Vayne Warwick with this and just get rid of the Vayne here.
Right, I like that. Picking up another brawler as well for the possible synergy.
Yeah, could be a pivot here.
Yeah, it just seems like this Vayne is not going to do a lot anymore.
You might keep it just for the last round, though, because it's still chosen. So
one more round before neutrals. So,
but I would expect the Vayne to be sold off on the Wolves at this point.
Definitely.
Whoa, look at all these items from a...
He just popped the Fortune. We saw him playing Fortune.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay, yeah.
There's 4 swords, 2 bows, and... Like what? Holy moly!
You like swords?
Yeah, that's man. What do you play with that? I guess because you can play multiple things.
So you get one of the best builds for Warwick right now, and it's a comp that not many people play. It's a divine comp, so it's very similar to the Warwick, but you play Warwick with Deathblade, Runons, and QSS, and he's also got an extra divine spat right there. So that's the angle I would be looking towards if I were him.
True. I think
reasonable.
People probably don't like gravitate towards that, but I think you're definitely 100% correct there. I think that is a really, really, really good option to consider. Like you get all those items from a fortune cash out. It's always like you gotta take a second to be like, okay, what is the best course of action now with all these items? And
definitely brain overload. Like I'm definitely in a situation where I've made the wrong pivots because it's just too much to think about. But we definitely saw the Vayne sell here. I think this was the right play. It's something we suggested would happen. So,
Wow.
Look at these potential
Okay.
Kien items later on. There's blue buff. There's Hodge.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
Do you
So
have
this
the items to really support this though? I mean, it's just so good anyway. But
it's so good. I think you.
yeah.
Still rolling though here. Do you need to roll more here though?
I think you can roll on to about 20. I think what Setsuko's looking for is probably an Ashe. I don't think I would have rolled because I have Kindred and 2 Warwick already. But the rest of the board are upgraded, so maybe
I feel like being at 89 HP, you're such a comfortable spot with that chosen Warwick that you can kind of just sit and go 8 eventually. And then be able to like find things like a Kien, roll down with a healthy amount of gold at 8, maybe on 5-1 or something, and still be at comfortable HP too.
Right.
I think it's okay to roll a little bit, but I think maybe a little overroll there. But like I said, it's not an awful play either way.
Yeah.
So they're still in a solid spot for sure.
For sure. Wins this round probably as well. Yeah, it takes out this Kindred.
I mean, he's got 2 pretty strong carries between the Warwick probably being able to take out 1 or 2 people, and then the Kindred cleaning up.
For sure.
Yeah.
So do you maybe just like try to ride this to 9 and then sell the Warwick and go for like a 5-cost chosen possibly?
Yeah, you just
too
I don't know if
ambitious.
this is good enough to go 9. Yeah. Wow. So still rolling. Not sure what they're.
That's a good pickup though. Gives Dusk. You could take out the driving for the Riven.
Yeah,
it's okay to like. Like this is a very Sax-esque play, like where I've seen him continue to roll a little bit here. But I'm a much more greedy player in terms of how I manage my econ. I don't mind losing health for it, but I think this is a solid play to kind of upgrade the board. You look at the board, and there's only 3 upgraded units. You got a few pairs sitting on your bench as well, so certainly not the worst play to make here.
Ooh, Diana 4 actually is there for Spencer right now. So one of our initial Moonlight players. I think we saw like 1 yesterday, maybe 2, but people are more willing to go it now.
Yeah, not a lot. It can be a really strong build, but it seems like the rest of the board is just getting eliminated way too fast.
Yeah, I mean, it just got caught in Warwick while Warwick had Divine proc, and once that happens, the Diana, like a lot of the tankiness comes from that Titan's Resolve being built up, but Warwick has true damage once Divine proc, so definitely a bad matchup for the Diana. But I think Spencer's still in a good spot. He hit it with enough time left, even at 27 health, where I think he can still stabilize. I think that comp is that strong in terms of turning it around.
Yeah, I got a good threat item for that Diana though. I think it was Titans and then Gunblade that was on it. So QSS, I think probably the one most people are going to go for there.
I like IE as the last item. I think usually the QSS is a little overkill on the Diana, but the IE lets her get a lot of one shots that I feel like are pretty important. Like I think the IE lets her win the fight against the Warwick.
Yeah,
so, be interesting.
Yeah, depends on the lobby, really.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna come down to whatever he gets, though, more than
that too. Yeah, sometimes you don't have much of a choice at this stage in the game. You just kind of have to build what you get.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, that work was stunned until he popped out of Divine, but he's in the alt.
Stealing.
Get the fear off
shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good dog.
Yeah.
So give a little couple treats for a little doggy later.
I still miss Glacial Warwick.
Glacial is fun.
That was a fun comp. I like Glacial a lot. That was a while ago. Seems like we're gonna move to another board. We'll check out what Spencer has been up to. He's down in 8th right now, using that Moonlight comp, but he needs to pull some rounds out somehow to get back in it.
Yeah, Spencer just took the glove out of 1 cost, so he's gonna build either Hodge or the Jeweled Gauntlet are gonna be fine. Personally, I would slam Jeweled Gauntlet, but we'll see what Spencer decides to do.
Yeah, Spencer's lost every single round in stage 4. It's down to 19 HP. Could actually, if both these losses are by a lot of units, could actually drop in stage 4 here, but does slam the Hodge, try to preserve some more HP here.
Interesting.
4 assassin
right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, rolling the talent, and I mean, if you look at the situation he's in, this is, I would say, theoretically the strongest board he can build out of what he's got. Yeah. It's a rough situation, though.
3 Cultist is an okay mid-game for this composition here. It just depends on where the Diana is going to jump. She needs to jump in good spaces. Spencer is scouting out there, so hopefully he's going to end up good.
A lot of people play these assassin comps. They always slam them on the sides. Like I love having Diana more in the middle, because a lot of people will protect their sides, but they don't protect their middles. It's a very like Talon similar thing. Is so if you're playing Talon comps, you're playing Diana comps. It's something to consider. This is a lot of the high elo players, and I've watched Kien do this as well. Will just drop the assassin more in the middle, just an easier spot to get in. and actually
Yeah.
damage.
From what I've noticed, it's not like direct middle, but it's like middle, like slightly to the left or slightly to the right, kind of middle-ish, but still
Yep.
in that kind of middle slot
That
area.
third slot over one way or the other is the one I usually like to slam
Yeah,
it.
yeah, agree.
Or one above the Elise. Like there's a lot of middle slots, so it's never directly where Elise is, but either the 2 slots above her or right on the sides. But like I don't think the middle is bad either. Definitely that middle area is where you should be looking to slam your assassin.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong stuff that's not in the corners that gets a little bit unprotected. And even though you're not killing their carry, you're killing something that's vital in either, buffing their carry or keeping it alive somehow.
Yeah,
And that can
especially
lead to wins too.
yeah, with Talon too, you do it so you can get the reset a lot easier.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he on the left here, he would have jumped and hit the Cassio, the cannon, but like this, it's much easier to cut through that weak mid line right there, and he just kills everything.
Yep.
This Camps is like super strong right now. The Anna's 3 item, it's online.
Yeah, couldn't greed out for the IE. Had to slam the Hodge, but it's still gonna work out. It's gonna have maybe like a slightly worse cap though once we reach the end game. But I mean, you kind of have to do something when you're 19 HP on 4-5, and I mean now we're on 4-6 and into Raptors though. So the correct play it seems.
It's definitely stronger than IE. He rolls damage. The problem with the Hodge is healing is kind of redundant.
Useless, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but like you said, desperate times calls for desperate measures. We talk about this being the mid game, but it's really the late game for Spencer at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just hit damage. So he kind of ended up managed to stabilize quite well. I think you see, like I might have even rolled all the way down with this level of health. So it's interesting to see Spencer feel like, hey, actually I'm strong enough even with 19 health. I'm gonna be fine. I think that's something that's really important and a good skill to be able to use. It's like, hey, you can't let your health always dictate whether you need to roll or not. Like you need to look at your board and say, hey, I'm strong enough. I don't need to roll right now.
Yeah.
What do you think about Locket here on the Elise?
It'll definitely a Locket slam. You slam it on the Lissandra.
It'll
be. Okay.
Yeah, more shielding there.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm always paranoid about putting any items on Moonlights that aren't my carry. Like I know it wouldn't make a difference here, but my brain is just like, no, don't put it on there.
It's definitely happened before to me. I watched happened to plenty of streamers as well. Especially during the Aphelios meta. I think I had one of those games, and I was like, no,
wrong one.
It's like you do it, and you immediately realize, like, oh no, what have I done?
But it's like I'm buffing my Silas now.
Yeah, if you do it once, you learn the lesson forever. So you probably won't do that one twice unless you have a huge brain fart there. But I mean, we know what direction Spencer's kind of going here. I am kind of curious to check in with maybe like Soju, because Soju has had a good start to the day, and it seems like he's in a pretty good spot here as well. 61 HP, kind of comfortable middle of the pack there. Kind of curious how he's doing.
I wouldn't mind checking out Soju's board for a little while.
Spencer's got a strong board for sure. It's one of these. I don't think it's the ideal Diana comp. I like playing it with Adept and Flex. Adept and Mystics kind of good aim, but this is kind of just what he ended up rolling. I think committing to this is fine. At this point, he's level 8, just kind of chilling. And hoping for some good matchup RNG.
Ooh, okay. So opts for the Dazzler via Ezreal rather than the Dazzler via Lux. And for Assassins, if the cast goes off, that could be really good.
Yeah, he wants this TF out of there too. He needs a different Mystic. Like ideally, he finds Zillion, and that goes in for Twisted Fate there.
Boomer and Zapper just hit a Zillion 2 already, so there's a 3 out of the pool anyway.
Yeah, and there's another one from Noob on the other side here, so already 4 out of the pool.
Yeah, you're right.
At least.
It's gonna be so hard to get that Ezreal cast off.
Yeah, he does it. Gets buffs with Diana there at least, and we see the attack speed go off in the Diana there. And Diana, her auto attacks are actually like a huge reason why she's able to cut through a lot of stuff. So it's actually really, really good,
especially before Assassin in. I mean, you just see how strong this Diana 4 is, right? It's just, that's I was saying earlier, like, hey, he's got very low health, but camp's online. As long as the camp's online, he manages econ well. He's level 8. I think he's going to be a big threat to win a lot of fights here. I was like, definitely wouldn't surprise me to see him sneak all the way into top 4.
Well, Kien's the one in trouble now.
Yeah.
As we 4 Dazzler. Okay. Interesting.
If the lobby is majority AG comps,
I don't think he's gonna stick with it. There's too much cultist and whatnot in the lobby. The 4 Dazzler was not gonna be worth.
Yeah,
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, if the lobby was looking a bit different, maybe it would have been good, but in this situation specifically, it's perhaps just not quite good enough. Britosaurus there on the other side does have double Hodge Talon. Not the best items, but the items that Morgana are still good. Morgana gets taken out pretty quickly by the Diana, and Diana's just going to clean up everything here.
Diana wins this matchup super hard. You need a Giant Slayer on Talon if you're hoping to win this matchup, and double Hodge is obviously not it.
Not that. Diana
So
10k damage, basically nothing else to damage, but you don't need to. Diana's just a 1v9.
Yeah, I mean Diana's really, really difficult to play into. There's a ways to deal with it once you start getting towards the end of the lobby. Like Lee Sin can kick it off the map. A good Ashe with the Last Whisper can end up beating it, but the rest of your options are a little limited. Set can also beat it. Like hard CC basically is what you need against that.
Yeah.
Some
On
good
board
Azir.
with Soju now as we see what he's gonna go for. Kind of in the middle of the pack. Finds a Last Whisper. Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably for the Jhin there. The Jhin actually has a
Yeah.
duelist spot, which is, I mean, a little awkward. It's not the best itemization there, but it's going to give a little bit of benefit there. The 6 cultists with the Kindred chose, or the Callista chosen, excuse me.
You do need the Last Whisper, like as I mentioned, into the Diana though. So this will help. Like seeing Diana's just so tanky.
Right. Ooh, level 9. He's going aggressive with that. What's he gonna find though?
Level 9. Wow.
Is
Yeah,
he
9
5/5?
For the 9 cultists as well.
Yep.
He's holding a lot of them on his bench right here.
Azir 2 is good for sure.
Which is he? Okay. Oh, he has everything besides the Zillion on the bench.
Yeah, it's a Zillion.
Yeah. Has the Evelyn and the TF. Just the Zillion now. But are so many Zillions we talked about already out of the pool?
Yeah.
Soju goes 9. He has 0 gold right now, so needs to econ it back up a bit. But even when he uses the time to econ back up, perhaps more Zillions will be taken at that point too.
Yeah,
well, there's a Nubal. If you can do some damage to him, maybe that's a 1 Zillion freed out in the near future. Meanwhile, it was a Britosaurus that had the Zillion 2.
Yeah.
He was pretty low as well.
Yeah, Soju winning this matchup. It's not going to be enough to kill, though. Nubal on 1 more life.
I think Soju's still fine. You know, his board is still strong even without the 9 cultists, but he also has the win condition now. If he hits 9 cultists, the 9th unit in 9 cultists is usually Azir, and he already has 2 Azir. He has the duelist spat, so it helps the Callista in that situation as well. So it's a pretty strong board. I'm feeling quite good if I am Soju.
Yeah.
Like 39 HP is still a pretty safe amount of HP right now, and you're not really looking at lose streaking at all. You're going to be winning some rounds, as we just saw.
I think Soju played this really intelligently, actually. Being able to go to level 9 with a little bit of gold to still roll with on 5/5 and still be at 39 HP is pretty good. It just goes to show how powerful the cultist openers are if you're able to leverage that mid game well enough too.
It's very quick. I mean, compared to Setsuko, who we were talking about earlier, where I was saying, hey, you know, this is a board maybe you can just greed a bit more, and Setsuko is still level 8, so it's definitely a difference in play styles, and you're seeing who's willing to just try and hit the fast 9 and who's deciding they want to roll a little bit earlier.
He's got plenty of shots available on that Diana. Can he handle it with Last Whisper here? It's going to be no. No chance.
We see the power.
You need the Galio 9 to come in. I don't know if Cultist beats this comp, though. This Diana comp is so strong. You see Spencer sitting there with 30 gold even, so
I think it can with the 9 Galio, and if Azir is able to live to provide a little bit of CC and then come in with a Jhin 4 shot at that point, then it can, but need a lot of that specific stuff to happen.
Yeah,
at least it's not a big loss, Yeah,
he's still feeling fine, but you're at the point where in this stage, because it's so damaging, 30 health is like 2 fight territory. So 2 bad fights and he's out.
Yeah, Nubal does come win in 8th, so 1 Zillion is freed up in the pool.
That is true. Kien, I can't remember if he had any as well. We know Britosaurus had a few, but he's not looking like he's going to drop anytime soon, or at least, not that much earlier.
Here's where you regret slamming the duelist spat on the Jhin when you have the IE off of this, because there's nothing else in this cons can be able to run it particularly well.
He must have had like kind of a rough early game to do something like that, because it's not, unless there's some sort of like tech I don't know about, it's not a commonly used spatula item on Jhin in my experience.
Just leftover items after the Raptors. I don't think his early game was bad. Like, because he went 9 so quickly, I'm guessing he had the cultist chosen the Callista pretty early. So I'm guessing he had, we got to see him sit at pretty high health throughout most of the mid game. I'm guessing he was able to just go fast 9 because of the 6 cultist, and I'm guessing it was just leftover items.
Yeah,
true. Not the best, but it's not the worst either. The ramping speed, every time Jhin attacks, just builds up more attack damage from him with the way his ability works.
I thought he actually might consider remaking the Jhin. He found another one, but then immediately sold it to keep rolling. So it wasn't going for the remake there. Just puts the IE on the Callista. And not a great use of the item, but it's going to be okay. Not good enough to beat Britosaurus.
Or his team up.
Yeah, Britosaurus is really scary with that Morgana.
Yeah, so like I said, he's 2 fight territory. Just took 18 damage there. One of the things that a lot of people, like, they build it anyway because of the Morello on the Morgana. but it actually cuts through the cultist camp super well. The 10% damage is a ton. Yeah, he just never finds Zilean.
So just a desperation point where he sold the Yone on the board to just try to find the Zilean, but didn't find it. It's like, do you sell the cannon right now and have 2 rolls to try to find 1 Zilean? Not going for that one. So just praise to win this next round.
Yeah, or I don't even know what's trying to win. I think at this point he's kind of doomed to win this fight. I think what he's trying to do is like, hey, maybe keep this in. We can mitigate some damage, and I can get 5th. Maybe is probably his best play here.
Yeah. I mean, it's too bad he didn't at least find like a Riven or something like that, because then he could have gone a 4 keeper and kept the 6 cultist in. But he kind of just gets not much of anything here.
Yeah. Hey, look at that! It's a Galio right there.
There's one of the Galios that he's been looking for.
That's a big Galio.
How does it feel to try to be the 2nd player in the lobby to go 9 cultist? It's probably not so good. He's out.
The 6. It was funny watching him run to the bottom of his board. Give me nostalgia for how you had to run to avoid damage, which is really
you'd like pick up the certain like Freljord board so you could run farther away.
Terrible game mechanic. I'm glad that got removed, but it was definitely fun to do.
Oh yeah, I was sad when they patched it. I was like, yeah, they're right, but I
completely agree with the decision to do it, but I do miss it.
Yeah. I'm like, sure, take away all my mechanical tech. I got so many sneaky force with that.
It's great when it worked out. It felt bad when you lost because of it.
Yeah,
definitely a good overall change there. But Setsuko on the other side there, such a huge Ezreal there. 3 items.
I mean, those are really great items on Ezreal. Almost, I mean, blue buff and Morello is basically best in slot.
Yeah.
And then the 3rd item, Chalice is obviously a great option. Also gets perfect items almost on Ashe. Thieves Gloves there. You definitely love seeing that on the Thieves Gloves.
That Warwick as well. The Rageblade Hodge now is paired with a Deathblade, and Warwick's, slapping as well. So Setsuko still 50 HP in a really good spot, is in a top 4 here, but probably go at least top 2. Definitely at least top 2.
I think Setsuko is the one person that can beat this Diana. You apply the Morello, you have Warwick that can apply true damage. That's the only person that if I'm Spencer, I'm worried about.
Yeah. Spencer was super low early, but yeah, we see a win streak all the way right now, still on 19 HP as we go into the stage 6 carousel.
I mean, if you remember the old Void Sin comps, kind of same concept, right? You can be at 2 health, or Blender, same thing. You can be at 2 health, but as long as you hit.
Very true. Or even like Mech Infiltrator in set 3, you could be down the sub 20 health, and then you just get the Demolitionist Kai'Sa online. You're golden.
Yeah, you just spike, and there it is. Setsuko getting even stronger now with the Azir 2 as well. Azilian 2, Ezreal 2, Azir 2, and Set 2 right now.
Yeah, he's expecting a lot of stuff to deal with Diana. Azir's good into it. Set's great into it. And then holding the Lee Sin on the bench as well will be a good flex in, because you can just cut Aurelia. Yeah. You don't really need the Adept.
Sure. That's that point. Did sell 1 Lee Sin instead of the Ashe, though. Didn't hold on to the Lee Sin pair. So maybe the unwillingness to want to commit to that Lee Sin.
That is actually a little bit surprising, because it seems like he's obviously he's a long way away from an Ashe 3, so why not?
Ashe on the board it's always hard for me to tell with the sizes.
It's an Ashe 2. He's got an Ashe 2.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I actually thought it was an Ashe 1, so maybe
really
more.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
It is hard to tell.
I think you're right, actually, but
I'm really bad at seeing it, so that's the only thing that would make sense to me, though, is if it's somehow an Ashe 1, but.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. Oh, Zillion, he can't help himself anymore, poor guy.
Okay, so here's the 1-on-1.
All right, let's see. It is an Ashe 2. Okay. No, it's Ashe 2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ashe 2.
Okay.
We're
pretty good Ashe rolls. So I mean, at this point, you got to be wondering, how do I fit a Lee Sin in? Because that's the one way to really beat the Diana, is like you just go kick it off.
Right. Yeah, so I am a little bit surprised that he didn't sell the Ashe 1 and keep the second Lee Sin. We're all surprised, but either way, he's made it to the final 2.
I would like to know
and Source dropping out in 3rd and 4th.
This Ashe needs to be flipped, because this Diana can just cut through this front anyway. But as long as Ashe is on the opposite side, I think she can actually kind of deal decently with Diana. But he's gonna rely on his Warwick to do it. Maybe true damage will be enough. Ezreal whiffed though, did not hit the Diana. You really needed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Warwick just can't
do everything.
This Diana is so strong.
It's very strong.
Trying to run. He's got plenty of HP, but it's not looking good.
You basically need Ashe to be alive when Set comes back, because if Ashe is alive right there and hitting Diana through that whole ult, then Diana can actually die.
Yeah.
Oh, Dynamite actually died here?
Wow. Set 2 is back. The
Yeah.
bloodthirster diff.
That's the counter though. So that's one of the best
I mean,
units we're talking about it already into
Yeah.
Diana.
Look, I mean, look at this.
For him
Dual
now.
roll for the set is huge.
Now Diana will die in one set ulti instead of having to go for 2 set
What did
ultis.
Spencer get? Oh, you hate to see that. The Rage Blade at the end. There's nothing you
Yeah.
can stick that on. So this game feels like it should be in Setsuko's bag. Even if he gets bad RNG here, he's got 2-3 fights, probably 3 fights left before he's going to be eliminated.
It's gonna be a while, and I mean, you can get those like fight RNG scenarios where all you need to win is one, but we'll see. Yeah, it does feel good though to find that Jewel Gauntlet for the set. That definitely gives you a lot of confidence.
Definitely. Rolling here for, I mean, maybe could still go for that Lee Sin too. Sells the Warwicks off. Ash 3 is too far away right now.
I actually would have considered selling the Warwick right there.
Maybe.
And roll for a different. Oh, wow. That is bold.
Dude. All right. Well, the Ash, I mean, to be fair,
So,
the Ash was dying really fast. She was not doing a whole lot of damage.
Oh no, he has the set touching the Zillion. Or not the set, the
Yone touching the Zillion. It's okay. Zillion's just gonna ult him.
Ezreal gets healed off pretty big. So getting the morale applied on the Diana here. And Ezreal has the Zillion ult.
Any gas before the zone even procs, that's huge.
Okay, where is set ult?
It's coming. It doesn't even need it. Whoa, okay, GG.
Well played.
All right, then. Setsuko gets the win in game number 2 then.
So the Ashe was really smart. Just getting the useless unit out for some extra CC to deal with Diana. You don't need damage against that combo. You just need to figure out how to kill the Diana. So
yeah. So there it is. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We saw Setsuko come back, win a game in a second one. He had a little bit of a rough result in the first one. After being one of our leaders from day number 1, I believe it was second place in points overall after day 1.
Setsuko third, I believe. It was Cottontail, Sox, then Setsuko.
Oh, okay. I know. He was way up there either way.
Yeah.
So probably happy to do that. We do reset the points between days, but that said, you don't want to follow up a great day 1 with a not so great day 2. So bouncing back a little bit after his first game, we'll be able to take a look at his winning board and a little bit of the other data in just a bit. But looking at the 2 games we've seen so far in day 2, do you feel like we're noticing anything a little bit different? Because sometimes in TFT events like this, you can see the meta itself shift over the course of a weekend. I think the only thing that jumps out to me is maybe we're seeing a little bit less Ahri than we did in day 1. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we saw maybe more success from Ahri, but we saw Sox play like a weird Ahri comp in the last game. So it's one of these things where it's kind of hard to notice trends through 2 games. I would say one thing that's maybe different is I think the level of the lobbies is higher than yesterday on average. So I do feel like when you have a higher level lobby, you get punished more for low roll games. We saw Cottontail go 8th in the game earlier. You get punished a little bit more for time, like miss. If you're not scouting properly, you miss a Zephyr, you miss positioning. The higher level lobby games will punish you a lot harder for tiny things here or there throughout the mid game, especially. And losing an extra 3 health here, 4 health here, 6 health there just adds up by the end of stage like 5 towards stage 6. And that's the difference, sometimes between a 5th, a 2nd, a 7th. Yeah. So the really big or really tiny things can lead to really big differences in the results.
Definitely. I wanted to highlight what you said there, just about like the skill of these players. Like, these players are good in this tournament, right? But what makes great players, and I think Setsuko multiple times with that game demonstrated things to make him a great TFT player, slamming that cloak onto the Vayne early on to win that fight. Just little small things like that make a big difference, preserving HP to the end game, then recognizing to sell the Ashe. And most people wouldn't have done that. Most people wouldn't have sold Ashe. They're like, okay, Ashe is an integral part, integral carrying this composition, but recognizing, how do I beat Diana? I don't need the Ashe damage. I just need CC. And we saw after that sell, the fight was just so much more dominant there. So some really intelligent and high level play coming up from Setsuko there.
Yeah, you look at the first round they played against each other, and Ashe just got immediately blown up, did like 0 damage. And a lot of players would look at that and be like, all right, well, how can I position my Ashe better rather than, oh, I should just sell this because it's going to get wrecked by the Diana either way. But let's take a look at that winning comp from Setsuko here as we check that out. And of course, a big part of it was the set, just set 2, able to get in there and CC the Diana long enough, do those big bursts of damage with the body slam. And set dropped off for a while, but I feel like he's starting to make a little bit of a comeback in a lot of boards.
Oh, definitely. A lot of comeback, and definitely in that scenario versus the Diana, it's huge. You also look at the Auric, and you're like, oh, is that an Ashe? Maybe they just, they put Auric there by mistake, but no, that was
Yeah.
an Auric there in the end, in that corner spot there. And again, going back to the fact that the Ashe was sold, the set was a huge key factor though in this winning the fight.
Yeah, I mean, dog is good, right? The thing with Set that's really interesting right now is if you think about what he does, is he comes off the board in the middle of the fight, and then by the time he resets, one of the things that is really important right now is having hard CC at the end of the fights because units like Talon can 1v9 a lot if you don't have any way to lock them down. Units like Diana can 1v9 a lot if you don't have anything to lock them down. And Kien is another unit that is often like the last one to survive. And Set is very good at coming back into the fight and punishing that last unit. And I think that's one of the reasons he's kind of making a resurgence right now.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, but the Yone positioning in the top right corner is a bit of a whoopsie.
Not ideal.
Yeah. Oh well, we look past those. I mean, everything else was great.
It's a hard flex from Setsuko. Be like, you know what? You're so weak that I don't even need the exile buff. So,
hey, it's just like Aegon finishing the game with a Nikos on his bench in game number 1, where it's like a little bit of a flex. No Yone shield necessary. Not using the Nikos, that's not necessary. Let's take a look at our lobby scores here and check out how all that broke down. Mostly looking at how the other lobby looked, and as you can see, Mismatched Socks able to get the win in lobby number 2. And who got second there? Looks like Aegon did. So really strong day for Aegon so far. First and a second to start things off for him. A first and a third for Socks. So very close behind, but some early front runners already after 2 games.
I kept an eye on the chat here or there throughout the game, and they were saying that in the other lobby, Socks won with a Warwick 3, and Aegon had a Morgana 3. So we had a matchup of Titans there. So we did see Warwick win both lobbies. So good dog comps. Warwick is back, perhaps.
I think it just never ended. It's not War Week. It's War World now.
War World. I love it.
It's a world of Warwick.
For sure. We saw some of those divine buffs recently. Again, going back up to that 50% true damage and damage reduction. So there's more incentive to run those divine, maybe focused compositions now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe even if it is 2 divine sometimes, just getting that, 3 seconds of damage reduction and extra damage from a Warwick at a key moment in the fight can make a big difference.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're looking forward to another 4 games here. As we know, small sample size, but a little bit to analyze here. But for now, we're going to take a quick break as we get the players reshuffled into 2 new lobbies. But don't go anywhere, guys. The Giant Slayer, TV, TFT, and a regional qualifiers will be back right after this. Do you know when the next TFT event is? I do, because I use Juked. If you're a TFT Esports fan like me, you'll love Juked because they've got everything you need to stay in the know, such as schedules, streams and live scores, pick'ems and leaderboards, and news and original content. Sign up now at juke.gg/TFT and get everything you need to know to follow TFT Esports. Juked, your home for TFT Esports. Welcome back, everybody, to the Giant Slayer TV TFT Fates NA Regional Qualifier. I think I got all that right. I'm Doe. With me are Khroen and Kien. We've seen 2 games already. We have 4 more games to look forward to. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, a shout out to Juke.gg, our amazing sponsor. You can type !GSTV in chat to go to a site that has all the stream links. You can sign up to answer some questions, play some games and things like that, have a chance to win some money over the weekend. And you can also type !scores to see the scores from the lobbies as they get updated throughout the day. Speaking of those, let's check out our scores so far after 2 games. We have none other than Aegon himself in number 1, but Sox close behind at 17 points. And we were talking about this a little bit over like during the break between the matches that Sox so far in this tournament, he went 4th, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 3rd yesterday, and now today 3rd, 1st. So putting on an insane performance already.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good. Kind of came out of nowhere. I'm not sure anybody expected
total unknown in the TFT community. Yeah,
of course, Sox is really just dominating right now. This was somebody we all called out as, hey, definitely keep an eye out on mismatched Sox coming into this tournament. You know, getting 8 straight top 4s. If I did that in solo queue, I would consider taking a screenshot and posting it on Twitter, being like, oh wow, like I'm playing real well right now. Sox does it in tournament play, 8 straight. That's crazy.
Yeah, the only player I think in this whole tournament to top 4 every single game. Talked about Cottontail being the top pointer from yesterday. Cottontail's had a rough game number 1 and game number 2, coming off of a 7th and an 8th, and Cottontail is going to be one of the players that is in our next game. This next lobby is so stacked, actually. I'm just really excited to get into it.
Yeah, so our next lobby, I believe I have it written down. I do. So we're back to lobby A, quote unquote, for this game. It's going to be Aegon, Mismatch Sox, Setsuko, Kien, Bertosaurus, New Bowel, Cottontail, and Yiggles. So yeah, this is, I mean, all the lobbies are going to be stacked, but this is an ultra stacked lobby.
Yeah, it's just with the dynamic of Aegon and Mismatch Sox playing so well today, and coming off of Sox, Cottontail, and Setsuko being the top point earners from yesterday. Cottontail having to play really well to come back from this point deficit that he's sitting at right now. Like, there's everything in this game right now.
I mean, you'd expect Aegon and Sox to just take 1 and 2 in this lobby based on their results already. So we'll see what happens.
Competition is tough, though. I mean, you got a bunch of guys in here that they're just like, hey, it's not just about Aegon and Sox. Like we got X rank 1 Soju, X rank 1 Kiting. There's a lot of players on here who have hit the top of the ladder. Non-Tom former rank 1, so it's a real strong lobby. It's not just those 2, but they're definitely the targets at the moment.
For sure. Well, we're on board with I Like Hobos, who had a pretty strong showing yesterday. Looking at his results from today, let's see. We have got a 6th place game, it looks like, and a 3rd place game. So up and down a little bit, but a lot of games yet to play. So we'll see what he can do. Finds the Brawler Tom Kench. How do you feel about Brawler Tom Kench? I'm always disappointed that it's not Fortune.
The Tom Kench Brawler start is like, okay. I always feel weird picking it up because Brawlers have kind of fallen out of the meta. Sometimes people would go, the 4 Brawler start into, Ash Brawlers earlier on into the set, but it's definitely not as strong. It seems nowadays, but I Like Hobos is going to commit to it. And actually, we're on lobby B. Actually, so all his names is in the upper lobby, but yeah, we're
you're right.
B, right now. So yeah, no, we still have a lot of great players in this lobby as well. Of course, it was in this lobby. It's Non-Tom, I Like Hobos, KCI, Spencer, Asian Gamer, Kiting is Hard, K3 Soju, and Boomer and Zapper in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it might seem like we made a bit of an oopsie, but in reality, we actually looked into the future and saw that this would be the crazy lobby going into it. And of course, both lobbies are going to have super high elo players in it either way. I'm excited to see how a couple of these guys are going to bounce back. You got a lot of people that are fighting to get to the top 8 today. Unlike yesterday, where getting a 5th or a 6th was going to be enough. You do need to average a top 4 throughout the day. So everybody does need to, unfortunately, play like Sox.
Yeah, Kien is like Kien's like Doctor Strange. He can like see all the different timelines, and he told us that this would actually be the better lobby to follow. So if there was like 14 million combinations and there were a couple good ones, and he picked one of them. So we'll see how it works out.
All I'm saying is, if you've never seen Elisa in 3, keep your eyes glued to the monitor because no promises, but
if this actually comes true,
If
You are
this
going to
comes
look
true,
like an
like
oracle.
you actually have to do an investigation to see if this game's like rigged. Like, does Riot
Yeah.
just go to games manually? And do I got Dog on speed dial?
Speed dial. Who speed dials anymore?
Yeah.
Like I've got more on my old telephone from the 90s.
Dang, I didn't even think about that. Speed dial's got to be a pretty outdated reference. Where I feel like there's probably people
Yeah.
in chat who don't actually even know what that means, right?
Is it one of those clear ones that you can see through too?
That's crazy to think about, though. Just how far we've come.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Teamfight tactics in front of us. This didn't exist certainly back then.
Right.
Oh, it's
Back in my day in the 90s, we never imagined all the phones with the touching and yeah.
Yeah,
this whole genre didn't even exist, but like but 2 years ago, maybe like 2.5 years ago or so.
This is an interesting start for Hobos. He's got the Moonlight in. I actually like playing Moonlights even when I don't find the chosen Moonlight because you get the free upgrade on whichever unit you're slamming items on. And then if you can kind of get lucky and 2-star all of them, then you're actually in a pretty solid spot, you know?
Yeah.
Kind
No
of
doubt about that. But do you really want to play the Moonlight? Are you brave enough?
I think it's good for stabilizing health. It kind of reminds me of how people used to flex in like Druid back in set, I believe, was that 2? Set 2, where you would just kind of, hey, you know, I'm not going to end up playing this, but it saves a lot of health by playing it early, especially if I hit all the synergies. So getting the Druid, I think Woodland was the one that actually made the clone. So kind of similar in that sense.
Woodland Druid. You get the what was it? Maokai, Nico.
Yeah.
Some of the other ones. I can't even remember. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, and you get the extra, and Ivern was in there as well. So it's like very, the concept is very similar in terms of getting the extra buff from the synergy there. And right now he's sitting on a couple pairs. I think there's 3 separate pairs now on the Moonlight. He's got 2 Lissandras, 2 Dianas, 2 Aphelioses. Obviously, would prefer the Silas now.
Okay.
All right, what a shop this is.
There's the hits. So
do you want to move the maybe you want to move the Jill Gauntlet off this Lissandra though? Okay, so he's gonna stick with it. I was saying maybe you want to move that into the Diana. What do you guys think?
No, I think
I keep it.
Yeah, the Jill Gauntlet's definitely better on that Lissandra there. I was actually curious. I took a look at I like Hobos' match history from yesterday, and I wondered if the Jill Gauntlet was kind of staple slam because we did see some Ari plays, but I like Hobos did not run Ari at all yesterday, but did run one game of Moonlights and had a Jill Gauntlet blue buff death cap on a Lissandra there, so we might see more of that in this game.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he commits to it without the chosen. You're asking earlier about the chosen Tom Kench. I actually avoid the buy a lot unless I get really specific situations. And this is one of those specific switch situations where I actually like having the Tom Kench out early. The other situations being if I have like a Sunfire early that I can slam onto it.
Yeah.
But, it's a good frontline unit to supplement the composition right now. He's going to be able to go 5 next turn, drop them out Kien, and have 5 or 4 brawlers with the Moonlight backline. Feels like a pretty solid mid-game comp to me.
Yeah, it sucks not to be able to win streak fully though. Did lose that last round, even though it's going to be so strong, and then really even stronger next round with that 4 brawler.
You know what's funny actually is Rageblade Tom Kench because he has like really high base AD, so you just do that.
I've never considered that, but now you got me like, dang, I want to go play Rageblade Tom Kench now. That sounds pretty fun.
I had a game where I did that, and he just he never dies, and so he's suddenly hitting really fast and doing a lot of damage. It's stupid, but it can sometimes work in desperate situations in the early game. Don't ask me how I got a Rageblade with no one to put the Rageblade on. I don't want to talk about that part. But the point was, I put it on Tom Kench, and it was surprisingly effective.
Yeah, no, it sounds fun.
Ooh, looking over at KCI here, Fortune is in. Probably has been in for a couple of rounds right now. Has the Katarina as well.
So I wish there was a way to tell how long the Fortune streak is.
Yeah. We need to for the future at some point.
So if I were him, I would actually prefer to lose. Like basically, the ideal situation right now is to have 1 unit loss, 1 unit loss, 1 unit loss, and just keep chaining these little losses until you're able to like turbo spike and really hit win.
Sure.
But the board's actually strong enough where I feel like he should be able to get some wins. I don't know if he wins this matchup, but it's like the Annie's a really like having chosen Annie. Annie's very good at 1v9ing.
Yeah, with Majin as well, even.
Yeah, he's gonna get the double cast, so that's really the saving grace. She turned and just insta-gived whoever that was. I didn't even see it, but this can beat the Nidalee.
I think
Annie
versus
one more cast. Yeah, okay.
It's kind of feels like a Pacific Rim, get the 2 big units kind of slamming into each other here. But so he's gonna pop. We'll see how long the loss streak has been.
I assume it's 2.
Wait,
Not a
I
total.
wanna know how this was a Pacific Rim reference. We need to investigate this further.
I just saw 2 kind of chunky looking units, kind of.
Okay, so you were saying it was more like that wasn't a reference to like drifting, like 2 people piloting the same mech. It was more a reference to just big bodies.
Yes, just seeing the Galileo drop down and Annie kind of looked menacing right there. It just felt
Okay.
a little, just for whatever reason, my mind went straight to robots slamming in each other. 'Cause I love that movie, so
It's a great movie.
went right there.
That's why I wanted to explore it further. I'm glad we did.
Yeah, so I mean, this Annie like getting 2 items there, quite good on the loss streak. I think with 2 items, that probably means it was a 3 loss streak. I don't think you get it off 2, but I've seen like Thieves Gloves come off 1, so maybe that was a 2 item.
Yeah.
But it was definitely at least 2. That's definitely not a 1 loss streak.
Yeah, at least 2, either 2 or 3 there. But yeah, I think it's kind of high roll getting 2 items there, and they were pretty good components as well. With that glove and the cloak there. I mean, cloak is not going to be seeing use for a little bit, but could still go on some things like a Zephyr or a Chalice later on, which are still really really good items.
Yeah, so he's got a win streak fortune going. So I feel pretty good about the spot. He's got a lot of money. He's got a decent looking board for the mid game. Like 3 mage is always going to be pretty strong here.
That Shen though, it's when you've already got the Aurelia, it is pretty tempting to grab that.
You want it, but you can't afford it. I think he will take it if he gets. Well, of course, he'll take it if he gets a couple gold here. But he might end up selling it again next round. It's just a little too early to hold the Shen.
I think you buy it and then you ping your board and then you ping Asian Gamers board and be like, "Look, I'm taking all already."
I love it. That's the mental game advantage right there. Actually,
gotta get their heads,
It's huge.
Yep. Just in case they're not quite fully connected with their drift, throw the mines out of alignment.
Yeah.
So gold there.
Yeah.
3 items. Look how he's got so many items right now because he got the extra 2.
Yeah.
What is that, 8 items already? That is a lot of items.
After Krugs is huge. Actually,
I mean, you can literally item different. So I think he'll slam the Ionic Spark onto Annie and then build the ZZ Rot onto the Maokai here, and you just hard win streak here with that.
Yeah, you've got some good options. There's a Morello's as well that you can use if you want to go into Enlighten later, because you've already got like a GA and Hodge for Talon, and then you've got the Morello's for Morgana. We'll see what he goes with.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Rageblade Tom Kench. The more I think about it.
Yeah, man.
So he went with Morello's, so maybe not a big Caesar Rat fan. I would have 100% gone the other way to continue the win streak, but looks like he's got ideas for what he wants to do. So going with the Morello lets you, like you said, transition into the Morgana Talon a lot easier than necessarily just playing for win streak right now, which is what I would have done. But so he's got a plan. Looks like he's definitely looking towards go Annie Talon, or not Annie, Talon Morgana here.
I think he knows he's strong enough to win rounds, even if he doesn't win this next round. So he's still going to be able to get like that benefit out of the fortune at least.
Yeah, the 3, the Morgana or the Lysandra 3, there's a little too much at the moment.
Yes, that's right.
Talking about the potential Enlighten pivot later, there's a certain someone in this lobby as well, K3 Soju, who kind of started pioneering the Runan's Hurricane Talon. We saw multiple times yesterday, and now Hurricane is an option for KCI here as well. So potential if there is an IE there maybe later on. I think though I do agree with the Ionic Spark and then the Zezrot. I probably would have preferred to do that as well, but by no means is this bad. There's both viable options there, but not committing the Runans yet, at least saving that for more potential later on.
I would say it feels like the greedier route that he went for.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a higher top 1 possibility. Like if you go through the 14 million scenarios, this would result in more top 1s than what I would have done. But my version would guarantee more top 4s.
Yeah, it's more variance there.
I get the impression that both you and Khroen are more safe players. You're looking for consistent results rather than those first places. Those big meaty first.
Yeah, it kind of depends. Sometimes I think we all have those days. Where we're like, first or 8th, and some of those games. But I think in general, I prefer the more consistent play for top 4 with the recent LP changes where you get 10 for a 4th. Feels like a good go for 4 for me.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's the reason that a certain mismatch songs almost got to 2K LP. There was 1 game off because those LP changes, playing for those consistent top 4s, not wanting to play first or 8th greedy, but kind of started pioneering that very very flexible play style there, and you can just be consistent with that, and it can end up with some good results.
How do you like 6 Fortune? He's 1 Katarina away from being able to do it if he picks up the Sejuani.
Not in ladder play 100%. Let's go. There's no way you can force 6 Fortune from this spot though. Like with 6 Fortune, you need to have probably it needs to be the Fortune Jinx and not the Fortune Ant.
Yeah.
And then Jinx, you
Two
have
good items too.
You need win streak, right? With 6 Fortune, you can't change loss streak with the Fortune in that case.
Right.
You know, it's really hard to pivot into anything that's strong enough to win later.
Very true.
But you know, it's fun. So that's the counter argument to it.
This isn't the time for fun. I agree with you there. This is the time to sweat. And this Annie, I mean, it's nice. Like even when he loses, he's not losing by all that much.
So he's on 3 loss streak right now. He does need to pop. So the question is, like, when is he going to try and make that spike? Because he's not going to be strong enough to win either of the next 2 fights, I think. So it's going to be real.
I like the Zizurot pickup here, where he grabbed the belt, and that's going to be something you can just toss onto the Sejuani or something.
Yeah, I think he just. I mean, looking at this carousel, he doesn't really have many options outside of belt.
That's true. That's true. But it's good anyway, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a good pickup here. Like I said to you guys earlier, I really wish he would have done it. Because now he's in this awkward position where he needs to pop this Fortune, but he doesn't have that many options or avenues with which he's going to be able to do that. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on his health over there, see if he can get that win, because he really needs to try and pop that Fortune before he's able to transition. If he can get any win right now, that'll be huge for him in terms of trying to transition to the Morgana Talon.
Right. On board with Kiting is Hard now, who is currently in 2nd place on a 6-game win streak in his lobby. So doing very well with his board. Yep, 6 cultists again. I feel like this is one of the big things we've seen a lot this weekend, where people are taking 6 cultists farther than a lot of like guides and pro players talking about it. I've heard recently have said you can take it. A lot of people saying 6 cultists, fine, ditch it in the mid game. But I feel like we've seen it taken a lot further in this tournament specifically.
Yeah, I ditch it late game. So the way I've been playing it is, if I get in this situation with what Kiting has, so you have a chosen Pike with a Luden's Echo, you can win streak super hard with this. I go fast 9 every single time I have this situation, and I want to say my average win or placement has been 1st or 2nd with this kind of setup. It's like that strong to me right now, where you just can't get punished in the mid game with the way the current meta is, where people aren't spiking enough at level 7 to punish you, and even if they do, this is still so strong. The cultist is just really, really powerful right now. If you can get a chosen cultist early and hit the 6 cultists in the mid game with good health, you should be looking the fast 8 at the minimum, and then fast 9 if you can high roll a little bit of the other units.
Very true.
Yeah, so KCI is kind of in trouble. So just lost another fight there, and still trying to pop the Fortune. He is on a 4 loss streak right now. He just rolled. The whole lobby needs to be, and unfortunately he rolls Kiting here. Kiting's not going to lose to this board.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So KCI is in this really awkward position now, where he has units on his bench that he wants to pivot into. Right, he has Talon, he has Ash, where he wants to move the items off the Annie, but he's not going to be able to win these fights. So he's going to be at 5 loss Fortune, which you really still want to pop, but he doesn't have, like, how are you going to do it?
Yeah, rolled down at level 7 to try to get stronger. Is at 10 gold right now, but still will not be able to win this round. The question is, do you keep that after Wolves? Because a lot of people are going to continue to spike, and it'll be even harder to pop that Fortune loss streak at that point. Maybe just have to.
I mean, it's what we call Fortune jail, right? When we're playing the games, like, people are like, hey, you still in jail? How long have you been in jail for? He's been in jail for 5 turns. I mean, the payoff gets much higher. At this point, I don't think you can pivot out of it. If you pivot out of it, you're just going to go 6th or 7th at best. The one way you can really make the big leap here is if you can get a good fight, and maybe that comes out. Maybe you can hit a natural Talon 2, a natural Ash 2. Those are the only real ways he's going to be able to pop that.
I guess that's a good point to bring up, actually, because I think if you commit to this Fortune, and if you don't end up popping that streak, you could go 8th. But if you pivot out, you could go 6th or 7th. Looking at KCI's points overall for today, KCI is sitting tied for 4th with like 4 other players right now. But tied for 4th, if you get a 6th or a 7th, you still could, with a couple more consistent placements on the day, still advance for top 8. You don't need to go you don't need to go number 1 of the day. You just need to go top 8 to get to tomorrow. So that might change up how players will be approaching situations like that, though. So it's interesting to see, and we'll see what KCI ends up actually doing.
I think you're really right with that, actually, because he's in a situation where, like you said, if he takes a bad loss this game, not the end of the world, but if he's able to get like a big Fortune payoff and turn it into like a 2nd or 3rd or maybe even a 1st, then suddenly there's a lot less pressure on you for those final 2 games.
Everybody's gonna be keeping an eye on his board to see like if you see that win, you're gonna see a lot of people start question marking it because he said like the streak's right and that's his one way back into the game. So I would love to see Kien keep tabs on that, which I think he will. I think anybody that sees somebody in Fortune jail, like you see KCI lose again, so now he's at 6, like a ticking bomb, right?
Pretty much. You got to go for it. We'll see what happens.
Everybody else in the lobby is kind of hoping the bomb just blows up in KCI's face, and KCI is doing his best to cut the right wires, cut this color here, blue here, and gets the right wires.
Did you see that? He just said an Ash 2, Aurelia 2. I wonder what's going on over there, if he's making some changes or if he's found a way to pop that or if he just gave up on it.
Might have just given up. Might have just naturally rolled a good shot finishing those pairs off, but still is trapped in that Fortune jail. I'll have to check that out later on. But Soj on the other side here has a double Hodge Kien and a Rageblade Runaan's Jhin. It is chosen Jhin as well, though. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, very strong Jhin. Might be strong enough to actually win this round. Yeah, that Galio's not going to survive. That Kane with the double Hodge, like you mentioned.
Yep.
Super good for Soju.
Not a bad loss though. I mean, Soju just hits chosen Jhin. Like those are the units that are going to take fights off of you. When I was talking about, hey, you can probably go fast 8, fast 9 with this, but you don't mind that loss, right? It's a 2-unit loss. You're still at 80 health, and you got 3 fights left in the stage. You're not going to lose by much more than what we just saw right here. So it feels pretty good. Usually, my rule of thumb is if at the end of this stage, I'm still sitting above 70 health, I'm just going to force level 9. If you start getting below that, though, then at that point you probably have to roll a little bit at 8.
Yeah.
Maybe pivot out of that option, but the econ is just so good here that I think you're going to see Kien push fast 9 with this, especially with Nico's help on the side there.
Yeah, I think so.
KCI was in a really long fight with I Like Hobos, and I was like, "Oh, is this the moment?"
But so he lost another one.
It was a long fight though. That was a close one.
Maybe he's getting close, but it's definitely lost fortune
now.
The tape is going to keep climbing, so we'll see if he's able to pop it. I think the real opportunity for him will actually be if Kien rematches him at the end of the stage here.
Yeah, I think Kien is going to go to level 8 after this round, but do one of those scenarios where you go level 8, but you don't really roll, and then eventually can push. Yeah, eventually can push into that level 9. Has a Nico on the bench as well. We'll definitely use it to find one of those 2-starred legendaries, unlike Aegon, who might just continue to greed it on forever. But no, Kien is in a really good spot right now. Even if you do lose this round, which you probably will. Actually, does. Yeah, Galio will.
I think he wins. I think Galio wins this.
Yeah.
Looks like Kini's gonna feel good about this. So he's gonna naturally hit 8 here with 50 gold. Still, it's so strong. I think it's you'd basically be throwing away the first by not going fast 9 with this board.
Well, we're in the carousel now, and we'll see.
KCI lost again. Pick up. That is 8 loss.
He did. I've got KCI open in another monitor, so I'm keeping an eye on it.
So I go back and check it out
him then, right? How this ends, yeah.
Yeah,
KCI Watch 2020. Oh, we're gonna bring it back on the main one. All right, cool.
All right, so I mean, this is all eyes on KCI here. This is exciting. This is what this is why you watch people stream. Is like, hey, it's not my LP that's being thrown out the window by
hit or die. That's right.
So I mean, so he has options here. If he can hit the Sejuani 2, he can hit the Aatrox 2, which he's very close to being able to do.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Here is a big hit.
Yeah.
You can't really fit the Azir, unfortunately, but you do want to hold it. But
yeah.
I think he needs to roll it. I think he needs to hit the Sej 2. If he hits Sej 2, that's the way in. But he's thinking, oh, maybe I'm strong enough. I think it's pretty greedy. Like I think you need to slam the Bloodthirster even.
Yeah, I was gonna say that actually. I think the BT might end up putting KCI over the edge to actually take some rounds here. The Aatrox spike is good. Lux too, a great unit there. There's a Zizrod Aurelia as well. If the Sedge goes off once, it's gonna be great. But go up against Boomer and Zapper,
somebody
who is level 8, Ash 2, 0 gold. Like, isn't right that you can do it with.
Yeah, I don't know how you win this one,
but I don't think he's gonna have enough.
You got to put every single resource you have into winning these rounds at this point, because if you win and if you pop the fortune thing at this point, you're gonna get all the resources and items in the world. So like, spend everything. You know,
he needs to spend. Like the last time I saw this happen, I think I saw Sox pop a similar loss streak, and he ended up getting 3 Force of Natures off of it.
Yeah,
you don't need it all.
That's what I say.
Yeah, Sedge 2 needs to, I think, happen here. At the
he
very
doesn't want to he wants to make the IE, but it's just so greedy.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, you have to keep continue rolling here, I guess, but it's just not going to result into too much. Just the only upgrade there was the Kindred too.
Right.
Yeah.
The stuff he had just wasn't that good. You need to build the Bloodthirster now, right?
I think he needs it. Yeah, so it's against Soju. So this is what he loves seeing is somebody with 50 gold and not that many upgraded units. So it depends, does this Sedge ult go off or not?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big Aatrox ult.
He needs some Bloodthirster here. If he Bloodthirsters here, that Ashe might be enough to live. But
yeah, not looking good though.
Yeah, losing that round is kind of doomed, I think, at this point for KCI.
I think he's just out.
I think he lives through this round, right?
Yeah. He's definitely still alive, but
yeah, okay.
I mean, this is the Fortune. Like, I want him to win because I love watching the Fortune burst, especially when there's no stakes involved for me at all.
Well, that's the best kind. Yeah, of course. Hey, at least he's one of the most hydrated people in our tournament today. Did you see the size of that water bottle?
Oh yeah, it was gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah. He's a healthy person either way.
Yeah, if you're watching right now, have you taken a drink of water in the last 30 minutes? If not, you should take a sip of water. It's very good for you.
Stay hydrated. I got Divine. I mean, it's so rough because like the stuff he has just isn't really what's gonna win a round, just in terms of you don't have any of those big time, really scary carry units, or at least not ones with items anyway.
He needs items on Ashe, and he just doesn't. I mean, there's IE, I guess.
I don't think you're saying IE. No, it's going to be BT Hodge, I think, is the best that you can do with those items right there. Just happen to use that extra cloak for the stone plate on the Sejuani, but still not hitting the Sejuani too. It's going to be rough. Where these items actually go? Ooh, it's okay.
Oh, wow.
Chalice.
Really? IE now? Yeah, and then you gargoyles. Yeah, okay.
I guess
whereas Ashe items, the any items over the Ashe is probably what he's thinking. Oh, there's those.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, that's big. Okay. Sejuani 2 right at the end. All right.
This is as strong as he's gonna get.
Win or die.
Oh, the Ashe sitting right in front of this Cassio.
Oh no.
Kien's
there as well.
No, that's it. He knows.
Yeah, that's it.
GG. I think he would have won that fight too if he had a position on the left side. So just unfortunate that. I mean, it's kind of hard to scout in this situation because you're kind of just donkey rolling and praying. But
yeah, that was like 6 Dusk Kane too. I think so.
Well, unfortunately, he eliminated, stuck in Fortune jail. Feels bad.
It's an 8th. We're going to Spencer, who is currently 7th right now, but not in Fortune jail, and he actually ends up having 4 Mystic, 4 Dusk. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's in jail. He needs a Riven too.
Yeah, I was going to guess it was a Dusk chosen Cassiopeia, but it was actually a Mystic.
4 Mystics is interesting. I think it's actually pretty solid in this lobby. There's quite a few Dusk or Cultist players up at the top.
Right.
So it's always solid into that, even if Jin does a lot of physical damage. But, there's also a Talon. There's a couple Ashes. So maybe the 4 Mystic isn't the best here, but what can you do when you have... So it's very difficult to find a different chosen at this point in the game.
I feel like I saw a stat somewhere where it was like Mystic chosen was one of the highest win rate chosen.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Could be one of those situations though where it's like if you have Mystic chosen, maybe it was just kind of like you're not really aiming for it. Maybe you were just high rolling everything else,
Right, or it's like an already strong board and you're adding like, a Zillion chosen or a Cassiopeia chosen or a Shen chosen, so that might contribute too.
But certainly not bad. 4 Mystic is a lot of MR.
Chosen Yumi gets really good.
Yeah, I like running Chosen Yumi a lot in the early mid game. If you find it, she actually, as long as you have enough damage, she'll be able to keep the team alive and buff that attack speed up, and it's pretty good. That last fight we saw Spencer going up against Boomer and Zapper's clone, but Boomer and Zapper is one of the only 2 people on a win streak right now and had double Elderwood spat and going that Ashe comp. The Ashe had actually Warmogs on her as the last defensive item there, but it seemingly is still good enough to point of the game. But now Spencer goes up against Ali Kobos, who is first place in this lobby right now.
Right. Still playing with that Lysandra 3, and this time around it might not be enough. Yeah,
you love to see. I mean, just Kane 1. Don't even need GA if you had a Zillion in there because his health pool is so low. The Zillion's pretty much always going to ult the Kane.
Yeah, and 4 Dusk Kane is already going to be doing a ton of damage anyway. Another Kane.
Yeah.
All right,
take it. I mean, you definitely take the Kane because that gives you a pair.
So. I mean, Shiv is like...
Oh, no, you get this is Zillion 2.
Okay. Actually. Even though it's Hodge, it's still a Zillion 2. It's just such a huge power spike. I kind of agree with that. It's like you sit on a lot of pairs and hope to high roll and get lucky, or you just take the consistent good spot or good thing with the Zillion 2. And I think from Spencer's position, I think this is the correct play.
But Zillion 2 is very good. So that
Definitely. All right. Well, Zillion 2 is going to make a big difference.
I mean, look at his board. He's got 3 hits. And this will be the 4th unit that is actually upgraded. So, I mean, you just kind of need some hits at this point. This Vayne is kind of useless.
That's the worst when you have like a bunch of pairs on your board.
Yep.
Is Asian Gamer still okay? Yeah, Asian Gamer is actually running ninjas again because Spencer briefly scouted it, but it's actually at the top of the lobby as opposed to the usual spot of being towards the bottom.
He's had a lot of strong games with this. Again, you know, like winning the Team Liquid qualifier.
I mean, it's completely uncontested too. I think it's actually smart that he's hard committing to it because now if you're one of the other competitors and you enter a lobby and you see Asian Gamer in there, you're like, well, you know, even if I hit the Zed early, I know this dude's been hard forcing Zed. I don't really want to play contested Zed, so it's kind of staked out his territory. This is going to be a fast 9 game. Again, not playing for the level 3 Zed. This is something that I'm definitely taking note of is, hey, next time I hit the Zed, maybe I can just play Zed 2. I don't have to go for the Zed 3.
It is really interesting too, because this is not a meta where you're generally able to force comps. I would say this is one of the metas that we've had in TFT that is the least conducive to forcing comps.
Yeah.
But that said, that makes it all the more interesting that Asian Gamers is able to do this game after game. But he just seems to be such a master of it, you know, knowing, like we were just talking about, to go into Fast 9 and not go Z3, knowing what games to go for the Z3 on.
Yeah.
And his results have been up and down, but it's been more good games than bad games, and it's a good reason to keep doing it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Doa. This is not a meta that I think is conducive to forcing comps. We did speak a little bit about yesterday, you know, DQA playing just so much Dusk. I think if you are so good at a composition, you can find the ways to force it, you know, better than anybody else. And you kind of think back to players like Kien. Of course, like Mech was, it was really, really good back in set 3, but players were just able to force it and just be better than everybody else. Some players just have that knowledge, have that skill set to be able to pull that one off. And Asian Gamer is one of the players that can do that with Ninja. Here.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Kiting is hard now that Spencer's was knocked out in 7th, Kiting right in the middle of the pack at 19 HP. There's a little bit of a drop off between 3rd and 4th, but overall, 3rd through 6th right now, pretty tight HP wise.
That was a high roll right there. He found 2 zeros in the shop with Nico's help.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah. So he actually took a chosen Sedge here. I mean, so he did go Fast 9, which is what we were looking at earlier. And he's gonna have 4 upgraded 5-star units right now. And the Sedge is obviously a solid chosen, not the best. When you're level 9, you prefer a 5-class chosen, but sometimes you gotta play what you get.
Yeah, it has no items as well. We talked about the chosen Sejuani a little bit yesterday as well, and it's great if you have the items to supplement it. But the items that might have gone in Sejuani are on the set instead. So not a huge fan of the Sejuani being in. Of course, it's not bad, but it could be a lot better now. Now is the question: do you want to Nico the Azir or the Yone? I would say probably Yone, but
I would say Yone.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of nice just having 2 Azirs in there, even if they are Azir 1s, because you've got all that extra Sand Soldier HP, just like messing with the targeting on the other side.
He's not going to Nico at 19 health.
Okay.
That's
way too greedy, but yeah, he did it.
Shojin set, actually.
I think it's pretty interesting. Set's mana pool is actually really large, so it works quite well, and he gets the attack speed boost when he comes back. So
true.
Yeah.
Kind of curious why he has Z0 on set, though. I feel like that's anti-synergy, but
yeah, for sure, anti-synergy.
I guess if you get him targeted and sent back earlier, he has more of a chance to come back like this.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, talent's very good.
Talent is very good. You are correct.
7th, this board's gotta feel bad. This is
yeah.
I think that matchup could have gone either way, but unfortunately the fight RNG didn't really go in Kiting's favor there. And again, also I think if the ZZ was on something else, that could have gone the other way as well.
This is one of those games where you look at your board and you say, wow, is this really a 6th? Because this board feels like it shouldn't be a 6th, but if he has a bad matchup pull here, like if he draws Asian Gamer, could be the end of his days.
Could be, yeah.
And
he does. He hits the Asian Gamer right away. And
wow, was he even close earlier? I felt like he was so far off.
He was really far off earlier. That's actually insane.
Maybe he had 2 on the board and only 1 on the. Maybe it was something like that. But yeah, he just loses to this. Ooh, I feel like I
wrecked. Wow.
Yeah. I saw the future, and I unfortunately
I was promised a Lee Sin 3 this game,
there's still time. We just had 3 disappear from the board.
True. Somebody else can pick those up.
Very impressive from Asian Gamer though. To be consistently able to go 9 playing this comp. Oh, he has a chosen Azira as well. So very, very, very impressed with his play.
Right.
Yeah, this composition kind of is everything going right here. Ninja, Assassin being able to go into level 9, have 4 Keeper as well, 2 Adept, kind of everything is splashed into here.
He's only got 20 gold here too.
Yeah. We've seen him do the 4 Keeper endgame with the Ninja comp as well. We saw him do that yesterday. We saw him do it with the Kennen yesterday, doing it with the Azir today, even better.
Yeah, I mean, he's got perfect items on his Zed. I've beaten this perfect item endgame comp a few times, but he's usually been level 8. And like there are ways to deal with it, but they're all pretty difficult. So yeah, he's just way too strong. I think Soju has the triple Hodge on the Kien, but Soju's not even close to level 9. So I don't feel like Soju's gonna be able to take him out. Soju's gonna win this fight just barely, but I'm pretty sure Soju's gonna get clapped by this level 9 comp here.
It's going to be interesting. Soju going to get at least second. We've got I Like Hobos in third and Nantom in fourth. So the question is, can Asian gamers close it out and get a first with this?
Good item. RFC slapped that on the Akali there.
Yeah, definitely pretty solid here. The thing is, Soju has 2 lives left. Yeah, Soju has 2 lives left, so can still have the option to sack one and then roll it down, try to find some extra upgrades. Soju is on a win streak right now, but yeah, looking at Asian Gamers comp, it is just so massive right now. It even is going to get stronger here with the Yone upgrade as well.
Yeah, I mean, so you just okay. I mean, there's the Zillion too. I think you definitely play Zillion.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about it. Just play the Kien. It's much better than.
Yep, and the Zillion. Why not both?
And the yeah, I mean, this is so strong.
Yeah. Quite good. We'll see what Soju's board can do. He's still got that chosen Jin like we talked about earlier, but nobody seems to be able to really handle the Zed in the backline. Galio does not help.
Yeah, I mean, Kane's just not going to be able to get on the Zed. So Zed's just going to sit here with the extra range and just finish off the Kien.
Yep. It's a lot of damage onto Soju. Oh, like we said, he's going to have one more life.
I mean, Soju's the only way to beat this is you go 9 and you can kill the Zed. Like so what happens is you need the Zed to be hitting a Vanguard unit in the back line, usually something like a Sej Aatrox back there, just to buy enough time for the QSS to pop off. And then once the QSS pops off, you have to have somebody immediately CC him. Or if you have Hunter, they can sometimes just target the Zed immediately. But with a comp like this, I think it's a pretty doomed situation for Soju. Without being level 9, there's just no way he wins this.
Well, Asian Gamers needs this first as well. He bottom forward his first 2 games, and so getting a first here would kind of get him back on track to possibly make it to day 3. It's big.
Yeah, the Jin just gets. There's no hope of killing this Zed. It's just what a game from him. Just super strong.
Absolutely. Wow. All right. Asian Gamers wins it with what else? A Zed comp, of course, because that's all he plays in this tournament. But it is working, and he's able to be very kind of versatile with how he plays it out. And that was a pretty late Zed 3 hit, wasn't it?
That Wave the Ninja, just he just knows it.
Yeah.
But not like a very good ninja, because ninjas are supposed to be like very subtle, right? And very stealthy. But his ninjas just like jump across in your face, basically.
This is like anime ninja, where it's just out there like announcing to the world that they're here using massive abilities. No sneakiness about it. Just right in your face. Hey, force it every game.
He's definitely trying to be the greatest Hokage here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whatever works for him, right? So I mean, when it clicks, you can see just how potent and how powerful that comp is. There's just very few things that can deal with it properly. Like you could give somebody infinite gold to make a comp to deal with what he just had, and you still might not be able to beat it. It's that strong.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like we can jump over to the other lobby and see the end of that. It is the very last round, probably. We'll see. Setsuko able to get
he hit the Diana again,
at least
second Diana game today.
Yeah. Hey, when you hit.
So this time he actually has the IE, no Gunblade, but the Hodge. It's opposite situation as last time, where he's actually hoping to roll healing instead of damage now.
Interesting.
Yeah, looking at all the rest of the lobby scores here, just quickly before we get into this last round, Cottontail again with another bottom 2 finish there.
Wow.
Bertosaurus in 8th. Mismatch Sox and Aegon barely top 4ing though, but then Setsuko Nubile here.
He can't play a 9th unit because he has no money.
That's funny.
Yeah.
What is he against? Is that Dusk comp? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is 6 Dusk Kien
Oh,
2.
you get Silas 3 with this. So no Lissandra here. Really interesting variant. I tried this once and I just died because I couldn't hit the Silas, but
I mean, it's nice when you hit the Silas because you get that, mana reeve sort of thing where you're slowing down some of their ultimates. Like, for instance, on a Lilia, that's pretty big.
why does he have 3 items on his Silas?
Yeah, I don't know. Luckily, it rolled the Diana there, but it didn't even matter at all. As
That just
Nubal
didn't matter. I think he probably goofed, but
yeah.
Hey, that's big for Nubal though, because that means Nubal is in it because he went 2nd and then 8th in his first 2 games. So now a first. So overall, pretty good day. 2 really good results, kind of negate the pretty bad result that he had in his second game. So he's in it. I am really curious to see what the score is. The scores are going to look like for everybody after this game once we do all the calculations with that.
I believe we're halfway through now, right? So now
Yeah, that was 3 games.
Peek and figure out, hey, this is what I need to. This is about how many points I need to. You can look at whoever is right on the edge there, and you can just double their points, and that's going to be right about where you need to be to end the day.
Yep. Let's take a look at Asian Gamer's Zed comp from the lobby that we followed the entire way through. And like we've been talking about it, this is he's probably one of the most interesting players to watch this weekend because he plays a style that's just so different from everyone else in that he forces a comp every game. And we don't really see people doing that in this meta. He's finding success with it. He got this far. It really remains to be seen if he's going to be able to make it to day number 3. That's, I think, still a big ask. But hey, he's in the running for sure, at least with 2 middling results, 2 middling bottom 4s, and now a first.
Yeah, man, whatever works for you. You perfect. You can get perfect items Z3 when you hit level 9 like this. You get keeper chosen Azir for the 4 keeper is feeling quite good about this.
This kind of reminds me of approach that some players used to go for duelist, just about a month or so ago. Namely, Loco Doco, one of the main players that I was watching do that. But it was not as much focused on that carry of Yasuo. It was more so focusing on, okay, I'm gonna level up and maybe get my Callista 3, but then eventually just I'm gonna get Yasuo 3. With Asian Gamer here, it's like, okay, eventually I'll go for Z3, but I am gonna level up to find the things like the Yone and the kids to make my comp that much stronger. And Asian Gamer had pretty high HP through the whole game, so leveling up did save HP in that regard and allowed him the time and the econ to be able to eventually find that Zed. So it's really well played, and we can see both styles of how to play this comp with prioritizing the Zed or just pushing for levels here.
Well, let's look at our scores after a few games here to see where things are at. This is going to be our scores, I believe, for the games so far. You can see in this particular one, Nubal, of course, getting that win in the other lobby that we just caught the end of. But scores overall, as far as the 8 that are going to make it through right now, Asian Gamer is right on the bubble, tied with Boomer and Zapper at 17. So there's still a lot of room for people moving around. It's really players like Aegon, Mismatch Socks that are going to start to feel pretty comfortable. But we're only halfway through. This list could change a lot, and it probably will.
Yeah, I mean, Socks with another top 4 is just crazy at this point.
Yeah.
The big story looks probably going to be Cottontail right at the bottom there. I think that's the big shocker of the day after the performance he put in, not just yesterday, but throughout his entire tournament career. He's always been somebody that we've been really high on as being somebody who shows up when it matters. And I got news for you, Cottontail. It matters a lot right now. So you're going to need to make that pivot.
Huge shock with that. I mean, he's going to basically need to win 3 games in a row to have a good shot to make it through to tomorrow, or maybe like win 2 games and have like another good finish. But it's going to be tough. Yeah,
needs first or second definitely every game. Eagles there at the bottom as well needs to have some performances for the next couple of games to have a shot there. It can be interesting because today you need to average better placements than yesterday because the lobby's divided in half. We go from 16 to 8 as opposed from yesterday going from 24 to 16. So it's even more of like you need to clutch up in these moments.
Yep.
It's less forgiving for sure, but I like it. As the tournament ramps up, so does the drama, so does the pressure that we put our players under. And hey, that's sports. At the end of the day, you got to be able to perform under pressure. And at the top of this list, we're seeing a lot of players that are known for being able to do that. At the bottom of the list, we're seeing some kind of new faces. Cottontail being kind of the exception there, but still a lot of games to play. We're only 50% done, waiting for that 3rd lobby or that 4th rather game to get started off. And this time we're going to go to lobby A, what we mentioned. We thought we were going to go Now we're jumping in there. And this one's going to be, again, a stack lobby as we jump on board with Eagles and Carousel. But it's going to be Aegon, Sox, Setsuko, Kien, Bertosaurus, Nubile, Cottontail, and Yiggles in this lobby. Should be a good game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. Yiggles is one of the players that I think made a bit of a. I'm not going to call it necessarily surprising. I think anybody on the cusp of Challenger is always going to be a threat to advance. But she put in a really strong performance yesterday. There were quite a few names I think yesterday that were like, "Hey, we haven't seen much of these people even on the ladder." And Yiggles made a really strong performance. I think really highlight the nature of, hey, anybody can make a run at any given time to really climb to the top of the TFT professional scene, and I think that's one of the things that makes it really cool. So, hopefully she puts in a stronger performance in this fourth game here.
Yeah. The thing about it is that, like, even though Yiggles might not make it to day 3 unless it's a really good performance, still pretty on track to be able to qualify for that end of set NA regional qualifier, because the top 12 from these qualifier tournaments will be able to go to there. So Yiggles is still pretty on pace to be on par for that.
Very true. And we've seen it in tournaments throughout set 2, set 3, and now set 4, where you don't necessarily need to be like the top player on the ladder to do well in tournaments. In fact, we've seen a lot of occasions where those skill sets end up being surprisingly different. So it'll be interesting to see who comes up through set 4 as far as those non-ladder players go.
Hey, so if you're sitting in chat right now and you're sitting in plat elo, you're sitting at low diamond elo, and you're thinking, are they talking about me? That's right. All you need to do is hit. And
so
you too.
Saying I've got a chance.
Everybody just hit.
Just hit, exactly. Just hit 12 games in a row, and you can make it to day 3.
Yeah, definitely do not get stuck in fortune prison would be my one piece of advice.
Yep. But at the end of the day, the only person putting you in fortune prison is you.
True.
I'm sure you make the conscious decision to commit to it, and could go fast 8th like we saw at KCI just last game. Hopefully will not happen to them again, or any of our other players actually. But in this game, Yiggles starting off with Cultist, no chosen quite yet, but did hit 6 gold in the form of a few units. Not pre-leveling here, maybe wants to just find a chosen, either like Elise or TF or something like that, to maybe have just a direct Cultist direction.
I probably pre-leveled. I probably would have sold the Timo and the Thresh and pre-leveled, but I don't think it's bad to necessarily hold on to those units. So I mean, it's definitely an Ionic slam here, because you got to make something with these items.
Yeah, you can tell that's what she's thinking, and Pike has always been one of the better Ionic Spark holders aside from tanks. So yeah, seems like a strong slam.
Did she see she saw a chosen already, so it's not the worst. I don't at this point. I think this is fine. I probably would level to mitigate some of the damage, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, normally you want to go 4 so that you can guarantee a potential chance at a 2-cost chosen on the next turn, but because she's already seen one, she's not guaranteed to look at it on the next turn. So just chilling and seeing what the options are.
I guess if you don't level here too, you give yourself the opportunity to maybe get up to 10 gold after this next round and just play an econ game instead.
She actually hit 10 here, and I know a lot of people would actually make that play, even if you're selling off pairs, especially if here. So you sell everything but the Elise, and that's 10. I would probably make that play.
And you still can. You can just do it a little bit more flexibly now, I suppose. But yeah, now I feel like if you don't level, you have to get up to 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely going to go to 10 here, unless it is going to be a level.
In the shop, so there's no reason. You're going to get the automatic 4 next turn anyway. And then I think you can still decide to pre-level to 5. Especially, I think if you don't see a chosen in the next shop, you're guaranteed 2 more. So you should definitely pre-level to 5. But I think in this situation, she's fine to just chill, because she's not going to lose that much health, even on 3, because she has Cultists in. It's like a pretty solid early game board.
Yeah, the only reason
you win this one.
The only reason to level there, I guess, would be to just if you're guaranteed to preserve a win streak there. But Yiggles with all these tier 1s, not going to be guaranteed to preserve that win streak at all.
Wasn't anything too good to be able to put in, so I think sitting is fine.
Yeah,
I can't tell who wins this fight. This is a slow burner.
I was going to say, who wins actually? It depends on the TF hits, really. It depends on if Pike...
If the Pike can ult after it goes to overtime, then maybe it's going to be close here.
So
TF?
Okay.
Oh yeah, you win this.
I think
if you're Eagles, I think.
Okay.
All right, that TF ult. Now
you can actually hit the Maokai in. So this is a spot where I actually think you should try to pre-level. So it's one of these situations where you want this Maokai in, try to preserve your win streak. And the ideal situation is you win, so you can sell everything but the Elysium and then pre-level. Because you really want the shot at the 5-cost Chosens here, but she might just be sitting and holding these pairs. I don't think that's a bad play either. Like I'm very greedy with trying to hit the Chosens I want, because I feel like there are a few units you can hit.
Super greedy move you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, imagine though if Eagles hits like a chosen cultist, Callista or Evelyn, like that'd be a free like kind of top 4 at least right there.
Yeah, like if in this situation, that's the way I think about it. Is if I hit chosen kindred or a chosen cultist, Evelyn or Callista on the next couple turns, to me that's a first, and I'm willing to make that greed every single time.
Yeah,
fair enough. Looks like this one's going to be a loss, and doesn't look like the pre-level's coming through for Eagles this time.
I would have liked to see the pre-level, but I don't think this is a bad play either.
Yeah, a couple of pairs on the bench there as well. Still, could put those in for just a bit of extra strength. Only losing to 1 unit there is still picking last, unfortunately, with losing the win streak. But hopefully, we'll get a good item there. I believe it was a spare sword on the bench.
Yeah, yes. That's right.
Yeah.
GA was an option. Otherwise, you've got the IE. Well, not more. Got a feeling it's going to be either a belt or a cloak that she'll end up with. I guess she's got a choice of a tier as well.
Yeah, could be a belt for Zeke's, but
tier's a little more flexible. I think taking the tier.
It's fine. You're so open at this point if you're Eagles that you aren't really firmed up on like any direction yet, so you might as well grab the tier for the versatility. But we're gonna move over with Kien, who gets an early talent. Oh, is there a way to make this work? He's got the Aphelios though.
Talent. There's no way you can pick this up.
Oh, it's so I don't know. Oh, so you've got the Morellos from Morgana. You've got a couple swords. That's
so he's thinking,
okay, and that's Infinity Edge. Yeah,
but he really needs his win, because like if you can't hit 10, actually I like this. Sell all 3 on the bench to guarantee the 10 and save the 10. Okay,
okay. I like it. I like
he's got a win streak going, so it's kind of this is a very greedy play. I like it though.
Yeah.
This is
greedy player.
Great.
When I was saying earlier, I would sell pairs to hit gold. I think that's the difference sometimes between some of the play styles, where there's a lot of us that are just super greedy that are always trying to make interest, even at the expense of pairs, and he's definitely one of them.
I think it's a great way to get yourself out of Hunter Aphelios prison too, because like whenever you hit Hunter Aphelios, you're like, should I play Hunter Aphelios? And you don't want to. That's the answer is no. But like a lot of people try it anyway, and so getting that early talent is like, okay, now I have a good reason to not try it.
Yeah, almost won that round actually. And thinking about it now, if Kien won that round and preserved the win streak, it actually would have net be more gold after everything is said and done there. So maybe with 1 more unit could be worth.
Yeah, but I think the play, like if he had the extra Wukong in there, I think he actually might have won that fight.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to know that.
Sure.
If you have the extra Wukong in and you lose the fight, then you're sitting at 9 with no way to make 10. And so he's doing a similar thing here, where he's playing 4 units, even though he's level 5, just to make the 20. I think this feels much better just because he's already losing. Might as well carry the loss streak into the neutral camp, get the couple extra gold from the streak.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of hindsight is 2020 thing, because unless you like scout all the matchups that you're gonna be able to run into and are guaranteed, like, okay, I can probably win all of them with just that 1 extra unit, but it's too much to be able to calculate. So I do think overall the play is still fine there. Getting 20 gold here, going on that 2 loss streak before Khroen is still a pretty good HP amount too. At 92, has that talent, has Morellas ready for this direction. I think Kien's pretty set up for a good spot in this game.
Yeah, I found the early Talon here, and I've mentioned this a couple times, but he is somebody who likes to play Talon, so this is a very good start. You got double sword, Morello. It's he's feeling good about his spot. He's got good health, but I've seen him come back from low health even. So if I'm Kien, or if I'm a fan of Kien, I'm feeling very good about how this game is going so far.
Yeah. Get good economy, level up, make sure you have a lot of gold for the roll down, find the Morgana, and you're in good shape.
I mean, the 2 swords are the hardest part for this comp, and he's already got them. So,
hey,
just needs a chain vest now, and he's good to go.
Yep. Oh,
okay.
Ooh, divine. Do you go divine talent here?
No, you really don't want that period. The best possible case scenario for that is force of nature when you're trying to play talent.
Sure,
but it doesn't be a sad spot.
That is a good chosen to save a lot of health.
Yeah, warlord mini game or middle game, right?
He's got
I like it.
I mean, I would run it here, but
You can even have it carry the IE as well. Actually, like Xin Zhao in the mid game right now on 3-1 is gonna win you rounds.
You can tell I'm thinking about it. Like,
Yeah.
I wanted to pick it up. I wanted to play it. I just want to see the strength of the Xin Zhao.
I think he's so greedy. I think
Even first or eighth playstyle.
That is super greedy. Yep. And that is Kien's style. Remember, like we were talking about this earlier, back when he was one tricking assassin or mech infiltrator. That's definitely a build where you go super low health just to hit what you were looking for, and then you come back and win the lobby, right? And didn't he play a lot of Darkstar after that as well?
He's always loved those, like, hey, I'm gonna go down to 10 health and then turbo spike. You know, it's always, he was a big Void Sin player in set 1. He was a big what was the last set I saw? He was a big Blender player. He was a big Aphelios Spirit player this set as well. So always been a fan. I don't know if fan's the right word, but he's always been very capable of playing these comps and definitely willing to do so.
For sure. Enlighten now to activate the talent a little bit more, and the Aurelia is just like a good unit on the board at this stage in the game.
Yeah, she's a staple unit in this composition, so good to pick that up there. It gives Divine, it gives Enlightened, even if it's just for a little bit more frontline for the Aurelia and the Wukong, it still will make a difference.
He's definitely still in a good spot. Like, I think he could have won streak this whole stage with that Xin Zhao chosen, but you know, not a bad spot to be in regardless. He's got great items. He's got an early talent hit.
The losses aren't even by that much. Like he's on a 3-loss streak, but on 87 HP. Like it's still a comfortable spot to be at. Might lose this round a bit harder though, so the losses will start coming through with some heavy damage.
The talent got one shot by the Twisted Fate there. Was kind of
a strong Twisted Fate though. Holy cow!
Yeah, from Aegon.
Yeah, Aegon playing unorthodox here.
Aegon is TF throwing some cards, and talent was there to catch him.
Kien was offered 3 chosens in a row that were 3 cost. It was a Xin Zhao, then a Nunu, and now a Kindred. And finally decides, okay, I'm gonna pick up the Kindred and gonna play that.
He has to run something at this stage.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good solid chosen because like Spirit will benefit the rest of his team. So
yeah, it's only 2 Spirit, but yeah, it still does make a difference. It is still a little bit of value there.
Kindred is a crank. Kindred's one of those units that was guarantee, especially chosen Kindred, will guarantee kill 2-3 units every turn for you. So it's just a really good health saver.
All right, let's count.
Then it immediately gets Mill Garen.
Then it gets stuck on the Garen. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh wow. If it wouldn't have been stuck on the Garen, I would totally agree. And it'll still get 1.
I still think it kills.
Yeah, it's it is 2.
Yeah. The lower threshold of my prediction, but it still fits.
Sure. Would have been 3 if it would have been stuck on the Garen.
Yeah.
Yep.
I sometimes wish you could like right click on units and see like their kills overall throughout the whole game, kind of like StarCraft-esque in that sense.
Yeah, so it makes it emotionally harder to sell one. Like, oh, you've been with me so long.
Had units in like Civ 5, you would run like the early, literally turn 1 into the modern era. They'd start the game with a spear and end with as like a tank or something.
Hey, how about a carousel with no chain vests? How's that feel for Kien right now?
He does not. No tiers either. So you're looking at what's the best third item here, and is he also on the Soju? Hey, Runan's is awesome train or no?
I think you. Yeah, I mean he does grab it. I think you do.
You might hold Shen though. I mean Shen is just a unit you obviously want in this comp, and with a bow that can.
Assassin's Bat as well is an option.
Yeah,
not a great option, but it's a last resort kind of thing. Or no, it's Duelist with the bow. I'm thinking like last set.
Yeah, we Duelist with the bow. Probably not going to be made there. It could end up being a Zizerot in the future for the Shen.
Oh, you want 7 here.
Ooh, so I mean, you're level 7 on 30 golds. You're talking about in one of the previous games. This is a comfortable position to be in to still, keep making econ in each subsequent turn with preserving HP at this point. So I kind of like this level here from Setsuka.
Yeah, I think it's solid. Definitely somebody at 60 health. You really can't afford to lose much more. Sax also down at 58 health. Sax, we were talking earlier, his 9 straight top 4 games. This could be the first one if he's sitting at 58 already. This is a tough lobby too.
Yeah. I mean, it's still not the worst thing in the world to go 9 out of 10 top 4s.
No. He's doomed. If this happens,
it's over.
He's never coming back from it again. We'll never see Sax be a top player.
I like this blue buff on the Teemo. This is making it really annoying for Bertosaurus.
Blue buff
a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah. Teemo really, really good early carry. We saw one yesterday with Luden slammed pretty early as well. Teemo with the sharpshooter able to do a lot. Look at the shop here from Setsuko.
That's what the options.
No kidding.
It's like almost too many options. So like, I almost like when I get
definitely too many options. Yeah.
it's like, man, I feel like there's so many options. I'm gonna end up making the wrong play. I like it when it's like more narrow.
This is one of those shops where you have to like look back on the VOD and be like, okay, well, what if I went this direction? What if I went this direction? And kind of like see how the game would have gone from so many different angles there. It's rough to be in though, but does actually just pick up the Jin, move the blue buff over from the Teemo into the Rivens, and I think that's solid.
With the Thorn Mail on built already, this is just gonna move over. These are great Riven items. With the bow here, you probably just finish that and make a Titan's Resolve.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I would be pretty eager to move that Bramble onto Riven and throw in the Vayne for Dusk and get that rolling.
Yep.
Yeah, get sharp
roll
in there as well.
This turn here.
Yep.
Definitely not a bad spot to be in. Still has a lot of money. Has already level 7. They're gonna be able to switch out the Chosen here and has a Riven already.
Interesting.
All right. I mean, that's got to be Now you drop. Okay, I was gonna say now you drop probably both of those and put in the.
You hold the Garen just for a little bit.
Right. I like this. Okay.
It's still an upgraded unit. And
it's just tier 1.
Yeah, that is true. So that's the question: is a Riven 1 with 2 Dusk, a blue buff, and a Bramble more powerful than a Garen 2 with Bramble?
I think just having I think the Riven is more powerful, but I think in a world where you can run both, that's probably a little better at the moment.
No defensive items there for the Riven. I mean, needs that vest to make a Titan's Resolve. Gets 2 swords though for the Jin, so it's not too bad.
See, there's a Riven. So it doesn't hold the keeper.
Okay.
There it is. All right.
That's a good one.
Now you're starting to feel pretty good here.
You really want the extra Riven, but I think you just sit. I don't think you can roll much more with this spot.
Sejuani over Wukong easy, right? Oh no, Thresh for the Dusk. Yeah, okay.
It is at 3 Dusk, so it doesn't even need that.
Thresh for sure.
I kind of like the Sejuani a little bit more if you've already got 2 Dusk.
Oh, sorry, I meant Sej. Yeah, you definitely put Sej in. Or you can also cut the Vayne at this point, which is really good. Because Vayne's a pretty bad unit. But
I suppose you really only have her in for the sharpshooter buff, if as well as Dusk. Like for 4 Dusk, you want to keep it in.
Yeah, if you can get those other units as well, it's just going to be even better, though. Maybe even a Dusk spat later on. Has that rod. Just need a high roll a spat, though, at that point.
Just an awkward spot. Really needs to be able to move these items to the Riven. Really needs to hit.
I think you just really need a Dusk Spatula, or you need Cassiopeia at this point.
Yep.
You need that for Dusk.
On the 2 still rolling here, though, and Setsuko is dropping pretty low in HP, 43 towards the bottom of the body.
Have to, unfortunately. So it makes sense.
You can lean into 4 sharpshooter as a transitionary thing, and that's what he's going to do here. I think that's a good stopgap until you find 4 Dusk.
Shen's a pretty good unit.
Do you ever play Shen over the Aatrox? Maybe. I mean, it takes out 2 Vanguard, but you get 2 Adept, and Shen's a solid unit. It does roll over it though, so I won't see it.
2 Adept are all that good though. I'm not a big fan of 2 Adept.
I think Shen. I think they're good units, and I think the Adept buff itself is like a bonus on top of that.
Yeah.
Without the Cassio, though, probably not worth playing with Shen to get the Mystic in as well. They just, in general, they're just units with good synergies more than the Adept itself is the thing that you really want.
Yeah.
Though I do like Adept, but yeah, just rough. Setsuko really needs to be able to move the items over to the Riven. If you can get the Riven too, then you can actually stabilize, but he might have to keep rolling with the way his health is looking, and he's not be able to win fights like this.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a lot of gold to really do any rolling with either, so
0 gold right now.
This is not a good spot to be in.
No.
And you kind of wonder if the sharpshooter Jin was even a little bit of a bait, because
you always take. I think it's just a little unfortunate not hitting the Riven.
Yeah,
you needed.
Just no. Where's that Cassiopeia?
No Cass, no Riven. I mean, T mode 2 is going to give you like a minuscule power spike, I suppose, but not even a great one at that point. This positioning, I mean, it has been improved upon a little bit, but even still, it's still rough having 0 gold at 4-3 at this point for Setsuko.
Right,
for sure.
Yeah, I do like the positioning. I wonder with keeper buff if you could play the Sejuani over the Thresh and then still have a good chance of getting an ult.
You're just gonna get crushed by this.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, Sock's playing this like really Sock's comp again. Really weird.
It's you're on the edge of a strong comp, and you know you only need like 1 or 2 things, and then you could start winning again, and you just can't hit it.
Yeah, just rough. Maybe you can get lucky and find a Riven on the carousel. Like the perfect thing on this would be like a chain best Riven on this carousel would be.
Oh yeah, there is a spat actually, so could go Dusk that way.
Yeah, so you get 4 Duskin with this, which definitely the spat, right?
Yeah, you want Dust Chin, don't you? Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh, that has
Kien had the hanging spatula, so I'm guessing Kien is just going to build Force of Nature with that.
Right.
I would be surprised if he had slammed anything else with it already. So.
Yeah, Setsuko did scout there and see that Kien still had the hanging spot there, though. So could be Force in Nature for him, and hopefully another component getting on Raptors to complete those talent items.
Yeah, that's also why you didn't see Setsuko immediately beeline for it. I think he assumed that Kien would just take it. And then as soon as Kien was kind of hesitant, he started moving that way, but Kien ended up grabbing it anyway.
We're going to take a look at Cottontail's board for a little while. Remember, he has had a rough day today, but this game is certainly looking a little bit better. He's 4th at the moment, good amount of health compared to 5th.
This lobby is so close, actually, with the top 4 and the bottom 4. There's only a 6 HP gap between 1st and 4th. Yep. And then I guess Setsuko at the bottom is a little bit of an outlier, but then, Mismatch Socks 54.
We still got the random Nidalee Teemo in.
Yeah, a little awkward.
Just play what hits.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a spirit or anything. It's just like a random sharpshooter pump.
And slam just everything here. Like these Cassiopeia items are kind of like weird, but they work out. The Chalice is good, but then the Stone Plate and the Zephyr, it's kind of just really just a slam what you hit there in terms of items. And Cottontail maybe just is like, okay, I need to do something to not get a bottom 2 placement here, and is just going for those aggressive item slams.
Yeah, I would feel pretty good about the spot if I was him. Unfortunately, he runs into Kien, who has the Force of Nature, and chosen Morgana.
Might be okay.
Win.
Oh, yeah. Talent. All right.
Yeah.
He wins it.
I see now why Kien hesitated in terms of grabbing the items. He was probably thinking, oh, maybe I should grab a Chain Vest instead to finish off my talent items. But I think you really can't give up a Force of Nature. I feel like that's just way too strong. And you can actually get away without having GA Talon.
Yeah, fair enough. Wow, I like the double Zeeks next to the Callista. It seems pretty good.
Zeke's Herald is definitely one of Sox's favorite items. He always has it.
That and Thieves' Gloves.
Yeah. He loves those items. I mean, I think they're good too, but I don't love Zeke as much as he does, I will say.
Yep, and Sox has both here. Thieves' Gloves on the Riven, double Zeke's on that Pike. Callista, Dusk.
Talon right onto the Callista in the back.
Good night, Callista.
Yep. It's a good jump.
I mean, this is a really good matchup for Talon. One of the reasons you're going to see this a lot more is the Giant Slayer build on Talons again. Is a lot of people are itemizing the Rivens to deal with the Talon, and one way around that is don't build the IE if you're just going to have Bramble Vest. The Giant Slayer helps you cut through the Galio quite easily.
Yeah, it's going to be harder into other matchups, though, to not have the IE, but it's kind of a give and take. Like, what do you prioritize? That's just best against the lobby in general here. And now these other units are getting sold off from Cottontail. The Sharpshooter's not really giving too much value right now. Cottontail can go 8, is in first place in terms of HP. Will have some time to roll down. If these roll downs are fortunate, then Cottontail will still be in a really good spot here.
I wonder if he's considering selling this Cassio at all. It's I think it's so good that I don't think you need to sell it. Is it Mystic or Dusk? It's Dusk. So yeah, bonus in as well. You don't have to play Shen anymore. Like you can easily just run like a Vanguard frontline even with this instead of the usual Adept.
Yeah. It is possible. I mean, go to level 8. You have 40 gold to roll down with here. He's thinking about it.
Like, I think it's really greedy.
Okay.
But
I like this because you can find something a little bit better, and then also you can set yourself up for maybe like a Kane later on.
I actually don't think there are that many Chosens that are better. You're really just looking for Chosen Morgana is really the one hit that would. So now his board's already weak.
This is so awkward. Yeah, so Cottontail spending like 10, maybe not 10 seconds, but like 5 to 10 seconds thinking about that play means that this roll down, he's gonna lose like so much HP if this is a strong player. But it is fortunately Setsuko here, who's kind of weak, and the Zephyr was good. But even still, let's tell him to clean up.
He got so lucky with the matchup draw here.
Actually, like if that was a huge hit, Cottontail would feel so bad in that round.
Yeah, at least if he does lose to this Riven, he's not going to lose by a whole lot. Maybe
he will lose.
Talon can do it. Yeah,
specifically tailored to defeat Talon.
Yep.
That Bramble. I mean, it is a blue buff and death cap as well in the Riven, so not
That's
particularly great.
Ooh,
Yeah, there's Morgana. If he rolls a chosen Talon here and hits one more, it's so huge. That's like game winning.
There's too many Talons gone. I would be shocked to see him hit that. Oh, he skipped over a Morg.
What? I was gonna say, yeah, that Morg.
I don't think he saw it.
So kind of
maybe, yeah, because I think he would have definitely in a heartbeat sold that Ari and put up the Baba Morgana instead.
He definitely just missed. I think he was rolling and looking for the Shen specifically to finish his comp. So this is definitely a situation of somebody who kind of like tunneled a little bit on what the end game comp is. Unfortunately, cost him a hit there.
Yeah,
well, it's gonna be hard after such a great day yesterday to have 3 really bad games in a row now today.
Yeah,
trying to recover from that mentally, it's not easy.
I don't know why he made the Gunblade either. It's really useless in that situation.
I was just gonna pose the question actually, what do you make with those items there? And I actually low-key think that maybe Deathcap Shen, because your front line's pretty bad right now. The shield that you get from when Shen taunts is actually pretty thick. Of course, it's not great, but nothing you can make at this point really is great.
Deathcap was definitely the play. I probably would have Deathcapped Morgana, even if it's just level 1, but
he's just gonna hit a Kane. It's fine.
So he gave up on the Talon. There's just too many Talons gone.
Yeah,
the game is trolling him now with these chosen though.
This is why I was saying I didn't like the sell on the chosen more Casio. There just wasn't anything he was gonna find that was gonna be that much better.
This is the worst feeling. This is the worst second place in the lobby feeling ever.
Yeah,
like he's still got like a good amount of HP, but he knows it's gonna be gone soon.
Yeah, he's still in a fine spot. I just feel like I think Tilt maybe got him a little bit today. I think he's making some plays that if he would rewatch this VOD, he would definitely disagree with.
It's apparently put 3 of the same item on Nami Day.
Apparently, it's a Nami 1, but it's triple Chalice there. That's a lot of AP to give to the Ari there.
Right.
Ice Cream Nami. Oh, that's why That's why I thought Ari was dead.
Yeah.
What happened? Talon gets her is just boop, 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 zip, boom.
Yep. He does not care. Cottontail's still really strong. He's number 1 in the lobby now.
Yeah, it's just a Talon, right? Talon just really good. Talon is 1v9 unit if you can get the right synergies around him, and he's got the right synergies around him with great items and Talon. So Talon just jumps around and stabs. Stabman does what he does best.
True.
Did someone have 6 keeper actually? Cottontail was scouting around. I might have saw that, but maybe someone is running keepers though. That'd be interesting because we saw from Cottontail or heard from Cottontail in the interview yesterday. Cottontail thinks that 6 keeper is like really, really busted. So maybe more players are gonna be willing to do that.
Yeah. So he'll get a last pick here, and at this point, I think you just take Stone Plate if you just got solo front lines like this, right?
I guess if you get the Hand of Justice.
I'm just like, who do you stick the Hodge on? Which is why I would have taken the Stone Plate because you got a solo Shen in the front, and I think that would have been a little more advantageous. But Hodge is a good item, of course.
I think he's just preparing for when he sells the Shen for a Kane, and he's gonna have amazing Kane items.
Perhaps so, yeah. Aegon getting the Yone from Carousel. Now a Yone 2 with the Zizzirat. It's
so good on too. The health scales so well on that unit.
Yeah. Lilia now for the mage.
There we go. Back in a second here. We lost our view of things.
No, gives us a chance to get chat, Twitch chat, see what
the. We're back before the round started. We're good. All right, so that Lilia with the triple ice cream cone. That's pretty solid though. Good damage from the Ari with the death cap, and looks like Bertosaurus is gonna exit this in 7th. Unfortunately for him, unless this Ari pops off. Ari, it's only not Ari. It's only a Riven 1.
Yeah, Riven 1, not good enough.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Is I think people kind of forgot because Riven kind of fell out of meta for a little bit. That Riven, obviously a great unit, but not hitting the Riven feels so bad. It's not like when you have an Ashe 1 with perfect items, it still feels like Ashe is doing things, right? Talon 1 with good items still feels like he's doing something. Riven 1 without the items just kind of dashes around, and then you just kind of watch him slowly. It's very sad to watch the Riven 1. That's the thing that was always rough is when you have multiple people contesting the Riven, you kind of get stuck in ways that I think are more punishing.
Right.
Yeah. And there actually was the 6 keeper mismatch. Sox actually was running that one at the top lobby right now, 41 HP. But seeing the matchup between Aegon and Yeagles now.
Yeah, Yiggles still doing pretty well, 25 HP, but in 6th, in danger of a bottom 4 finish here.
Yeah, Yiggles was had a pretty strong opener. Seems like the transition might have been a little awkward. I can't tell what chosen she's running. Could be cultist, but
Yeah, I think it is actually. I think from watching some scouting from her, she had 7 cultists in when the scouting was happening. So I think it is a cultist chosen.
so yeah, so it looks like she's probably looking for the Zillion here. She's got an awkward.
Baskin Robbins with all the ice cream cones in this board, man.
That's a lot of ice cream.
Yeah,
I mean,
we aren't sponsored by Baskin Robbins, by the way, but maybe we should be now. Welcome.
I haven't had ice cream for so long. Maybe I'll get some ice cream soon.
Yeah.
Got some in my freezer. I'm in the mood for it now.
Aegon never going for ice cream again. If you look at his board, actually funny. So he has 2 ZZ Rats, and now he's gonna have 4 ice cream cones. He doesn't actually have the only other unique items are the IE and the Death Cap.
This is the most repeat items I think I've ever seen on like any TFT board, having 4 of one and then 2 of another.
I had I think 4 ZZ Rats once, and I think that's about as close as I'm gonna get to this.
Weird flex, but okay.
A lot of ZZ Rats, they're pretty good. Do you ever play this second Ari here? I mean, I guess you can't really fit it over anything unless it's the Aatrox.
I don't think you fit it.
Yeah.
You're just holding it, and you're basically saying, okay, maybe I can get to RE3 here.
Yeah, you wouldn't really take anybody out because you lose.
Situation where if it gets desperate, you just sell the Shen, and you roll and pray for chosen Ari.
Yeah, I don't know actually, because looking at it, Aatrox is like an okay unit. It gives 2 Vanguard, but it's just an Aatrox one though. If you need more damage, Aegon can put it in, but I guess Aegon's thinking that he has enough damage right now with just the 1 Ari right now.
I would consider putting it in because you have 3 ice cream cones that you can just slap by, so it's actually pretty strong, right?
Yeah, I mean, imagine if that was
to 3
shots. Now this round would be over, you know?
Yeah,
because the
still winning. Ice cream cones are just too strong.
It is okay actually with what he has right now. I thought that round was going to go over to Sox actually, but the Ari definitely carried that.
I want to see the second Ari in now because the Aatrox is going to die so fast anyway. Like it might as well not even be there. So you might as well put an Ari in.
The Sedge, I think, is just going to cast once, and that's about it anyway. So
the more I think about it, the more I like the second Ari in. I think just in general.
You know, to be fair, Yuumi with all that chalice buffing is super strong too.
Sure, yeah.
For sure. Like Yuumi with the chalice buffing, like Yuumi is so good in this comp, and I think it's definitely an underrated unit. Like I think people know it's good, but I don't think people realize just how good the Yuumi is.
Yeah,
well, not putting in the Ari too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it's Nubal here with the 4 keeper, 4 dusk, I believe.
Yeah, the Zephyr on the Yuumi is kind of annoying to deal with.
Oh, so the pull in on the Ari, so Ari's not even gonna cast.
Just a little baby one.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's still 940 damage with just a little baby cast there. That's
the change on the Ari, right? The recent where she gets killed, so just guaranteed that cast, which I think is really cool for her. Sometimes it feels bad, and sometimes, like in that situation, better to have it than not have it.
I like it, yeah.
I.e. Shen, what can you do?
Infinity had Shen win this?
Maybe he kills a couple units though. Yeah.
Oh, look at Shen go!
Oh, wow! All right, hey, it's a pretty tight loss. It's a good loss, is what we call it.
Shen Asian Gamer 5. That is a good ninja right there.
Yeah.
For sure. It's actually important that Shen killed that unit there. Now Aegon can lose during this stage. If he loses to 3 units or less, it will still be alive. Mismatch Sox actually does drop in 5th, so Mismatch Sox is the first top 4 of the tournament right now.
Sox is completely washed. I think
just time to retire. Yeah.
Sucks. Like, I don't know, Sox. I feel like it's maybe stick with your day job, huh?
No, it's still
that's what makes it amazing is that he's doing that and he's this good at TFT.
Yeah. That's crazy.
He is sticking with his day job and he's still dominating people.
So this Kien still on a little baby Talon 1. Kind of rough, but like I was saying earlier, Talon 1 can still be good.
Yeah, he's on a win streak with his Talon 1 actually.
Yep.
Maybe not for long.
Is that a Zillion too?
It is. It is. This board may never die.
Continues the win streak with just the Talon 1. It's very strong.
The Zillion. Look at these units running around with the Zillion ult still. So Aegon,
he's out.
Not bad. So
in third,
yeah. So, you take that. I mean, it's still a strong result for Aegon. What is he like? First, second?
Yeah, he's gonna be first in the day now because he was tied with Mismatch Sox, and Mismatch Sox got 5th. Aegon got 3rd, so he'll be well ahead of the rest now.
So Talon players are 1 and 2 in this lobby. I believe Cottontail still does not have a chosen, so a little.
I love that he's leaning into the Zillion too, though, because we saw that even though it's just a Talon 1, that Talon 1 has all the time in the world because everybody on the team just keeps coming back to life.
So he still cannot find this Talon. Just feels so bad. This is
Yep.
actually me Talon diff.
There's only 3 on the other side too. It's not like Cottontail's holding all the Talons or something. He's got 4, I guess.
Kien's so fast with the way he moves his stuff.
I was just gonna say that was really good. The Talon still jumps into the Morg anyway, though, but then the ZZ Rot taunt takes
That's
it away.
why I like to make a lot too. When people are switching boards, I know a lot of people know that. Hey, if you're a little lazy, just flip your board from the left to the right side. But you can take that laziness a step further. And one thing I like to do when I'm not like doing scouting is I'll flip it to the right with like 5 seconds left, and I'll flip it right back to the left with like 2 seconds. You kind of pivot.
I do the same thing actually. It's so funny. It catches a lot of people off guard when they are thinking they're gonna just flip once.
And then eventually they kind of catch
starting. They're like, okay, time to go, and then they're wrong. Yep.
Man, will Kien win the lobby with just a Talon 1? That's kind of crazy. Actually.
I mean, the Force of Nature and the Chosen Morg, but it's really just this comp is being carried really hard by the Zillion.
Yeah.
Like Talon can't do anything into Zillion 2 here. It's a really rough matchup.
I mean, when you think about it too, also Adept 3 doesn't do a whole lot against this board.
That's an interesting just frontline the whole thing.
All right,
I like it.
Why not?
The Talon is not going to find a good initial target from Cottontail.
Won't find anything, and so whatever it hits, it's just going to get Zillion ulted, and then he doesn't get the reset. That's why Zillion just hard counters Talon, even 1 Zillion. And in this situation, when a mirror matchup like this, the Zillion is just going to make such a huge difference. You can't do anything about it, even if it's a 1 Talon.
Yeah, he also avoided the Zephyr possibility by frontlining it too, because he knew the Zephyr was going to be in the back.
Just really well from Kien. 1 Talon, that's all you need.
I guess so.
I don't know if I've ever seen actually this comp win a game with just Talon 1, but Kien winning this game with it. The Zillion actually, as we were saying, was the hard carry there.
Yeah,
really, really good stuff.
I think he had a lot of good matchups in the lobby. There are a lot of cultist players that kind of cannibalize each other, and Talon still has a pretty solid matchup. There's a lot of squishy units into that when the Rivens don't hit, and you saw a few of the Riven players that had great items just were knocked out immediately. I believe Setsuko was 8th with perfect Riven items, and when that happens, that frees up the rest of the lobby. The Morgana or the Ari is a free farm for you. You saw Sox running the Callista carry. That's a free farm for Talon, even at level 1. So it just really good matchups allowed him to win, even with the Talon 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the scores are after we get all the data compiled here, because this is where it gets intense, right? Because after this, we only have 2 games left to see which half of our players make it through to tomorrow and which half are, unfortunately for them, done with the tournament. So it's going to be intense. It's going to come down to the wire here, I think, for some of them. But some of the big stories just out of the lobby that we know are Cottontail placing highly. I suppose that puts him in striking distance, at least, of hitting top 8 if he can have a really good last 2 games. That would be one of the most amazing comebacks I've seen in a night of TFT to, bottom 2 basically for the first 3 games, then come back and make it anyway. So we'll be having to keep an eye on him. Other than that, there's a lot of players that still have a chance to make it.
Yeah, he definitely needs another couple games exactly like that, basically. And he's in a situation where 2 straight seconds from here might not be enough. So definitely a really rough start, but not completely over for him.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the winning composition from the last game we just looked at. And it was one that was a little bit odd. It had the Talon 1, but Khroen was saying, the real hard carry here is the Zillion 2 that we saw with those items, just making the Zillion so tanky, keeping everything alive for so long.
Yeah.
And if you look at other little things, you've got 4 Mystic in there, you've got 3 Dazzler, so you've got some good defensive synergies going on as well, and all of this just kind of buys time for the Talon to ramp up his Deathblade and do damage.
I know it's just a little visual thing, but we see on the right-hand side carry champions. I almost want to see Zillion above Talon there.
Yeah,
for carry champions there, because that is
way harder
impact as the Zillion had. Talon, of course, did clean up at the end there, but it really was in the back of the Zillion. It's unorthodox items, right? It's the Chalice, Declaw, and Warmogs. You look at that and you're like, oh, that's kind of weird, but no, it was good enough to be tanky, get all those ults off, and that's really what won the game for Kien there.
It's like Zillion is like the dad that has little toddler Talon on his shoulders, and he gives him the basketball, so tiny dunk it, and Talon's like, I did it.
That's a perfect analogy here.
Well done.
The little baby Talon slam dunking the little Tykes plastic basketball hoop.
Never have done it without Zillion, without Daddy Zillion.
I mean, just a really it's mostly standard in terms of these are generally the synergies you're gonna have. You're gonna flex out a couple units here or there. Having a force nature allows them to flex in the Cassiopeia. So definitely in general, still a standard talent comp. You saw both of them at the top. It's a very strong comp to run in this meta still. I don't expect us to see anything different the last couple games, and even going into tomorrow, talent's still gonna always be a viable option so long.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the scores and see what the status is going to be going into the final 2 games. As you can see, we have Aegon at 31, so pulling ahead in that last one. Mismatched Socks, obviously taking the 5th, so barely outside the top 4. He's going to still be second in the standings. I like Hobos, Kien, Nantom, just such a close group of players from like 3rd down to 8th, right? And when we go over to the next form players, we're going to see a lot of people that definitely have a shot to break into this top 8 as well. So we are by no means locked up at all. I mean, yeah, Asian gamers, Soju both with 20 points, Kiting is hard, still 17 if he has 2 really good games. There's a chance. It's going to be tough beyond that. I think when you look at players like Spencer, KCI, Cottontail, Bertosaurus, Yeagles, it's going to be a challenge. Yeagles, I think, is probably just mathematically, maybe not mathematically, but nearly just eliminated. Same with maybe Bertosaurus, but it's going to be tough either way.
Looking at it, I think based on 21 was the cutoff right now with 2 games left. You figure you want a top 4 the last 2 games, so you're looking at probably right around a 27, 28 point cutoff.
Sure.
So you go first places to really put her right back up there. But I think that's kind of where everybody's looking at here is, hey, if I need to get to about 28, how many placements I got to get? And you're going to start seeing a couple players do what I said should have happened yesterday, which is you're going to get some 1st or 8th gameplay here. You might see a couple people sit in Fortune Prison like we saw KCI do. We might see a couple more players just open fort like we saw. I think that play is what you're going to need to do if you hope to come back at this point.
Exactly. It's going to get intense as we look ahead to our final 2 games of day 2 here, but we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we will see what 8 players make it through to the final day and what 8 players go home. Don't go anywhere. It gets crazy when we get back with Giant Slayer TV's TFT Fates and a regional qualifier right after this. Do you know when the next TFT event is? I do, because I use Juked. If you're a TFT Esports fan like me, you'll love Juked because they've got everything you need to stay in the know, such as schedules, streams and live scores, pick'ems and leaderboards, and news and original content. Sign up now at juke.gg/TFT and get everything you need to know to follow TFT Esports. Juked, your home for TFT Esports. Welcome back, everybody, to the Giant Slayer TV TFT Face Regional Qualifier for NA. I am Doe. With me, of course, are Kien and Khroen, and we are about to go into our final 2 games of day number 2, where we will see who survives, not literally, of course, but in the tournament. 8 people going home, 8 people moving on to tomorrow. It's going to be intense because we've really got a lot of room for people to move up and down yet, don't we?
Yeah,
that scoreboard. Kien, take us through this.
I was just gonna say I was thinking about how you say literally survive. I thought maybe remind me of Yu-Gi-Oh, how they would get sent to the Shadow Realm if they had lost the children's card game.
Oh yeah, that's rough.
Vibe. So, hopefully they all make it through physically okay, even if mentally they could be shattered in the next 2 games here.
Yeah, let's not implement that in Runeterra, huh? Leave that one out. But as you can see, there are our top 8 as it stands for the moment here, and then our bottom 8 again as it stands for the moment. When you get down to like Spencer below, and even like Kiting is hard and below, it's gonna require some really incredible results to break into the top 8. It's not impossible, but it's gonna be very tough.
Yeah, around that cutoff, it does kind of get awkward. We see, this is where the competition is really shaping up to be even better and better every day. And tomorrow it's going to be, the best that it can right now. We're continuously just narrowing the competition down. I am kind of, a little bit surprised in some of the placements. I think, talk about Cottontail had a really rough start to today, but is on track actually with that second place in the last game to barely make it over the cutoff. Perhaps maybe we'll see some tiebreaker situations or something. I know personally in tournaments, I usually find myself somehow in tiebreakers to get into the finals. Maybe Cottontail. I'll send Cottontail some energy in that regard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Khroen, you're like an expert at getting into finals lobbies, one way or another, whether it's through tiebreakers or just like straight up getting there. But you've been in this situation, so let's talk about that for a second. Like when you're in this situation, do you have any little tricks you do to sort of like stay calm, to sort of like keep your mind on track?
Not necessarily tricks. I think it's just up to just practice and time being in those situations. I come from a background of playing competitively, for the past like 5 years or so, even before TFT. But it's kind of just you approach every game like it's the same. You don't like do anything differently. You don't kind of get in your own head and try to do a bunch of different stuff. Of course, you have to recognize you're in this situation where you kind of have to play for first or eighth. But that's really the only change that you have to make there. The play needs to still be clean. You just approach it like it's another game where you got to get a good placement and play accordingly.
Yeah, for the most part, it's the external factors that are changing, not the internal factors in the game itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Fine. That's good advice. Well, let's check out Aegon's board as we get things started here. In what is going to be lobby A, we again, switch things up a little bit based on seeding. So this lobby will be Aegon, Sox, Nantam, Nubal, Kiting is Hard, Spencer, Bertosaurus, and Yiggles. And we'll see how they do.
Yep, excited for this one to go off. We got Sox. This is the first time Sox has faced, I'm going to call it adversity all day after finally bot 4ing for the first time. So let's see if
can he recover.
Yeah. That's from the dreadful 5th place, just really disgusting taint on Sox's record,
Yeah. So yeah, Sox could probably go like 7th or 8th the next 2 games and still, make it to tomorrow. But that's not the Sox that we know. We know the Sox that's always going to be shooting for that top spot there. And Aegon as well. Aegon is above Sox in points right now, and that's the perspective we'll be starting off on. Aegon at 31 points is on track actually to, if he goes first, to beat Cottontail's scores from yesterday.
I think if Aegon continues performing like he has, like Aegon is cementing himself in my mind as just one of the best tournament players ever in teamfight tactics.
Yeah,
he's won a couple. He's nearly always placed quite high in pretty much everything he's entered. Like 3.5 ended rough, but it wasn't even his fault. It was a power issue. He lost power in his house. So if he had, that we'd have even more results to talk about probably. So Aegon is just one of those players that you always expect him to be at the top of any tournament points system.
Yeah. He's also, with the shark logo there, it kind of reminds me. This is somebody that would be a big fan of the LL Cool J shark rap that you played yesterday.
That's true. Bringing it back to yesterday, yeah. Deepest, bluest. His hat is like a shark fin.
There you go. Aegon hats maybe coming soon. Who knows?
Yeah,
Yeah.
shark fin hats.
So double rod health belt start. I almost always slam death cap here. I think death cap is an extremely versatile item. I think it fits every single comp. Like I've even played it on Ash before. It gives a lot of bonuses to abilities that people aren't quite sure.
Ooh.
It's a 0 gold start though.
Yeah.
I hate this. Getting 0 gold in an eco feels so bad, and I think people say like, "Oh, well, to get gold, you can just like Nico a 2-cost you to get 2 gold that way." No, no, no. You never want to do that. But it's still unfortunate though. Aegon's gonna have some catching up to do.
I actually want to AFK in the situation when it happens to me. Like
Yeah.
I actually want to play this game out. So I'm curious to see. Fortunately he's not one of the players that needs to have a super dominant run to end the day. So I think that is some solace in the situation. Like on ladder, you're like, oh no, I'm gonna lose 50 LP. But in this situation, I think it's a good chance for him to test out, like, hey, what can I potentially do here to kind of dig myself out of this hole.
Definitely, that's an interesting point because the decision he has made so far is not so many items, but also go to level 4, keeping a pair of TFs and a pair of Maokais. And that's a weird, couple of pairs to keep there. But Aegon will have the option to get a perhaps 2-cost chosen on this next shop here. It's gonna be a 1-cost, it's gonna be a cult release, but still, it's pretty good. It gives you 3 cultists.
Yeah, this could save him here.
This is so. I mean, that's exactly what you need to hit. So a lot of people will ask me in this situation, "Hey, if I get a 0 gold opener, should I just open fort? What should I do?" Or even on a 2 gold opener. And I actually hate open forting on a low gold start because what happens is you're already going to be behind the curve in money. So when you choose to open fort, what happens is that lets you catch up in money, but then you're also sacrificing your health. So in my opinion, if you're going to be behind in gold anyway, and your best case scenario is to kind of catch up, then that's not a very good best case scenario. You might as well try to preserve health because that's the one thing you can potentially still do is have a strong board, right? Like you can kind of you'll have no econ, but you can still have a strong board.
He managed to have just enough gold too to put together quite a good board where you've got 3 mage going, you've got the Morello Namicon on the TF, and you've got cultists. Like this suddenly became a board that I wouldn't be surprised to see him win streak a bit with.
Yeah, he feels good with the situation. He slammed the Morello instead of the death cap. Maybe he has a different type of units in mind. I think that's one of the situations I think you'd probably get a 50-50 split from people on which item they like to slam more, and it probably just comes down to playstyle. But he's got definitely a strong board.
Do you feel like Morello's is maybe like the specifically stronger endgame item when you think about who you can put it on?
I don't know. Like, I actually think Death Cap is better because it's more flexible and it's still a strong item. There aren't that many. The problem with this set, or it's not really a problem, but there aren't that many units that are very good at applying Morellos when you hit the endgame situation. It's really like Morgana, Sejuani, and probably Yone are the ones I can really think of off the top of my head. But otherwise, there's not that many. Like, hey, this unit is a core item on this unit is like really just Morgana that has it as a core item. So that's the main reason I don't like Morello.
I think talking about the 50-50 split, I actually personally would gravitate towards preferring Morello's over the Death Cap because I think while your point is correct, it's not as flexible as Death Cap. I think it is just flexible enough to be okay. Talking about you can fit, Sejuani into a lot of different comps. You want to fit Yone into a lot of different comps, and if you're running, Enlightened, then boom, it's already really good for Morg there. So I kind of like it here from Aegon, but I definitely can see both sides of the perspective there.
Yeah. Having a hanging rod probably better than having a hanging belt as well. But I'm also somebody who loves ZZ Rat, which is why I would have liked having the hanging belt.
Yeah,
because it just made a ZZ Rat.
Well, I think like this whole conversation is giving me a lot of faith in the game right now in the meta because I think you're both right. Like there's a lot of good points to do both, and we're in a meta where I think you can be very flexible with items and make everything work. Death Cap can work on many more people, but Morello's in a pinch can still do its job. Like I think about putting it on Annie, putting it on Kien.
I love this Yiggles.
Yeah, fortune for Yiggles here.
I was saying you need to make some boomer bust plays, and Yiggles has the fortune in. So,
what do you build with this? Do you maybe go because you could slam something like Runin's IE? It would be on the Annie, but like whatever. You can like find another Annie and move the items over later.
Yeah, I mean, this is really awkward. I think this is one of those situations. I think a lot of people would slam Runons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to make something. Like,
but maybe, do you? Because you got to go first, right? If you got to maybe greed it out, maybe it's the correct play to hold. I don't know.
Actually, you're probably right. I think in the situation where she's so far behind in the point standings, I think full greeting and you just chain. Oh, she can't change the loss streak anymore, but hitting the gold tier actually helps for the threshold. You might actually be able to make 20 if she gets lucky with this drop here. You can get up to 4 gold tier. You can also get a Thieves Glove off a 1 loss fortune in super rare situations.
Yeah. Oh, I understand now why Socks likes Fortune so much, because you get Thieves Gloves, and that's one of Socks' favorite items. It just clicks.
It's all coming together.
We have solved Socks.
Oh, it's actually just 2 gold. It's only a 1 loss.
Yeah, that's rough. 2 gold is the worst case you can get there, but
yeah.
it would have almost been better to lose just so you can start chaining the losses, but kind of an awkward situation. She's stuck with this random Nidalee now that doesn't really have that many good items, but maybe she can start win streaking with the fortune.
4 sharpshooters is still pretty decent early on.
Positioning
as far as putting out a lot of damage.
The way you want to position the sharpshooters early is you actually want to split them in the corners.
Yeah.
And because if you keep it clustered like this, if you just guess wrong, Zed jumps on and just kills all 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
That did surprise me a little bit because I feel like you could put the Annie kind of near the back towards 2 important sharpshooters, and then you put the other one on the other side.
Yeah, and one thing that happens is when you have them split in the corners, let's say Zed jumps in and kills like the Nidalee on one corner, he has to now suddenly run all the way across the map to hit the other corner. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths to having the sharpshooters in the back line. And it's something that, because I've been playing a lot of shooters lately, and it's something that I've learned is optimal positioning for it. You only really want to cluster when you have a ZZ Rot in the back line to eat the jump unit.
Right. No, I agree with you completely. I played sharpshooters as like my comp in PBE when that was going, and I've tried to play it a lot throughout live as it's kind of gone up and down, and it kind of it reminds me a lot of things like snipers, rangers, where you generally don't want everything clumped up on one side, especially in the early game. But
yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like, in theory and like practical application, it's usually going to be a small thing, but in the grand scheme of things, those extra 2 HP you lose here and there are going to add up, you know?
I mean, it matters so much in a lobby like this. Like I said, you get hard punished and with people that are this good if you aren't playing optimally.
Yep.
Ooh, another cloak is not what I want to see there.
Another cloak,
another Poe as well.
Wow. These are such good Zed items that I don't know if she plays much Zed cons, but like if you are Asian Gamer 5 and you see this item drop, you are sitting here, you're doing a little dance, you're calling, tweeting at more dogs saying thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not in the lobby, so she wouldn't be contested if she went for it.
Well, that's true. That's actually a really important point. Because everyone must know from playing this tournament that, Zed's pretty viable. Asian Gamer does every game and has done pretty well. So it's on everyone's minds. It's just if they're comfortable enough to actually pursue that route. And it looks like Eagles will perhaps not do that. Actually, still could. I mean, Runans is still viable for the Zed. Same with QSS, but it might not be that option.
So she has really great items to transition to a Warwick comp as well, which is something not many people are playing. But perfect item Warwick. Just get another sword and you Deathblade with the 2 Jinx items right there. Could be really, really strong if she's able to hit it.
Ooh, nearly missed her spear, but didn't matter.
Well, it was a nice break there too for TF to die right before he ulted there.
So this will be the second fortune pop. So this will be a 2 loss fortune. I think the average yield is going to be around 5 to 6 gold.
Decent.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Fines are working.
Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 gold. Didn't see which one of it was, but
exactly. So it was pretty decent.
Yeah. Dusk this way, you get a little bit more beef for your backline, I guess.
Ooh, is it the just
in here? Yeah, I think cut the Annie. You're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna cash out that much. I think you just cut the Annie.
We talked about having to play greedy, but you have to like back away from that at some point, don't you?
Yeah, this is still an okay spot to back out of it. I honestly can see arguments for both of them if you're Yiggles in this spot here. So I mean,
I feel like at most you can build up a 3 loss fortune and then pop on 3-6, and I just don't feel like that's gonna happen.
So it's so exact of a scenario to have to happen.
Yeah, that's where it would be worth. Like if she can keep popping it, then that's great. So I don't know.
At least with this Diana comp, oh wow, she's gonna win maybe.
That's
Spear. Wow, super close.
To keep it in. If you can win streak with fortune, then it's really good. So she ended up doing well there, but I think it was a little bit of luck there. She didn't really scout the lobby at all to see who she could potentially beat or not, and it just ended up being a team that she could beat.
Yeah,
double Katarina, but probably bait here.
But, like it's probably too much gold to invest to buy the Katarina and like swap that with the Annie or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's still same situation in the last turn where I still personally think you should just put the Silas in. Just give up on the Annie and just try and maintain your win streak.
It's so tempting though when you're still winning.
Yeah, she scouted a bit there, decided not to move corners, but did identify the strength of the rest of the lobby, going up against Nubile here with the the chosen Fiora.
Yep, going for a little bit of duelist action. Some strong item on the Yasuo with the Infinity Edge, and yeah, it's going to tear apart this background, or backline rather.
Right, so now she's at one loss Fortune, and you're kind of sitting there. Anybody who's ever played Fortune knows that even at one loss, you're like, well, I really want to pop this before I start transitioning.
Yep.
Yeah, the HP is still okay. 69 HP at 3-4, not bad. It's definitely playable there. The lobby HP is relatively close between, I guess like third and seventh here.
Right. She should take the sword probably just to finish the Death Blade. But looks like she might be going for IE.
A little bit of indecision. Yeah.
Okay. She wants we're taking a belt here. She almost just wants the
CZ Rot maybe?
CZ Rot.
Protect the back line here. I don't really agree with the decision. I don't really see how the ZZ Rat can lead you to a victory here, but if you took the sword, it gives you the Death Blade, and it's still good. Like, it doesn't have to be Warwick. Death Blade plus Runance just has really great synergy together on multiple different carry units.
Yeah. Ooh, finds the assassin. So you can jump up to 4 assassin here, and yeah, that's exactly what kiting does.
Ooh,
and like pretty strong temporary board.
I like this as well. The pike is actually kind of like one of the stronger, less expected carries that we've seen here. We saw Sox yesterday go to like the end of the game with a triple item pike too, and it had 2 of these items, that the Ludens and the Morellos here. So I'm like this for kiting here, finding that chosen, putting in for the 4 assassin. I think this is pretty strong.
Yeah, Pike is very good at applying Morel too. That's another one of the units I didn't mention earlier. I don't know if you remember
late game units, so.
Pike with the Shojins of just zip around the map, but Morel was always very good on him.
Yep. There's other builds where you can even put like a Sunfire cape. I mean, anything that does well with being near other champions.
Yep.
Works well. Ionic Spark, of course.
It's an interesting TF build there.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, look at the TF items. That's like an Asher.
What is this, like regular League of Legends?
Yeah, TF is cosplaying as an AD carry here,
Yeah. Live out those dreams. It happens sometimes on the Rift, so trying to bring it here.
True.
So definitely looks like kiting is going to play a Talon comp. You have really good Morgana items. You have GA and a spare glove ready for Talon. So a really good positioning item-wise for him, so long as he's able to hit. You'll see him sell the Katarina in a turn here and really look for the Morgana Talon.
The gold's a little low.
He stabilizes. Yeah, his gold sucks, but he can definitely stabilize. So Yiggles is stuck in Fortune Prison. This is probably turn 2.
Yeah.
She might win this, though. This is a good matchup for
her. If that Jinx can keep popping off, not quite.
Okay, Yiggles gets to catch out. Actually,
the last possible. So this actually was perfect. Like, that's exactly what you need. Is you win on the last possible turn. Now you can pivot entirely out of Fortune and roll towards something else. I don't know what comp she has in mind, but being probably looking like maybe an Ashe comp with the way the board is set up on her bench.
Yeah.
So getting that Fortune pop definitely going to help a lot towards that end.
I opened up her stream to see what the Fortune was going to be, and just a lot of. Basically just got like a ton of units on the bench. Didn't see any item components even pop out from that, actually. Just a lot of gold and a lot of stuff on the bench.
Okay. So gold, we take the gold. I mean, right before 4-1, nobody's complaining about having gold on this turn, right?
True. Swapping away from Fortune now, probably a good idea. Yeah, did find an Ashe out of that as well.
Right, so, now, I mean, this is a big roll down for... Oh, that's huge.
Nice.
To find just one more Talon, and he'll be able to Talon 2 here. So, ideal situation for him would be chosen Morgana with an extra Talon, and then he's going to be able to top 4 if he hits that. So there's
one Talon.
It's only the Ashes as well. Wow.
There we go.
Just hit.
Doesn't find a Morgana yet, though, which is a bit of... unfortunate. I guess you still have Pike, though, to carry the items for now. You want to replace that Pike later on, which is why there's one on the bench. Finds a Shen. Ooh, Cultist Jin actually going in. This could just be a Cultist comp now.
Yeah, true. Just needs one more Cultist. I guess he can fit that Aatrox in next round.
Yeah, I think he missing it, but he definitely should have had it in here. I actually think you screwed the Talon.
Yeah, actually, I agree.
You already have the Elise, you have the Twisted Fate, so you're not worried about because you know those games where it's like, oh no, I don't have the TF or the Elise, but he already has them. So I think this is you're looking at 9 cultists maybe.
Definitely. You've got you've got the GA on Jin, which is just
Especially he doesn't make up the Jin here, so I think he's gonna eventually pivot out of this Talon. Oh,
Zillion as well on 7.
It's a cultist game.
And the Evelyn. Holy.
wait, what is he missing? Just Callista, right?
Yeah, just Callista, and then he'll have 9.
Yeah.
Needs to level though.
He needs to level. This is, I mean, so 9 cultists This is exactly what kiting needs. You see his scores today: 5, 5, 6, 4. He's somebody that doesn't necessarily need a couple firsts, but definitely a couple top 3s to be in that conversation. And getting the 9 cultists is 100% going to put him in that conversation. This is a super high roll to hit the Zillion at 1% chance when you're playing cultists here.
Right. Oh, definitely. Ooh, a couple interesting things that just happened. The Locket going on the Zillion, just wanting to have those tanky stats on him as well. And then the other side here, actually, the Elderwood Sejuani from Nubao with the perfect items. Some may say Ash, not gonna be good enough to beat the cultist as of now, but still Nubao. I'm questioning the Elderwood Sejuani. Is it good? Is it bad? What do you guys think?
I think it's just an item holder. I think he'll eventually pivot it. So
it can be strong because maybe you can get 2 ults instead of 1 now with it, but you're definitely going to sell it later.
You almost never will commit to that. Putting the Locket I want to talk about earlier on the Zillion is actually pretty smart because he already knows there's a couple of people leaning towards Talon in this lobby, and getting a little extra armor on the Zillion means Talon is much less likely to jump onto the Talon is not going to jump onto the Zillion during a reset, which allows Zillion to apply the ultimate onto other people, and it just further cements that matchup victory for him. It's very difficult for Talon to beat this comp now.
Spencer once again with Diana 4 has been achieved.
Yeah, he's been liking it. Can this Galio handle it?
No.
Another stun comes through, maybe with the Morellos. Yeah,
shot. Yeah, what he needed was to give the Jin some time. The GA is the big difference there. Without the Jin back, I think the Diana actually 1v9s that.
True.
I keep saying I really think the GA is like the highest damage Jin item actually, just because it brings him back.
Yeah, it's so good. Getting that him dying and having that 4th shot loaded in the barrel is real sad.
Now it's fun for kiting
right here.
Could have. It's probably gonna be fun. I think. Could have Zillion too though.
He should have much of a choice, being second to last pick, but yeah,
it's one
available.
Sax will consider. Yeah, I mean, if it's still up here.
All right. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So he can fit 9 cultists in right now. This is so strong for him.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
He can just gold. He can just maintain gold to go fast 9 from this spot.
Yeah, doesn't have the Callista yet though. Still needs the Callista actually.
Oh, that's right, he needs Callista. Okay, so that's
should be able to find it at some point. Meanwhile, we're gonna move over to watching Spencer for a bit. Spencer second from the bottom, a little bit on the verge of elimination. Hey, he found the Callista.
Diana with very close to perfect items. Or some might be perfect items, but those are 2 of the items that I consider perfect, and then the 3rd item that is solid.
Yeah.
4 assassin now, including the assassin Lissandra, which is interesting because that's going to make her ult theoretically. I wonder if it does give you a better chance of hitting across the side because she's going to jump back, target the highest AD. It puts her in the middle though, so interesting.
Yeah, it's always funny seeing the jump on the Lissandra. I think it's actually a really good item on her. So Force is going to be really strong in this comp when you can get the spat up like this.
I agree. People do. If you get the assassin spat, it's usually going to go on the Lissandra here. I do agree with it. And now Spencer gets to get out of losing. It was on a 5-loss streak here, but is going to finally win with that power spike there. Leveling up as well for the 4 assassin is huge. The IE on the Diana means her every auto attack is going to just deal so much damage. The auto attacks are oftentimes going to do more than the spell.
Yeah, Spencer's just so strong. Sax is kind of in a rough spot right here, but looks like he's going to get a win here.
Yeah. 6 cultists there.
Yeah, I mean, Sax. We were wondering how Sax would bounce back from the tragedy that was, and looking like another rough game here. But it looks like he might be able to stabilize with the win there.
Right. I saw chosen Aatrox. I wonder if that was cultist or if that was Vanguard.
Yeah, it was on Sax. It's probably a cultist, but Wouldn't
it
put
was cultist. I
yeah,
think.
wouldn't
It
put it
was,
past Sox to grab something else as well. I'm curious about Yiggles' situation now. We know she's kind of in a rough spot, and we haven't seen her board in a little bit.
Yeah, it was
Nubel.
looking great, but I'm
A
sure we'll see.
double,
Look at this, two Elderwood spatulas already.
Yeah,
why not?
seeing that once again, but still no Ash 2 though, so the Ash is just gonna fall to Diana. The CC does come out from the Cassiopeia, but it is not enough barely. If that was Ash 2 though, it could have gone the other way.
Ash 2 would have won that fight for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see Warwick either, and usually that's one of the primary Elderwood spatula carriers, so probably needing that as well.
Yeah,
A
sure.
roll down for New Bowel, it seems.
Yeah, okay, this is what Spencer is doing every single shop actually, is buying out the shop and selling it. And what that does is it gives the other people, if they are rolling, it gives them, just a slightly higher odds to roll those units that he doesn't think that they want, as opposed to the units that they do want. So just a little bit of just a good play, I guess, from Spencer.
That's such a tiny sweat move, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't even tell you the last time I did it specifically for that reason. I feel like when I do it, it's because I'm just spazzing and just trying to figure out a way to, like in StarCraft, people are always just clicking around to keep their
Yeah,
away.
APM spamming.
Yeah, that's what it would feel like for me.
Yeah, it does give it's just the most minute advantages, I guess. Like if you're really full sweating, you should do it, but there's oftentimes just way more things to have to worry about.
If you have the APM to spare, then just do it.
Yeah, doing it every turn actually is making a habit of it.
Why not? Maybe keeps you more aware of what's in your shop too. Make sure you don't miss anything.
That's true, actually.
Oh,
Oh.
good point.
It is the little things.
Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, but definitely agree. We had to see what Yiggles is working with here, and it's a Chosen Riven, both an Ash in the back line.
Ash,
okay.
She's unfortunately still stuck on level 7, so her econ kind of aggrieved. We know she had a ton of money at 7, so it seems like maybe the roll wasn't favorable.
Yeah, with a Riven 2 with Thieves Gloves too, you're going to need a lot more on the Dusk side of things to really support that, seems like.
We were saying earlier that, she kind of needs a first. This doesn't seem like the situation where that's going to happen. Already sitting in 8th here, this feels like probably another bot finish.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
if she super high rolls the next couple of shops, maybe it could salvage a 5th or 4th, at best, but it's looking a little rough.
At this point, take the if you can finish above Sox, I'd take it.
True.
Yeah, if you can get Sox to get an 8th in tournament play, I feel like just hard worth.
I wonder if Kiting found that Callista yet. He seemed to be our player that was most likely to get to 9 cultists this game.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to check back in with him soon if we can actually to see where his progress is on that regard.
I'll pull up his stream on my other monitor here. Yep, he hit the 9 cultists. So he's
okay.
Cultist, he's level 8.
Assassin. We're hitting all the prestige levels for synergies here.
Yeah.
Not Sox though. Still on 6 cultists.
6 assassins.
Diana though.
I can't tell if 6 assassins any good. I feel like it's not, but
apparently it's not.
Not in that matchup. I mean,
bodied, but
yeah, Diana was super unfortunate in that fight because she got pulled back, CC'd, and essentially just one shot there, and wasn't able to lifesteal back up with a gunblade or anything like that. It was just huge in terms of just team fight RNG there from Sox.
Yeah, Yiggles with the win there too. So now Spencer really in danger of going top 8.
Yeah. Looking at Spencer's scores here, I mean, Spencer is kind of towards the bottom of the standings, 15 points right now, so needs these next couple of games to go really well. And if this is an 8th place from Spencer, it's maybe doomed moving forward.
I think he's getting baited too hard by the 6 Sin. So one of the things that, if you go back to the theory that Sox had posited, which is you need good front line and good back line if you're trying to build a comp. When you're going 6 Sin like this, you have no front line. So everything just gets melted. So your 6 Sins, this Talon and this Katarina aren't actually even going to do much in this fight. It would be better to have Shen plus Aurelia in, just have a little bit of front lines, get some adept, get a little more of a round comp. But right now, just everything else just gets melted. So your units just get blown through. It doesn't matter how strong the Diana is.
Yeah.
All the eggs are very much in the Diana basket, and it looks like he's going to win around anyway. But you're right. When you look at it, all of his assassins except for Diana are just 1 star right now.
Don't do anything. So I mean, it's just one of these situations. I think I saw him play the 4 Sin earlier as well. Whenever I play this comp, I usually don't even go past 2 Sin, and I just fit in a bunch of adepts and just good frontline units to supplement this. And this is something that Sox has talked about consistently as well. Is moving up beyond.
Sure. Yeah, because if you are counting on that Diana to just live through everything, you want to get in synergies that help her live, right? Because you only can put 3 items on Diana, but you can also give the adept debuff to the other team. You can give the mystic buff to your team. So there's other ways to make that Diana more tanky without putting items on her.
Yeah, it's very rare that you're in a situation where you're like, "Oh man, I wish Diana had slightly more crit chance here, or slightly more crit damage." Like Diana 4 is going to one shot almost anything she touches, and it's just a matter of keeping her alive and having the rest of the team supplement that.
Yeah, exactly. Looking over at non-Tom now, and non-Tom below in this lobby is kind of that worrying HP number because the HP is so close. 2 fights could spell the end of 1 or 2 fights could spell the end of any of these, bot 6 players in the lobby here. But non-Tom with that strong chosen, I believe it was Jin there, scouting the rest of the lobby, and has 3 Z-Zerots actually right now with the Thieves Gloves rolling one of them.
That Jin is so strong. That's those items in the Jin are nasty.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
4 sharp, 4 dusk. Like this is a really, really solid comp.
I do love the triple ZZ Rat though. It's very, very powerful.
Well, it's gonna give Jin just like so much time to just free fire.
Yeah. Oh man, the Riven getting to the backline, actually the finishing off the Ashe there as well. Yiggles is gonna drop there. Oh no, is 8th it looks like here. Spencer dropping as well, but 1 HP higher will be in 7th.
Yeah, I mean, like Spencer just built. Like if he reviews that game, I hope he considers that the 6 sin was just a big bait. You could have flexed a lot more units in with the type of gold that he had. So definitely hit the drawing board with that one.
Either way, props to the 2 of them for making it to day 2. It's I don't believe mathematically possible at all for either of them to make it on to day 3, but to make it this deep in a tournament with this level of player is still impressive.
Yeah, sure. I mean, one bad day doesn't define who you are as a player. I would say kudos to both of them. Had very strong showings, or strong enough showing yesterday, and they have consistently been strong players. So
yeah, plenty of time in set 4 to change those results for sure.
Yeah, just blame Mortdog, as I always say.
Sure. Oh, okay. Nubel has actually pivoted out of Ashe completely, but is stuck with the 2 Elderwood spats now, but is playing Talon along with it. This is some awkward spat usage, and
hey,
oh man.
I mean, I guess it's tankiness.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's good. I see it.
Definitely not. It's definitely not that great. It seems like, unfortunately.
But sometimes the Ashes just don't hit.
Right. It's top out 6th, by the way. So losing a little bit of ground is still, pretty much guaranteed to move on to tomorrow. But maybe going to give up a spout or 2 to Cottontail or something.
Oh, non-Tom has a lot of money too. That's the thing I didn't quite catch until just now. But triple item on this carousel, so you're gonna be able to throw the Frozen Heart onto the Riven, and then probably, these are not great items to see on this shop for him, but
yeah. Honestly, it's like a Shojin plus Rageblade on like the Teemo. I guess it's not bad.
Shojin Rageblade Zillion, man.
Yeah, Zillion.
Oh, they're a Zillion actually. Never mind. You're right.
Get that Zillion too. Your team never dies.
It's not bad on Teemo because you got 4 shooters in, but it should probably be on the Zillion.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think Teemo is like that first gut reaction choice because it would be good on Teemo, but then you're like, but yeah, we just make that floating old dude fast.
What you really want to do is just sell the Teemo, period. You don't even want that thing on your board right now.
Yeah, I'd rather a Jinx.
You don't need 4 sharpshooters at this point.
Shooters are good. Like if he can find a way to cut both Thresh and Teemo and Vayne, he just doesn't seem to have enough money to pivot out of everything.
Well, I wonder, if you can, you can't get like a Dusk spat at this point. Otherwise, you could look at maybe like 6 Dusk or something. But no, I think it's fine. I think maybe you look at like 4 Mystic as your other alternative.
Yeah, that was really weird. The Aatrox didn't pull the Zillion, even though I saw the chain.
Yeah, it was just like a visual thing, and if sometimes the Aatrox dies as the chain's coming out, then it won't pull. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, the blind on the Galio.
It's actually super good against Galio.
Yeah.
He's not going to beat it, I don't think, but it's definitely.
I think he might get it. He would have had it.
And you said those mean things about Teemo. Look at that. He nearly beat Delta's board.
I think he would have won if he had the items on Teemo. So how about that?
Actually, that's crazy. And I was like, no, you guys are super right. Like Zillion. And overall, yeah, the items are better on Zillion, but just interesting scenario changes there for the Teemo actually would have won the fight. Non-Tom still in a good spot though. Has top 4. Nubel did drop in 5th there though.
Top 4 is great. Sax has fortunately recovered from his lapse into the abyss and is returned to his top 4 form.
So you've
Yeah,
got
that's a 3 Ash.
Oh, it is. Wow.
Virtuosaurus, I believe.
Yep.
Yep.
So Bert was one of those players right at the bottom. 3 Ash is very much a top 1 comp.
I would say so. What do you think about the items? They're good items. Not the best items, but they're probably
solid. So actually, when you see a lot of people playing the Galio, I've been playing and thinking about it a lot today. Is you actually like having Bloodthirster or some form of healing on your backline unit, and you can actually beat out the Galio if you have that. I think it's actually better than having like IE Last Whisper into Galio matchup. So seeing that Fighting had 9 Galio, I think like it's really good itemization in this particular lobby.
Well, he's also got the Ezreal too as well, so that'll be pretty strong. Non-Tom though out in 4th, unfortunately. So we'll jump over to one of these other 3 players to see who's going to take it. Bertosaurus, the one way in the lead, but like we talked about, he's got that Ashe 3, he's got the Ezreal 2, he's in pretty good shape.
With the Lilia 2 hit.
Yeah, this is 4 Dusk. All right.
I mean, I think it's 6 Dusk.
6 Dusk, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a super strong. I mean, these are all super strong boards. I think the Ashe 3 is going to end up clutching it. Because I don't feel like these guys are gonna have enough to punish.
Tell you about the caster curse thing, man. You're doing
it. That's that one time.
This actually is just so strong. It's with the healing. It's so hard to have enough damage to cut through this Ashe here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff also on the comp as well. Like even the kind of awkward items in the Kien double frozen art Vanguard spat, it's still going to be quite the force to reckon with.
That Galio and just melted.
Yeah, Ashe 3 is just going to finish this comp here for them. So really, at the very least, it's a guaranteed second for Bertosaurus.
Well, he's got a lot of HP left too. Still 40 HP.
Yeah. Another thing Cutting's doing here actually is keeping these items on the pike for the whole entire game, and actually a second Luden's on the pike now with the Morellos to complement it. It is still solid. A lot of initial damage there. One of the good Morello users as well that we didn't talk about in the initial conversation, but this is going to be looking for at least a top 2 here. If this is a third with 9 cultists with the game that Cutting has had, I'd be kind of surprised.
I'd be very sad, but it could very well be a top at the top 3 here with Sax, very strong board.
I like the Frozen Heart, but I kind of want to put it on somebody that's going to get in the back line and try to slow that Ashe down. There's no QSS, so you can affect the speed of it.
Yeah, I'd almost throw it on the Evelyn and just make sure the Evelyn is fixed.
Yeah, Cutting's looking for it. He moved the Evelyn there.
It's waiting to see who he faces first, but
I think Bert flipped the Ashe as well though, so I ended up not mattering. But yeah, so they're gonna play for second here,
right?
But see, this Jin has a Giant Slayer. I actually think Kiting should have denied Giant Slayer from Sax, because Giant Slayer is just going to destroy this Galio.
Oh yeah, it just gets melted there, and Kiting is going to be out in 3rd with this composition.
He's so strong. I'd be so sad to get 3rd with this.
Yeah.
It's just a really, really strong top 3 overall.
Yeah, and Kiting needed the points way more than Sax does. But
oh yeah,
Sax is done here. You can't touch this. Sax is so strong too. This is like as strong as it gets with great items on his units. I'm trying to think of like what is the way out here. Like the way out is somehow the Aatrox pulls the Ashe, but the way it's positioned right now is you're never going to get a situation because Lux and Ezreal are always going to be cornered. As long as the Ashe is in the middle of the board, there's no way they can ever touch the Ashe with the pull.
Yeah. If Aatrox is far right hand side and Ashe is on far like one of the sides, it could work. But yeah, this middle positioning is actually really good against that.
Bert's not gonna get caught by something like that.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's all about this Jin. Can you get enough shots off? But he's just never gonna get to that Ashe in the back.
You also can't heal well enough through the Ezreal ult. So
yeah,
you just
game.
All right, Bertosaurus gets the win in lobby A here, and I feel like maybe I'm misremembering this, but I feel like that might be his. Is that his second first of the day? No.
Bert's
okay. No, it's not. It's his first of the day, but still, good result for him. He needs it right now. May help him guarantee a day 3.
Yeah, Bert's been struggling today. I think in terms of scores, only one game was a 4th place, and one game was a top 4. So a first right now, and then either a second or first next game, I think needs to be on the table here for Bert.
Yeah,
I guess so.
One more game like that though, and I do think he should secure his spot. But like with one game, his if your whole tournament's riding in just one game, in a game like TFT, in a lobbies with players that are this good, it's definitely a rough spot to be in. But at the very least, he's given himself a fighting chance.
Definitely.
We're waiting for results to come in from the other game. From what I can see, just on my data here, it looks like Cottontail has taken 8th over in the other lobby. So another just really rough finish for him. And as good as his day was yesterday, today is just a polar opposite. It's bizarre. I've never seen Cottontail finish so poorly before.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably what I've seen is probably the worst Cottontail tournament performance on one day. Of course, we talked about it a bit. One day doesn't define your whole career or whatnot. So Cottontail's still a strong player, but today is just really not his day though.
Yep. Weird to see it after such a strong day yesterday. But happens to everybody at some point.
The consistency is a huge thing, and we see players like Sox and Aegon be always consistent right there, and Cottontail most of the time has the consistency, but there was a lapse of that today. It's looking like with Sox's placement there, I think he's back in first in terms of points overall. We'll have to see soon though.
I believe so. Just looking at my data, just to give you updates, it looks like Soju won the other lobby. So that's a player that definitely needed to have some pretty good results here in the last couple games to secure a spot in the top 8 tomorrow. So we're seeing some movement. I'm excited to check out the overall scores to see where everybody's at, because I think it's gonna be really tight coming to this final game.
Tournament Soju. Yeah, Tournament Soju, maybe it's time. He's flipped around. He's no longer 8th in tournaments. He's going first and might get to the finals. Is it time we're gonna see a Soju win in this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It was the same kind of story yesterday with Soju, where he started off the day really slow and needed strong performances down the stretch to be able to advance. And here we are again, Soju turning it on when it matters. He's putting on a show for viewers, right? It's just kind of like, hey, look, I'm kind of in danger. Keep them hooked, and then making them come back.
He's content god nowadays for sure. Doing it for the viewers, doing it for the fans.
It's just all for the drama, right? Yeah. Let's take a look at the winning comp from the lobby that we followed here. Of course, this is the comp that we saw. Bertosaurus pilot, just that really strong Ash 3. The only carry you need, but he had a lot of other stuff augmenting that as well. I mean, that Kien is certainly no slouch either. And he had the Ezreal too as well.
Yeah, now you know why. I forget who was running the double Elderwood spat in the front line and pivoted all the way over to Talon. Now you know why he had to pivot, because he couldn't find an Ashe because Bertosaurus took them all.
True.
Pretty much, yeah. It's very true. Man, how does that feel to make 2 Elderwood spatulas and then never find an Ashe? That's where you just play Veigar, I guess. I don't know. It's rough.
You go on Twitter, you complain about that one. That's one where you're so mad.
I guess. Well, let's see what the scores look like after 5 games completed. It's going to be Sox in the lead, Aegon and Non-Tom close behind. It looks like 30 points, 30, low, mid-30s is going to be the cutoff after the next game. Noob Owl and Kien just sneaking in there. And Soju, with that win, vaults up to 30 points himself. But that said, in the bottom 8, we still have some players with opportunities to move up, players like Setsuko, even Asian gamers, certainly with a chance, providing some people do poorly, who he needs to do poorly, and some people do very well, who he needs to do very well. But for players like, again, KCI, even Bertosaurus is going to have a nearly impossible time. I think even a first is going to be very difficult to get into the top 8 with. So we are seeing players that are kind of looking on the outside of the top 8 finish no matter what. But still, certainly some movement that can happen.
Yeah, there's only a 10-point gap actually between Non-Tom at 3rd place and Bertosaurus in 12th place there. So these scores are actually around this, middle bubble. Or it's going to come down to the wire here in this last game.
Yeah, definitely a few people. I think KCI could still potentially make it up there with the right placements, kind of falling in place for him. So a lot of people really need to put on their gamer shoes here. Pull the chair up, sit upright, and really lock and load for this one.
Yeah, posture check for all these players and for all you at home right now for sure.
Posture check, drink your water. It's game time. You got to go now.
Yep, exactly. Well, it's going to be exciting. We are going to jump into our lobby B in just a moment, which is going to be I Like Hobos, Kien, Boomer, and Zapper, Setsuko, Asian Gamers, Soju, KCI, and Cottontail for what is going to be the last game of the day. And that's going to be an exciting lobby to watch. I'm always excited when we get to see whatever lobby Asian Gamers is in right now, because it's just interesting to see him continue to try to push this Z-based style of play, this ninja style of play. And let's see, what did he get last game? Last game, he ended up with 4 points, which would have been a 6th. Is that right?
Fifth.
Fifth? Yeah, okay, yeah. So not the greatest finish, but not the worst either. So again, his results have been kind of middling. He's sitting at 24 points in the standing right now. Needs to have a big final game to push through to day number 3.
Definitely. It's a interesting dynamic when we have Asian Gamer in a game, because you're not going to see that Z Force in any other game. It really changes the whole lobby. It changes, just the power level of everyone there, and you got to play well around that. We saw, Aegon earlier deny a little bit of some Zeds with holding that item carrier shade chosen Zed there, but people oftentimes aren't going to want to contest Asian Gamer here. But the points do matter for a lot of these players in this game. There's a couple at the top. There's like Ali Kobo's, Kien Boomer, and Zapper, but then towards like the middle of the pack, Asian Gamer, Soju, Setsuko as well, though. Like this game means a lot for a lot of these players. Like this is a really hype lobby to watch.
Yeah, super high stakes games. And if anybody is going to contest the Zed, Kien is somebody who loves to play the Zed. I learned how basically from his screen, stream. So very excited to see how they play out. And you got all these guys like Kien. If you don't top 4 this game, you're probably out. Soju, if you top 4 this game, you're looking like you're probably out. So you got to be real careful with those players sitting at that 30-point mark, especially going down. I think above that, you might be able to afford a bad game, but anything from 30 below is looking real rough here.
Yeah, look at Kien's scores right now. First, 7th, 7th, 5th. Very, very much true to his playstyle of 1st or 8th gamer right there. And needs to be a 1st as opposed to 8th in this game, because he'll be eliminated, actually, if he has one more poor placement, as we were just saying.
Yeah, really just being propped up by those 2 first place finishes. Interesting to see, but looks like we're ready to get into the game in just a moment. We're going to start things off with none other than C9's own Soju as we get set for the final lobby of the day.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of drama here. Kien and Soju are really close friends as well. So they might be in a position where they have to eliminate one or the other here. So we got a little bit of rivalry going on.
Yeah, Soju has a 2-point lead going to this game, though. 30 points opposed to Kien's 28. Both of them still around that little bubble, though. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of trash talk depending on if one of them's eliminated and one of them actually moves on.
Soju with the cleaning supplies in the background. He's ready to clean up the competition in this final game. Either that or keep the glass on that cabinet very nice and shiny. One of the two.
Oh, so that's a really great. So what happens when you see 2 orbs drop here? It guarantees it's not going to be a 2 gold start, because you're guaranteed an orb on each round. So you do love to see the double start here. He's guaranteed 4 gold at minimum. So should feel pretty
Cultists.
Definitely. Those 2 gold openers, something that everyone complains about, and guaranteed not being able to get that kind of puts you at ease, especially in a tense situation such as a game number 6 like this. Some items that you don't want to, make together. We did see one actually Frozen Heart Slam yesterday, but generally players will not do that. Depending on the item that Soju gets here, though, could probably be a slam for there are a lot of things that are good to slam with tier and with Vest.
Right. I would say Frozen Heart on Pike maybe, and that's it. But even then, I don't think I'd actually do it. But if I had to do it, that would be the one unit.
Yeah,
I mean, we've had metas where like Frozen Heart was a great item to slam, but this is definitely not one of them. Oh, how about a 3 Diana shop? Probably
it's cute.
Have it, right?
Yeah, you probably pick it up here.
I think you take it, you sell the Wukong, you pre-level.
Okay, it's looking like that's gonna be the case here. Pre-level to get that chosen, perhaps that 2 cost chosen in the next shop. Imagine if it's like a cultist or assassin Pike chosen. That'd be like
right. Or you pick up like an Evelyn or something like that, just straight up, not even chosen.
Yeah,
get that 3 cost.
Yeah, Callista as well to get that cultist in there. It'll be nice. Okay, sword here. It could be a GA. Yeah.
Pre-level in as well. I think I would slam the GA. It's not the best item slam early, but
oh, I like this. Oh, he doesn't have enough to afford it, but
so good, but he doesn't have money to pick up any of it.
Yeah, is this ever a lock actually? So you can pick up Kindred and you lock?
I think you might, because just having that early keeper chosen like that, especially a Jarvan.
So he's thinking about it, because you want the Elise too, actually.
Yeah.
I think you do lock this.
It's so interesting. You send everything on the Kindred. Maybe you lock, you sell the Kindred next round to be able to pick up everything.
There's so much because you also want the Aphelios if you're gonna play the Kindred.
Yeah. This
You
is
might just let it go too if you commits the items to the Kindred like this. Not thinking of selling it, maybe.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what happens here.
Yeah.
there's a lot of different options here. It's actually really interesting to think about all of them, but yeah, we'll see what Soju decides to do here in a second. It's gonna be pick up the Elise because of the win there, but not luck for the Jarvan.
That hurts. That hurts to let that go. That feels bad.
Just doesn't have the money.
Yeah.
This is a tough call. I don't know what I would have done, to be honest with you. I'm glad I did not have to make that decision.
Because the worst thing would be doing all that, picking it up, and then not winning, you know?
Yeah.
Which Jarvan is like, I feel like right on the edge where he should secure you some round wins, but it's not a guarantee by any stretch like it is with some other early chosens. He does end up finding that Jarvan just straight up in the shop anyway, so he gets that keeper buff. So I think this is kind of how you split the difference, and you're happy with how you have the result with the strong Kindred.
Yeah, this still feels like a good board. Having the Kindred early is just so good. Like I was saying earlier, Kindred's gonna kill units for you almost all the time, and especially in this stage.
Mm-hmm. Boomer and Zapper asking, "Are you Zed?"
Yes, is the response there. Of course. Who would have thunk?
What did he think he was gonna hear?
It was a no. Would have been a bait. That subtle ninja-ness right there, gonna deceive the opposition.
He should have said no. He opportunity to play mind games there. He didn't take it.
Well, the true answer from a ninja would just be to not answer at all.
Not answer it.
Silent, you know.
Keep him guessing.
Exactly. Strike when he's least expecting it. We know Shen though is the worst ninja ever. I mean, like he has a huge sword in League and he just like throws it around and like yells as he teleports from place to place in a big flash of light. Like, come on. Objectively the worst ninja ever.
Probably not a bad ninja, you know. She's got shurikens, pretty cool
Yeah,
shit.
she's more like a legit ninja. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And her goal is to assassinate people, which is what assassin ninjas should try and do.
Yeah, I mean, like Zed, Shen, there's like the big rivalry going there. I'm firmly on Zed's side with this one because he's upholding the true ninja arts, in my opinion.
I would agree with you. Shen's out there trying to tank like some freaking dumb knight.
Exactly. Not a ninja. That's a lot to choose through. This Tom Kench.
Yeah, Andrew getting stuck on that Tom Kench is a bit unfortunate.
There's also the Kindred on the other side, so I mean, he's in diff here. That's Fortune. He doesn't have Fortune. I hate when this happens, when you find the Fortune Kench early, but then you don't actually have another Fortune unit. It just feels so bad.
Yeah, and it's like you definitely want to grab the Fortune chosen Kench, right? It's just so good if you find one other one, but if you're stuck without it, it's like, it just feels so bad.
You take it for sure, because if you hit the Fortune Kench early and then you find like an Annie or something on 2-1, the game's like basically, I'm not gonna say it's 100% at first, but it's almost always gonna be a top. And that's so good.
Yeah.
Very optimistic. Well, we're gonna move over to Kien's board to see what he's got going on. Currently sitting in 4th place right now, just above Soju, with some scouting.
Yeah, some vanguards and duelists. It looks like Kien is running here. That chosen is on a Garen's a pretty decent one in the early game, and having a duelist with the Callista in the early game is still strong. We've seen people take that, honestly, the majority of the game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Callista is such a good early unit when you can get the duelist in like this. He's got 4 duelists in. He's got chosen line with the Garen. So, like I said, like I was saying earlier with what I was saying with Sax was having good front line, front back line. Is a lot of these duelist units aren't actually that great at being frontline units in the early stages of the game, especially. And so having this frontline Garen kind of balances your comp out really well right now.
It's kind of perfect actually, because a lot of times some of these early 4 duelist boards are really weak on the front line. In fact, so being able to just run that Vanguard Garen, this big meat shield in the front, helps Callista get a lot of time to put spears in people.
Yeah, you want the attack speed to ramp up, and it's not going to be enough here, but KCI is sitting at 100 health for a reason. It's still a very close fight.
Yeah. Takes minimal damage.
Yeah, not too bad there. I mean, sucks not be able to go on that full win streak here. I guess hopefully for Kien wants to look for a 1 unit loss to just, preserve a streak going into neutrals.
I'm curious, does he hold this Callista?
If you win, sell the Janna to be able to still hold 20 gold, I think yes, but if not, then it's probably too expensive.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the hardest lessons to learn when you're learning TFT initially is situations like that, where it's a champion that you want for that stage in the game that you're in, but it's a matter of giving up economy or taking the champion. And most of the time, it's better to focus on the economy. It seems like
that's
It's
been a thing.
over the course of the game.
Yeah.
It's been a thing all throughout, TFT. It's like those early 3-cost pairs are enticing, but they're oftentimes, 99% of the time just not gonna be worth it there.
Yeah.
So wanna choose econ over that. From some scouting there actually before this round happened, Kien saw Soju, and Soju actually had a hunter chosen kindred already, and that is very, very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, so that's really good news for Soju, who needed a top 4 here with the chosen hunter early. This kindred early is almost guaranteed to be a top 4 with the way the play. If he plays, unless he gets super unlucky, but it's like at the very least, you feel really confident about your chances of getting up to that.
Definitely.
He was running the one kindred before that too, so he just kind of, as Kien would say, turbo high rolled.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2-7. We'll see what the Krugs drop.
Yeah, I would actually, if you look at match histories, for I'll even let's say throw my match history out there, but I think this is true for most high level players. If you find a chosen kindred on stage 2, I bet the top 4 rate is 90% plus. It's like that high.
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. Either like
streak hard win streak, or if not win streak, then preserve your health. Finding it this early is just so good.
Yeah, either 80 or 90% I'd probably say, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a lip to 90 there. Kien did win the round on 2-6 there. Did not sell a Janna for the Callista pair, so it probably isn't married to this this situation with the duelist here. To get a Nico from that Krug round as well, so could go into the late game, want to greed like a level 8 or level 9 even, and then find those legendaries.
Yeah, Kien's probably looking to play like when your back's on the line. I think you go play what you know best, and with the item set up like this, I'm thinking he's looking towards another Talon game here.
Maybe, yeah.
Hard to go wrong. I mean, especially if you have the GA. Seems like Guardian Angel's really like the item that allows Talon to do Talon things,
Yeah. If you're going Talon from Kien's position, Kien notoriously does hold a lot of items. Did slam a Locket there, which isn't bad. Like, you can Locket Morgana, you can even frontliner in some scenarios, but notably didn't try to greed those items out for Morello's, which is, kind of necessary, I would say, in Morgana.
Right.
Asian Gamer has a really good items, really good health lead, and he's also somebody that needed to put in a strong performance here. So it's going to really come down to does he hit the Zeds or not. But really impressive to see him open up strong. This is something that I've noticed is he's very good at playing the early game and just slowly transitioning the Zed, where I think a lot of other people, when they play Zed, end up having no health early because they maybe force it a little too hard. So I think it's a good lesson for all of us is you can just open with a standard composition and just slam the Zed items on other units.
Yeah,
all of us people out there that love to force comps every game home. We've been told we can't do in this meta, and that's more or less true. But Asian Gamers is showing us that if you learn it well enough, you can force it. At least with Zed.
Yeah, that's one of the I guess I'll say noob traps when you're going to TFT. Like, oh, this comp is good. How do I play it? Okay, you pick up those units, but you don't always have to play it just that way. You can have a random, just strong board in the early game and use that to leverage HP, leverage gold, and then a slowly transition as the game goes on. And that's one of the reasons that Asian Gamer, as we were just saying, is able to find so much success with this Ninja Zed composition here. You don't have to fully tunnel vision and focus on that, but just play that strong board early.
Somebody had a Gen 2 already too. So
oh wow, I didn't see that actually. That's crazy.
I'm not sure who it was, but this is a really high roll lobby. Then if somebody's got Gen 2, we saw Soju with the Kindred Chosen.
Yep. Very, very strong. I wonder if it was Setsuko 98 HP at the top there.
If that's him with the Gen 2, that is the high roll of his life.
Yeah.
Really it. And the rest of the lobby is starting to worry here because those are players that are directly competing with you for the last couple of spots here, and they are having some high roll games.
No, yeah, high roll games when the stakes are this high is just so much of a relief if you're one of those high roll players. But if you're looking, maybe you're low rolling, maybe you're like, I like Kobo's at the bottom, towards the bottom there rather, and you see that, it's like, oh man, this lobby's so doomed. But keep strong.
Yeah, like you would much rather be in a spot where you have health here, and so he's looking at, maybe he can dip down into the 50s before the 4-1 roll down. But at this point, you're starting to put all your eggs in the 4-1 basket.
Oh, definitely, and that's always a risk. If you hit on 4-1, great. If you don't, it is rough.
Wow, I saw somebody itemizing Xin Zhao as well. So that's something they
Yeah.
keep trying to make Xin Zhao a carry, and he's probably closer than he's ever been before. But I still don't feel like he's quite there yet. You know?
Yeah.
I've seen it work out once, but it requires a lot of specific things. If you go Jin Zhao 3, maybe like get a BT and a couple other, maybe like one tanky item on him, another like half DPS item, maybe like a Hodge or something, it
Right.
can work out. It is just still a risk, though. It can go very, very wrong.
I feel like everybody's got that story now where it's like, I've seen the new Xin Zhao carry
Yeah.
like once, you know, but nobody ever says, oh yeah, I've seen that a lot. It's always, I think I've seen that once.
It's just not reliable because I've tried it a few times. I actually like Jin Zhao a lot. Just thematically, I think it's a cool unit, and you need QSS on it. Otherwise, you kind of get CC'd to death early. And the way you play it, if you remember how you position Aurelia on the last set, where you need it on the left or the right, like far side, because what happens is it'll kill the unit in front of it. Then it'll really go towards the back line. That's kind of what you need the Jin Zhao to do as well. But I would only ever do it if I hit the Jin Zhao Chosen on stage 2.
Sure.
And that not happening in this case and still being forced definitely has me worried.
Oh, yeah, like Kobos is fully committing to that duelist. We saw that scout go out there. Fiora 3 came into fruition there, but still just that Jin Shao 1. Ali Kobos is kind of on that bubble too. 30 points right now. Needs a good placement here to guarantee that advancing. So put it all on the line for that Jin Shao carry. Really risky.
We're in Zapper with the round win here. And another player on the duelist hype train, it seems like.
Yeah, has that chosen Jax, has Fortune as well. I think Boomer and Zapper is actually on like either a 2 or no, actually it's above a 3 win streak right now as we see on fire on the right hand side there. So getting consistent gold every turn. Boomer and Zapper are in a good spot because of that, I think.
It's big.
I'm glad we're watching Asian Gamer now because I'm actually curious. When does he roll? He has 0 Zeds right now. So what is going to be the trigger to decide? Hey, I need to roll down. Like, what is he going to roll down to? When does he slow roll? It'll be interesting to see what his rolling style is. That's the thing I'm most curious about is just econ management when it comes to playing this comp. Because I think most of us know what the good end game comp looks like. It's a matter of how do you get there.
Right. It's a very good point.
Okay, there's QSS GABT for Ali Kobos. That is the itemization of the Xin Zhao. Only still Xin Zhao 1 though, as we just mentioned. But Asian Gamer here with just the the RFC on the Lissandra. When does he roll? He's not purchased XP to go to level 7 yet. Probably will though after Wolves, but that is still the question that's definitely on my mind as well. When do you roll?
Yeah, these Jin Zhao items are like, if I had to pick perfect items, it's definitely BT, QSS, and my third item is probably GA. GA just it's a good reset button to let you deal with anything that's like, oh man, I got really unlucky there. So
yeah.
So
All right,
roll. Looks like it's gonna be a level 7 and then roll for Asian Gamer, perhaps.
He'll probably
sort of a keeper transition maybe with this. We'll see.
Yeah, you definitely go 7 and then roll for Z2 and just sit is probably what'll happen.
Yeah, just has these items on these item carrier units. They're not gonna stay here, of course.
Doesn't want to die to wolves.
I died to wow, he got more.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, has the okay, has actually RFC, Runans, and QSS right now. Finds us that as well. So that could just be a triple item, right? Yeah, they're already committed.
Yeah, I mean these are really good rolls for him. You don't think
Oh, there's a Zed.
Yeah.
No, that's another Pike.
one more Zed.
Yeah.
Okay, there's that too.
Yep.
And he needs Shen, right?
Yeah.
Kali. Finding that Shen is so hard. Can it?
Oh.
Passing up some 2-star.
Wait a minute.
He just made the. Oh, he didn't get his Zed in time though.
Yeah, he meant to replace a Riven, but it didn't pop on the board in time.
So Kios asked, and I just need a cloak, and then you have perfect Z items. This seems like a pretty good spot for him to be in. Having the Ezreal 2. Oh wow, wait. Kien has.
He's got 2 Ash 2s because he hit a chosen one.
And 2 Nikos on the bench there.
Wait, Ash 3.
Oh,
he actually has Ash 3.
He's rolled down. He doesn't have any gold yet, from what I saw. So we're gonna have to watch the sidebar because he could have it right now.
Is he just greeting? I feel like he should just slam the Ash 3 right now.
Yeah,
Ash 3 at 4-1 potential was there for Kien. That's so high roll.
Wait, this logic is crazy, actually.
This is really interesting because we see him passing up a lot of 2-star ninjas. So this is all part of that transition where it's like, how fast maybe can you go 8? And he's actually going to go for a bit of a shade comp. Shade, cultist, finds assassin, finds a pretty good amount of synergies here.
He's just chilling because he doesn't have the Shen yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cottontail has 3 ashes as well, so Kien's not going to find any more. So that between the two of them, that is, what is 9, 10 ashes gone already. And then if Kien just pops the Nikos, then yeah, he just lost the fight. I think he really should have forced the Ash 3. Maybe he's trying to save it for other things.
Because there's a Trojan Ash there on the other side that we just saw Asian Gamer face. So there's like very few ashes in the pool to actually hit. I think, I agree. It should just be a couple Nico slam. The Shen is found here for Asian Gamer, so that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on the Nikos again, like the Nikos got to change going to set 4, where if there's no more in the pool, it's going to make one anyway.
Yep.
So yeah, so there's really no reason to try to use your gold to roll for it at this point, especially if there's so few. Just do it,
Probably wants like one more so you can save one of the Nikos for something like an Ezreal or like a Yone. Yeah. But I feel like that's kind of greedy when you're sitting at 45 health. You feel so high roll. And it's the last game of your tournament. I feel like you just take it. And because especially the S3, now you can start punishing the lobby as well, which I think is the critical thing that people don't really think about sometimes, is you really want to start dealing damage to other people when you can.
It's the Kien playstyle, though. It's the first or eighth. You want to greed. You want to get one more Ash and save the Nico for something else to win the lobby. But yeah, if you're Kien, you really don't need to win the lobby. I would say doing it for that consistent top 4, make sure you move on to tomorrow is the best.
Ash 3, I'm going to pull up his stream because I'm kind of curious. Like, what is he holding?
Yeah, actually, curious if we can go over on this feed too, over to Kien soon to check that out.
Well, we've seen Asian gamers make the transition over to 4 ninjas, so he's done it. It's cost him a lot. But at least he's there, so we'll see if he can survive.
Pulled up Kien's stream and his whole chat is spamming double Nico Ash, so I'm guessing he has not quite done it yet.
Yeah, I would think so from that evidence right there. But why though?
You're over his mouth where he's like thinking about it, and he's like trying to like big brain it. And it's like just slam the Nikos, dude.
He's at 28 points coming into this. Like a top 4 would pretty much guarantee him a spot in day 3, right? So it's like.
He just lost 11 health for no reason. Slam the Ash.
Do it. I don't know. I'm not as good at this game as Kien is, but
he's doing it.
Right, there we go. Yeah, I think it's high. It's long past time. Yeah.
But like, why did he wait this long though?
Yeah.
The rest of his board isn't that great, but like, who cares? You have Ash 3.
Yeah, Ash 3, 6 Elderwood. Like, it's still not bad. It's still a really, really good board here. These items are solid.
He just actually didn't realize that he had it.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in chat.
Seriously?
Oh, that's why I thought he had some secret master plan in his head, but it turns out he just can't count.
Hey, you can be as good as a TFT player as Kien and not know how to count to 9. That's what we learned today.
This is a joke cracked among high elo players, and I've been included in this when I indict all of us. And I'm saying that there, for some reason, it seems like top ladder and NA is like all of us are just dumb. And it is like, very good TFT players, they're just dumb at different things. And Kien not being able to count is a prime example of just being dumb. So, wow. But I'm glad he got there at the end of the day. I'm glad he can poke fun at himself.
Yeah, man. Once we swapped over the Kien's perspective, just like seeing his face when it was going to realization, he was like laughing about it, but it was like, oh man, it was just so funny.
I saw him thinking, I was like, man, he's got some secret master plan in his man. Oh man, that's so funny though. Like I said,
it's good TFT's working out because college is not looking like a.
Yeah, I mean, and it's definitely working out here. The Ash 3 is almost certainly, there's no, like, I have bot forward with Ash 3, but it was in a position where I had like 5 health left by the time I hit it, and just one bad RNG will end the fight.
Sure.
With this time, he needs so much bad RNG to not hit the top 4. Like, he's definitely feeling really good about his situation at this point. This was a high roll lobby, and he ended up becoming one of the high rollers.
Yeah.
Definitely. Whether you do it or not, that Ash get taken out.
It's 6 Elder Ash. Like, by the end of the fight, this Ash is just so tanky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Asian Gamer, though, down at 19 HP right now, even though the 4 Ninja Spike has happened. Asian Gamer has such a good early game, but it's just piled on loss after loss after loss at this point.
He had to give up so many opportunities to get 2 stars on his board to just hit 4 ninjas at all and find that Shen that he got the ninja comp online, but it's like the weakest version, so
I'm just curious, is that a situation where he tunneled way too hard on ninja? Like, if you're able to hit the 2 Oh, Khroen just DM'd him too.
No, Khroen, I can't count to 9, says Kien. We see it right there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. It's so crazy to me. It's so
This is
fun.
one of my favorite TFT moments of all time, by the way.
Agreed.
This is gonna be one of these things. We're gonna talk about this at like the next, like tomorrow, the next tournament. It's like, let's make sure Kien can count. We're gonna have a conversation with him.
It's like if he doesn't make top 8, he's like, I don't understand. I didn't know numbers went that high. So he has to be top 8, right? Because he just can't comprehend anything else.
Yeah,
That's so funny, actually.
just wild. I mean, his board is so strong. Now you just sit and go 9 with this. You have an Ash 3.
Yeah. Wait, what level? Never heard of that.
True. So
Okay.
down from 6 Elderwood is probably overkill relative to being able to run better units. So
Yeah, I like this.
it's a good decision. You don't need the 6 Elderwood when you have an Ash 3.
Ooh, the Trap Claw actually gonna stun the enemy Yone there on the side of Cottontail and instantly gets taken out by the Ash there. So good good item usage.
Ash does so much damage.
Oh, Cottontail actually has a 4th Ash too. So I mean, that's 13 Ashes in play.
Yeah. Hey, that's this would not have been possible with old Nico. The new Nikos gives you that extra.
Yeah. Oh man. Imagine if it was old Nico and Kien got punished because he didn't Nico soon enough. Like that would have been so tragic, but thankfully that change did come through.
Tragic, but maybe deserved.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
Wow, that Vayne actually won that fight. What the heck?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Hobo's still in a good spot though with that duelist and that Jin Zhao is sitting at 57 HP right now.
Another Yone?
I mean, so Kien had the this is basically the most high roll. Like having a 4-1 Ash, or rather, what should have been a 4-1 Ash is such a high roll that in this situation, like you are gonna go home. You can't. He's not allowed to complain about luck for the like half year at least.
It's gonna. I mean, I'm sure he's not gonna complain about it for at least like 10 minutes.
10 minutes for sure.
That's the TFT, you know. At least NA players, that's a special. You flip flop on everything. It's like, okay, it's a 1st, it's an 8th. I high rolled so hard. Okay, just kidding. I never high roll.
Yeah,
You to like 4-1 in the next game.
Yeah. Ooh, KCI running a Talon here.
Talon is scary, but watch the Ash just melt it.
Yeah. Oh, actually, some CC's coming through, but no, Ash is still gonna be pretty good.
And the GA just gives you so much insurance too, just in case things go poorly, you know.
Man, okay, this Talon?
Just tell me to close.
Combat.
Oh my what?
Talon is that good?
That's some faker level Talon right there, actually. That's the best like fight RNG I've ever seen a Talon have.
Actually outplayed. It's like the definitely faker. Like the 0-3 Aurelia or 0-3 Talon just outplays the 11-0 Ash, and then you get people going on. This is why 80 carries are useless now. You know.
Look at the plays. Look at the moves.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that was a while ago. That throwback, man.
I'm glad you got that crossover.
Yeah.
That was it, though. That wasn't talent.
True. I mean, close enough. Some assassin play, you know.
Yeah.
Instead of shade here, but you know, he's an assassin, really.
Yeah.
So that mean we're calling is this Ash Ryu now?
Oh no.
Oh, poor Ryu. Leave the poor man alone.
Oh, we need some Ryu face.
Went to game 5 already.
True.
This Fiora absorbs a lot of damage, but not enough.
Fiora is actually like kind of a counter to Astria in like this low key way, in the sense that like because it becomes immune to damage when it starts parrying, it can actually delay a lot more time than your traditional tanks.
For like how many seconds? 2.
Yeah, you know, maybe it gets a second parry off. Maybe it's 4 seconds.
Might get to a second one actually there. A Cottontail 8th place. Oh man, that hurts.
That's like, we know Cottontail is such a great player, and he's been such a great tournament player specifically in the past. It's shocking to see the day that he's had today, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, well, looking forward into the future. I mean, still getting to day 2 today means you get a lot of those qualification points moving forward to other qualifiers. So
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too upset about the performance, even though today must be disappointing, and you're probably thinking about it for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
So, like, if you look at the state he came into the day with after the performance he put on yesterday, it's no one would have expected him to go out like he did today.
Yeah.
For sure. Definitely feels bad. So
Yeah.
actually an interesting situation for Hobos here. I'm curious. It looks
Did you
like,
roll for Jinzhao 3?
yeah, I think I've seen him. It looks like he's already put points into leveling, so it looks like he's gonna go 9 instead.
Okay.
It's definitely an interesting question, because you're in this lobby where you look around and you say, well, what are my win conditions? And really you probably need Jin Zhao 3 and you need to go 9 in order to defeat this Ashe. And even then, it's not really a guarantee. So it's really hard situation.
I think you just go for the Lee Sin. You try to find a Lee Sin too and put a bunch of items on him and then be like, please punch the right people.
Yeah. Asian Gamer sitting here stuck on the Z2. He's not even close to Z3, so this is just going to be his comp.
And the Z has a bramble on it too.
Interesting. It works.
I mean,
yes. Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
It worked out.
I mean, if he can hit like the Kien too, stuff like that, there's definitely ways that board can become stronger. He's on a win streak too, interestingly enough.
The right play. I think rolling for the restart is really risky.
Oh, for sure. More consistent play, definitely level. And if you're like Kobos, you need that consistent finish right here.
Yeah.
The lobby is so close in HP right now. You just need to, have one more win over some players to get like, say, a third place over like a 5th or 6th or something.
Right. And I think you look at this board and you're like, all right, well, maybe I can swap out like, I don't know, a Jax for a Lee Sin or something,
Yeah, maybe, and then put in Yone at 9, and then that's kind of your comp. KCI's Talon, though, the Talon that, took over that Ashe 3 just a moment ago. Gonna do well here, too.
Yeah. Bring the strength along this time.
Faker Talon's just too good. They can't do anything against Faker.
No.
That would be really funny, though, if there was like a TFT League of Legends hybrid where you could have individual players control the units in this TFT setting.
That would just be League of Legends.
Oh, League of Legends, the game mode based off of TFT. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's in the client. I haven't touched it, but it's in there.
Yeah. Hand of Justice now, not a great item, but probably just goes on there.
Lee Sin too.
Yeah. Can work out. Not gonna have a lot of gold to roll because you're one hit now potentially if you lose to 4 units in stage 6 to die for your LA Kobos. So you definitely want to level up next round and hit that power spike and not have enough gold to hit that Lee Sin 2 probably, unfortunately.
I don't really know. I mean, it's got to be Lee Sin 2 is like the big spike, but I don't really know beyond Lee Sin. What's the 9th unit here?
Yone, I think.
Yone would be good, but it's kind of awkward when you have the one Yasuo, so it's not as big of a deal not having.
Yeah, it's Adept and it's Yone. Okay, there's Julie. Oh, actually hit it. Wow. That's kind of high roll. I didn't expect that to happen, but
he actually just entirely cut the Yasuo, so not even looking for the Yone here. 4 Divine, 6. This feels really good, honestly. 4 Divine with 6.
Agreed.
Fan of the comp here. I don't play this enough to know that this was the angle, so I'm really excited to see. Is this Ahri comp? I think Divine is very good into Ahri if you can get the right. He also got GA on his Jin Zhao, so the Ahri, I think, just does no damage to the Divines.
Yep. There's GA. He's gonna go towards the Sejuani now, I guess.
Yeah, Ahri can never kill his Jin Zhao. He's already ulted like 4 times.
The Ahri's ulted the back twice, though. Didn't even hit the Jin Zhao in the last 2 casts. Has another chance here, though.
Punching the Void minion feels bad, man.
Ahri got off so many casts in that fight and still lost.
So Boomer will go out. I believe that should end his tournament run as well. Setsuko also.
He had 32, or maybe that's with the result. It's hard to say. We'll look at the numbers later. I don't want to try to make any assumptions yet.
Ruffalo there. Definitely not ideal performances, but maybe not out yet then.
Yeah,
because he did take the second in game 5, so he's had some good results.
And 6 also gives you some points. That's something I guess I keep forgetting. So
yeah.
Moving the RFC over, that's smart. Like, that's so much better to have the RFC on the Lee Sin here. This is a really nasty Lee Sin to deal with.
Ooh, that Kien, though, is pretty nasty from Soju.
Ooh, it really is. Dusk Kien. He's got the Hodge and the GA on it.
Yeah, so Soju was the one with the early chosen Kindred. And Lee Sin, unfortunately, gets away from the Kien, though.
Yeah. Lee Sin kicked the Yone into the corner, but Yone ulted back, so he didn't even get to delete the unit like that, though.
Sure. I think, what is that one? Yeah, I think he... Just barely.
That's kind of what we were talking about, though, where you need to find the Lee Sin too, but you also need to get a little bit lucky.
Asian Gamer actually made it to top 4.
Yeah, Alec Hobo was kind of tilted there. Kind of got out of the chair. Right? Got just barely a 5th instead of a 4th. Hopefully, that's not the difference between moving on to tomorrow or getting eliminated there. But oh man, this game is really coming down to the wire. This is so close.
It's tough.
Yeah. It is a bit tough. I think I Like Hobos is going to be like right on the bubble.
Soju can actually beat this. I've actually beaten Ashe 3 with almost this exact comp. If you can get a good pull on the Yone here, or not in Yone, the the Kien, because Kien can actually deal with this Ashe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that it'll be good for him to know if his Ghost beats it. It's like a perfect jump where the Kien jumps right in front of the Ashe. Because Ashe 3 does a lot of damage, but still, at the end of the day, is a squishy AD carry unit, you know?
Yep. Definitely. Oh, Kane just deletes the Talon there. Faker Talon, no match for a Kane.
That's true. Where was the peel?
Yeah, so that's the rough situation for him. Like the Ashe needs to be on the opposite corner of the Kane, or the fight's doomed.
Interesting. Maybe you try to find a GA for the Jhin, gets grabbed. You could take a Trap Claw.
Yeah, Trap Claw. Probably the pickup.
Yeah. Ionic, maybe.
Item.
I didn't see if he had a loose item or not.
I couldn't tell if he had a hanging item. Okay, he had a hanging.
You can get definitely for the Jhin.
Sure, yeah. That's pretty solid, pretty solid. Two sharpshooter.
This is interesting. I think the Zillion's actually better than the Shen. He's probably waiting for Zillion 2, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not too much you can make to this comp.
Yeah. All right, down to our final three. KCI and K3 Soju.
Kien making a lot of comp adjustments there, though, actually. Putting in 3 Adepts now, but was running a lot of 1-star units.
Yeah.
Interesting. He's right on top of the Ashe again, too. Well, Warwick body blocking a little bit.
It might spin into it. Yeah.
As well. Yeah, you just need the Ashe to... I mean, who pops the GA first? Yeah, Ashe's GA is still up.
Yep.
Might be enough.
Somebody's going to kill the Ashe. I mean, we've got the Jhin and the Kane left. Like, someone's going to take care of it.
I mean, this is going to be really close fights. It's going to come down to a lot of matchup RNG, a lot of positioning, and see who can get away with it. I think the interesting for him to do, actually, is to frontline the Ashe here on the opposite corner of the Yone, because you're not really... but maybe you're in range of the Jhin kind of blasting you, so it's kind of risky, but there are ways...
If you can get the opposite side of the Jhin, then it's like really, really good.
Yep. Because Ashe might just immediately kill the Jhin in that situation, but you can see Q or Soju kind of moving up front. I think he'll just keep it in the back line. It's a little safer. You got to lock it now in the back as well.
Let's find out. Could end right here.
This should be a pretty good jump. Oh, wow. What was that?
You're right.
You're right.
Okay.
It's crushed because of that.
Way too many people left. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a win for the Soju on that round anyway, but still one more round to go.
Yeah, going to stage 7, and honestly, it could go either way at this point. Still, like Soju can win the rounds, or Kien can. It honestly just depends a lot on positioning and fight RNG.
Kien needs all his units. Like you look on the board, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units are still 1-star. So I actually think Kien wins if he can hit those units. That's really the big difference right now. Is all of his eggs are in the Ashe basket. He's got 3 pairs sitting on his bench, and he'll get about 10 gold here. With next turn, about 15 gold to really roll down and hit some of that stuff. So it's gonna come down to whether he can actually hit and upgrade those units or not.
Yeah, we'll see. So
getting a great item off of this for their board.
A second Zillion? Okay, Zillion 2.
I think you dropped a Shen for that.
Yeah. I don't think Adept 2 is going to really matter. Yep, he's going to go ahead and sell that.
So there's
Zillion 2 as well. Okay, so
I mean, he hit everything. I don't know if Kien hit enough on his side, but like we saw, it was still really close fights, right?
Who do you giants there actually? Yone or Riven here?
It's a really tough call.
What do you think? Maybe Riven.
It depends if the Yone looks like it's going to be good, I think.
Yeah.
Probably Yone here. It looks like it'll be decent.
It's a tough choice. It is a tough choice.
Wow, the cat to the Ashe.
Yeah, that's super bad. The Ashe GA
as well.
GA. Yeah, the Zillion goes on. Yeah, so Kien's
over. Yeah, and Soju gets a win. I believe that's his second first place of the day too.
As F.
Yeah, actually, Soju ends it with 2 firsts in a row. So strong finish for Soju. Soju, of course, a well-known tournament player now as of today, apparently.
Tournament Soju is online. It's his time. No more 8th place Soju.
He's turning around. He is a tournament god now.
Actually, though, I'm thoroughly impressed with Soju and the fact that he's able to come on and just change. Like tournament Soju has actually just like never been good. 0 tournaments, I don't think Soju has like had a very impressive run up until now. So it is time where things are finally shaping up for Soju to be not only a ladder warrior, but a tournament great as well.
So I got a question for you two. If Kien could count and had simply made the Ashe 2 turns earlier, he would have 11 more health, and he played the econ out a little bit differently. Could he have hit a few more units and actually won that game?
Yeah, definitely. If Kien could count, Kien could have got first there. I don't think it'll end up mattering. I think both of them will still advance, but that is interesting thought experiment though.
You're not wrong. And in a tournament scenario like this, it's that kind of thing that makes a difference, especially with a day like tomorrow when we only have 8 players left. That's when it's really going to matter.
Can you imagine, like, if TFT players had, you go back to the drawing board and your coach just looks at you and is like, we're gonna do a 10 count, and that's it.
Wakes up every morning and he's got like a whiteboard over his bed where it's like, this is the numbers 1 through 9. Please respect this. Or it's like, this many Ashes plus this many Nikos equals what? Let's take a look at the comp that Soju used to win his 2nd game in a row here to finish out the day. Super strong. As you can see, a big part of it, like he was already looking good, but then just hitting like all the 5 costs, 2 stars in the world. Strong comp.
I think this is the strongest endgame comp, barring like random 3-star stuff right now. This feels like the ultimate endgame comp right now. It's so strong, it's flexible, it deals with every matchup really well. You saw it just beat and take down a 3-star Ashe, which is about as big a boss as it's going to come from any other comp. So definitely really strong comp. Those of you who are not playing Dusk, definitely look into it. We also saw Soju kind of BM Kien a little bit by playing 9 units, so really helping them count there.
Exactly, yeah. 6 Dusk, one of probably my favorite end game, but I've never seen it done quite like this before. Pretty crazy. That Dusk Kien is so good, and that's exciting. So a lot of us have been saying for a long time, Soju, great ladder player, fun streamer to watch. When is he going to start having the results in tournaments? And looks like today's the day.
Yeah, such an impressive run, I think, by a lot of players. It's going to be a heartbreaker when we do get to those scores to see who gets eliminated, but you have to narrow it down at some point. You start with 24 good players, narrow it down to 16, and now it's going to be 8. Like, it all comes down to the line moving into tomorrow.
Yep, that's right. So we are calculating all of that out. I believe if we can, we're going to try to get an interview with one of our players in here in a little bit. But for now, we can kind of continue to digest the day that we saw. The thing I'm going to bring back up the thing that I mentioned earlier, where I feel like we had an Ari in each of the games we watched, but there seemed to be less Ari overall. We saw like multiple people in one lobby trying it yesterday. That wasn't the case today.
Day 1 Ari, great. Day 2 Ari, kind of meh all around, it seemed.
Yeah. So is Ari good or not? Who knows? Let's take a look at our scores to see who makes it to day number 3. It is going to be Aegon, Soju, Mismatched Socks, Noob Owl, Kien, Boomer and Zapper, Non-Tom, and Kiting is hard. Making it through. 34 points ended up being the cutoff. We'll get to see the bottom 8 in a moment as well.
So that, I mean, literally, he needed to step up, won the last game, and that seems to be the difference here.
Yeah. Kiting super clutch score there. Wow. Yeah, once we get to those bottom 8, we'll see just how close it was there.
Yep, and I'm not sure. We did have a tiebreaker.
We did.
On the outside looking in with that tiebreaker, comes down there. There's a couple different factors that go into it, but unfortunately for him, the results today just were barely not enough. That said, all the players on the screen right now are fantastic TFT players to make it this deep in the tournament, to make it to this tournament in general. And it'll be fun to watch them as time goes on. I think the biggest shock for all of us is seeing Cottontail perform so poorly, getting 3 8th places, only 1 top 4 after the dominating day that he had yesterday. That's kind of a shock. But hey, any given day, basically, they say in other sports, any given Sunday, any given Saturday. And this was not Cottontail's day today.
No, there's so much. Yeah, there's so much to digest here, but I like Hobo's lost the tiebreaker. I want to point that out against Kiting is hard by, having that 1 HP difference and getting a 5th place over Asian Gamer getting a 4th there. It's a heartbreaker.
Yep, that's right. So we're attempting to get Aegon into the call to do an interview with him, which would be kind of shocking because usually Aegon isn't too keen on some of the interviews. So we'll see. We do have him here. Aegon, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Congratulations. Point leader for day 2. You're dominating. How you feeling?
Okay, I can tell you. Feeling good.
Great. All right. Well, so it's been an interesting meta to navigate lately. What do you feel like is kind of what you look at the most that's brought you the most success, especially in like a tournament environment this weekend so far?
Could you repeat the question?
I was saying it's kind of a tricky meta to work through right now. So in tournaments specifically, what do you think you're doing is working particularly well?
What am I doing well? I can't really think of like a single thing to pinpoint. Like if you're trying to say what do I think I'm doing better than other players?
Yeah.
Um
Besides merchandising.
I mean I kind of just, played like socks, sort of just played my strongest board and somehow just kept working. I'm not sure really what to say other than that. I know pretty much every starting carousel, I pretty much started Rod. But sometimes nobody would contest. Sometimes there'd be a few people. Always got my same item. I always basically just went for playing for HP right off the bat.
Yeah.
And
All right.
yeah, I mean, normally.
Interesting. Questions from you, Khroen? Kien?
Yeah, I think actually I want to delve into a bit more of that with the specifics. You said you start Rod and a lot of carousels. Are you looking towards one specific item to go, early on? Do you want to flex into something, once we get into like the mid game? Like, do you generally open, or like to open with like say cultist or anything like that?
So basically, it's basically playing for HP, or you can call it like. Sometimes I call it like force win streak. Sometimes you might hear Sox call it flex, but basically I'm starting the item that I think will give me the strongest early game board as well as mid game board. So we're looking at stages 2-1 to 3-7 really.
Yeah.
And basically I still think all the rod items are what you really want. Sometimes people don't realize how valuable Locket is. I know if you ask Sox for sure, he talks about how like backline lockets are really good on like basically any, like we're talking like early sharpshooters, Alessandra too, even your cultists, just because the Galio will pop out and your cultists will still have HP. So you're really looking for like Locket, Ionic Spark, Rage Blade. You can even make like Morello and Jeweled Gauntlet like I did. I know I rolled Mage TF like 2 games, and so Jeweled Gauntlet and like Chalice, I think. Like there was one game where I just straight up made 3 chalices. I would take Cloak from Carousel whenever I rolled a tier, and basically that just helped secure my early game.
Interesting. Okay. Kien, did you have any questions?
Yeah, you've actually performed quite well in a lot of tournaments, including we were talking about the Mortdog tournaments a bit earlier. Do you actually change your approach at all when it comes to these tournament games versus just playing in solo queue?
So do I like play differently than in solo queue?
Yeah.
Obviously a little bit. Usually, definitely you have to keep in mind how the points are stacking up. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I don't want to mention anyone, but there's definitely players that aren't really keeping track of like their points as well, and so you do have to keep in mind that when you're ahead, you do want to play safer. And towards the last few games, I definitely was just looking to like save as much HP as possible, and just try to make it through, just get a 7th, 6th, whatever. Because I didn't really need any more points after I got like 1st, 2nd, and 4th. And so that's definitely one big factor. Additionally, in solo queue, you kind of have that problem where it's not perfectly about like optimal gameplay, because the main difference is in tournament play, averaging 4.2 is really good, like you did better than the field. But in solo queue, normally like to climb for me or around my LP, it's definitely you try to average 3.9. And so solo queue definitely can feel like sometimes you find a build, you one trick it, it works really well. But when it comes into tournament play, maybe the players are better, players are more aware of the build. It definitely can look a little bit different, and definitely when you're playing solo queue, that's something to keep in mind. And I think I keep track of what I think would work in tournament play, as well as what I try to play in solo queue. I don't really try to, tunnel on one build. Like, I'm sure there are people who are like Talon one tricks or Cultist one tricks because it works in solo queue and they're dominating everyone, but that might not necessarily be the thing in tournament play.
All right, interesting. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the late 1990s, LL Cool J wrote a song for a giant shark attack movie called Deep Blue Sea. It had the chorus, "Deepest, bluest, my hat is like a shark fin." Since you've chosen the shark as your spirit animal, as it were, would you be willing to take the song on as your theme song?
Take this song? I would have to hear it.
I'll link it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, or I'm sure your chat can like link it to you or something like that. It's great.
Right.
It's a banger. Yeah. Any
Okay.
any final shout outs before we let you go here?
No, I think I'm good. But like you said, if you're looking for merchandise, I think I know a website.
Oh, what is it?
Does anyone in chat remember it? Because I'm kind of blanking over here.
They're checking help us out. Oh, I see it in chat, I think.
Right right. So yeah, check out aegon.gg for my Aegon TF High plushie.
Wow. Brilliant. All right. Well, congratulations on your results today. It was awesome watching you play. Looking forward to seeing you in the top 8 tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, Aegon. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you, and thank you for having me.
Sure thing. All right. Well, there you go. The man, the myth, the legend, the shark enthusiast, Aegon himself. A man of many/few profound words. Always fun to talk to. And that's going to pretty much take us to the end of the day. Going to ask final thoughts at the end of day 2. Khroen, we'll start with you. What were your takeaways from today? What did you learn?
Yeah, well, a couple final thoughts. I think, I want to keep the theme going that I had yesterday. Just go to the kind of the player interview there. First of all, great merch plug there at the end by Aegon. I loved it. Aegon.gg, of course. But also, it's very interesting to delve into a professional player's mindset there. And there's always something really neat to take away. And with Aegon, I identified that a lot of players don't always play tournaments as they kind of should. You got to recognize when you need to play safer. And Aegon knew that, hey, I had a pretty good first few games. I can play more conservative, play safer, and then just get the results to move on to tomorrow. Notably, as he mentioned, some players still don't kind of approach it that way, but it's nice to hear that Aegon has that tournament mindset. I think that is why we've seen Aegon place well in so many of them, so many tournaments in the TFT scene.
Yeah, easy agree. Kien, what was your takeaway from day number 2 here?
Whenever I am watching pro players play in any sport, in any professional sport, esport, I like to give them the benefit of the doubt when they make a mistake. It's like, oh, they probably just messed up. And what I've learned today is that sometimes they just can't to 9. And so, Kien, if you're watching this or you hear this at some point, hope that you revisit the drawing board. Write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and you get there. And you remember that that's going to be a big help for you tomorrow. So good luck on your journey in revisiting basic math.
He's never going to be able to live that down. That round will follow him, or rounds will follow him for years at this point.
Yeah, that's fun. The takeaway. 7 plus 2. What is it? Who knows? We'll find out.
Hard to add up those Nikos sometimes. Well, that's going to do it for us today, guys. Here on Giant Slayer TV. We want to shout out once again, big thanks to Juke.gg for being such a great partner to not just us, but to the entire TFT esports scene, ! GSTV. In chat, will take you to their page where you can find a lot of the players' VODs now, I guess, through their Twitch channels, or find the players tomorrow. If you come back, you've also got a chance if you sign up to win some cash. So definitely check that out as well. Love them as a sponsor. Thanks again, Juke.gg. But that will do it from myself, Doa, from Khroen and Kien here at the Giant Slayer TV Teamfight Tactics Fates Regional Qualifier for NA. It's been an awesome day. It's going to be an even more awesome day tomorrow as we go into our final 8 5 games to decide who ends up with the top 4 of the qualifying with the catch. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.